I turned this empty island into the biggest city I have ever built with over 100,000 population. This is all the episodes cut together, so grab some popcorn and enjoy. Welcome to Tuna Bay. Here we will be starting a new city as well as a new series on this beautiful island that is ripe for development. We have beautiful beaches, amazing nature, and a very unique landscape to develop on. In this first episode, we're going to start building out a basic village on the edge here of this island chain. Of course, we're playing on normal difficulty with game settings that allow for achievements, and this is 100% vanilla. No mods are going to be used in this series, so if you want, you can follow along. So here we go. This is our starting tile. It has an interesting shape and goes over two islands. There is a small highway that is passing through this landscape here. And we have electricity as well as a beautiful shoreline right here. That is perfect for starting a small village. In the beginning, of course, there is not many things we can build. Let's start with some roads. This village will very much be oriented here towards the shoreline. So let's get in some basic streets. This is my basic layout for now. In the beginning, we don't really have any highway roads to build interchanges. So let's try doing it with the one-way alley. We can have it run off the highway here and also connect back up. Let's do the same thing on the other side. As you can see with this village and series, I want to go slow. I want to really take care of details. Just building out a beautiful city, seeing what is possible in the vanilla game. And that just requires a bit of patience, but I already love what I'm seeing here. For the interchange on the other side, I mean, there's nothing here yet, so the region will not spend massive amounts of money here. Therefore, let's not really build a massive interchange or bridge, but I am just building out some more street here. And now let's see if we have the space to make it run below. That doesn't really work out. Maybe having it go above. I guess let's start with the bridge on top here, then have it connect down and connect it with the main street. We do the same thing back here. This is kind of the best we can do, but I don't think it's too bad. It's a good start. And of course, we need the same alleyway interchange right here. That way people can actually arrive in the city. Looking at the way the street is constructed here, I really hope people won't just cross the road over here. That is not the intended way, but we will see how it functions once we start zoning. It makes sense to imagine that the first people arriving here in this town or in the region of Tuna Bay, they want to settle right here at the shoreline with some beautiful waterfront housing. So let's zone multiple of these in, giving them a bit of space, a bit of variety to build out a really detailed waterfront. We will have some waterfront businesses here as well, especially on these intersections and on the city entrance. This is where tourists might stop by and shop, or like visitors that just arrive here. Next up, of course, we are going to need services. There's not massive amounts of wind here, so let's pick a transformer station for now. We can do it here on the other side of the highway. Just like that, we have electricity. Next up, we need water. A small water tower has to be sufficient for now. And then sewage is always a problem. I hate just dumping it into the ocean, but it seems like we don't really have another option right now. So let's quickly grab a gravel road and we make it go along the coastline to a place a bit further out where we can place the sewage outlet. All the buildings have been built, and here we go. There are the first people arriving. Let's check them out. They're coming with a camper van. 6 passengers in this vehicle. Let's follow it along, see where they are going. And here they arrive home. Alexander, Danny with a massive family. Check them out. Here they are. They even have a basketball court. More and more people are arriving. Here and there we now see people arriving. There is a bit of traffic going on. Our small town now already has 35 inhabitants. Everything we zoned has already been built. and we still have a lot more demand to go. So let's build out some more communities. I'm going to do so right here with some alleyways. Let's add some cul-de-sacs right here. And this allows us to get in even more homes, all kind of segregated, then some more businesses. And I'm just kind of here and there increasing the density a bit by just zoning in more homes. And next to this transformer station, I'm even going to put in one small industrial building. I don't want much more here because of the wind. It's gonna blow in the direction of our village, which is really not what we want to have. But I hope that one won't make too many problems. We already have people now living in our village, so let's start decorating. I want to have some wide pathways going along the ocean, so let's make that happen. This is going to create a really walkable area, and then we can connect up some additional access routes in many different places. We hit milestone 1. This is big, it unlocks many things. But let's first complete the path that we started. Here we go, it's already looking more cozy, but that's not all we can do. I mean, if we look at this area here, there is a business selling some things. People can sit down here to eat. So let's drag out these surfaces, make the area even larger. We can place some rocks and just get in a bit more seating in general. Maybe some trash cans along the path here and a small gazebo. One can always improve these things. Then I'm going to do the same thing with a neighboring building, just dragging out these surfaces. It just gives everything so much more detail, and it almost makes it look like the city would be modded. Let's put some barrels back here. They are just storing some stuff. Maybe there are even some ropes on the shoreline. And let's put some kind of border here. So it's already looking way better. Look at this. Here's the before, here's the after. Massive improvement. But for now, we need to grow our village. If we look at the budget, we are losing money. Therefore, we need to get in some more people. For that, maybe we can get in some row homes on an alleyway right here. Let's extend it out. I'm going to block some of the zoning here by getting in pedestrian paths. And then we can really try getting in row homes right here, just a few of them. But now it's really important we add some details around them. So I am giving them more paths. People can walk here, and then even more decorations. Maybe we just extend the grass surface of these homes. Just like that, everyone has a massive green lawn. Pretty nice. Also on the other side, this is how it looks. And now all we need to do is add some residential decoration. Maybe some kids are playing soccer right here. Someone's having a barbecue. I'm just putting down various different assets. I hope that in the end it will look decent, but generally what always works are some rocks. Let's get some of them in here. That already looks like so much more detail. Yeah, I'm happy with it for now. And that brings up our population to 171. Our town is really booming. I'm struggling to find place where to even expand to. For now, let's build out another alleyway in the forest. This can add some more low density housing, and I can squeeze in another pathway, having it go all around here under the bridge and connect it up with this medium density area. That gets in a few more people, and looking at it from above, I love that it's looking organic. I think we can add a few more pathways to add a lot more walkability to these different areas. After all, since this latest update, people seem to really love to walk, so let's let them do so. It really feels like the small town is coming together. Yes, we're missing industry, but maybe we can just do some vegetable farming. Up here next to the transformer station, we have the space here. We can just zone everything to be a field. This is what that looks like. It's great. Looks surprisingly good. Maybe we can use this tiny bit of space right here to add some concrete surface. So this water tower is really stable, just like that. Then we can put some no parking areas and maybe some towers like this. It's really amazing how much you can do with just some small details. This area now is vastly improved, and I really just added a surface right here, some yellow markings and these towers. It's really amazing what you can do in this game with just a little bit of effort. But now we really need to figure out what we do with the city. Some people are already complaining about healthcare. We're still not profitable yet, and I'm not so sure what the logical place to expand now is. I could try getting in some more row homes right here. I wonder if it's a possibility to grab the street, this alleyway, get it all the way through here and have it run back down. Oh, this is deleting a lot of buildings. That zoning destroyed a lot. Let's see if we can fix it. So just one building got deleted. Maybe we don't connect it up to the street. And now let's do the same trick again. We just add in some pathways. This design is not too bad. Let's again get in some row homes. They are all zoning in. We have some more surfaces here already that at some point won't look too nice. So let's try some things with nature. We can squeeze in some bushes here and there. This surface is not wide enough, but on this tile it works. Let's see how it looks with a surface below it. I'd say better than before. And let's do the same thing right here. It's all just about color and texture that makes things look interesting. It's just kind of filling in these empty green spaces. But of course, we also can't forget to get this greenery back as we have it on the other row homes. What are you? Are you a dog? No, wait, it's just a bird. I didn't know these existed in the game. Are they new with the update? Possibly, and they can walk through cars. Funny to see. Let me know in the comments if these were added with the Bridges and Ports update. But we're always sidetracking of decorating things. This is what things look like now. I even hit milestone 2. I want to add back some more assets. So let's give them a small gazebo and just some random things here and there. And then I'm going to use this strategy of stones again, just placing some randomly around here. I really think it adds a lot. And now we have tons of people parking here, but we're almost at 300 population. Our city is profitable and it really looks like we're getting somewhere. This place here could house some services. A school does not fit, but maybe a small medical clinic. Amazing asset. And again, we're going to play around with the surfaces. Now we have so much space here where we also need to add things. So I'm going for some pylons. These people here are maybe storing some stuff. And then I guess there's not a reason not to put some fountain here. It just means everything is integrated so well together. All these things just take a few seconds, but it makes everything look so much nicer. Let's just add some more trees in this back part. Hickory, select all the options and just get them in. Delete the ones that are out of line. I don't want them here. And now it really looks like we have this compartment finished. This compartment looks complete. So what's up next? Up next, let's spend our first development points. I'm really not happy about these interchanges being alleyways. To fix that, we need to unlock advanced road services and then highway, spending all of our 3 development points. And now we can pause the time and rework what we have here by using this 1-lane highway. The great thing is I can just go ahead, press upgrade on all these different roads, just kind of aligning things well. Here we have it done, and then we need to do it on the second interchange as well. 1 and 2. Here we go. That fixed the issue. What I'm not so happy about is that apparently people can just cross over here. Let's see if we can do something like that in the advanced road services. Yes, we can. Now there's no longer this crossing possible. Do the same thing here. Just like that, it looks way cleaner. I mean, look at that. What a nice interchange. But of course, we have to do it again over here. Oh no. Here we don't have to do it because there's no other side. That's perfect. And I guess finally we can spend a few minutes decorating it here. I am thinking of some boulders. Let's try these standing ones. Just give them some variation. Same thing on the other side. Also, let's get rid of these crosswalks that are immediately after the interchange. Probably not the best choice to have them here. And we also need to fix the surfaces we have, but that should be quite an easy and fast fix. Just drag everything further out. And now let's see how it looks. I'm not fully satisfied with this surface right here, but I guess for the start we're gonna keep it this way. But what we should do is build some sort of barrier right here that people don't just walk on the highway. I'm not sure if there are fences in the game. I'm not really finding them. So I guess I will just have to go and use this campground bench. I mean, if we just take it, plop it down right here and then use the line tool with the smallest distance. We can kind of drag it out all the way. I mean, first until here, and then let's get the curve tool as well. Or I guess here the risk is way lower. There's no people nearby, it's just nature. So we just have to worry about this intersection right here. Oh, this is annoying. I can't start the curve tool if something is intersecting. Like, I want to click here and then drag it up, but it's not working because I can only click the center point if nothing's intersecting. How annoying is that? So we have to do all of this here now by hand. I mean, could be worse, but that's something that should be fixed very urgently. And here we go. This is what it looks like now. A bit better than before. There must be a fence in the game. I'm not sure if I just missed it. We can start the time back up. So these interchanges are definitely way better now. This one here is staying without decoration, but maybe it can get some surface. Just drawing it in. Let's see how this one looks. Oh, that's the one we already know. So let's keep it. And I guess we can also just add a big boulder in the middle. Why not? That's looking good. And now let's close the city off. I am imagining some seafood restaurant right here, a few more small homes, and maybe even a final farm here at the end of this dirt road. Let's see if we can make it look somewhat good. These farm surfaces are always quite critical. This is what it would look like. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Maybe we extend it even a bit further to the side. On the opposite side, let's get in a concrete surface, and then we can add some more of the industrial props like these barns and a few shipping containers, throw in some decals, and maybe we can make the shoreline look nice here. I mean, what if we just add a bunch of stones here? It's not really getting the look that I'm trying to get, but I guess that's fine. I need to get rid of some of these rocks again here on the concrete surface. These are not well here. But then here the restaurant, it can get some greenhouses in the garden. I mean, the farm as well. Why not? Let's put some greenhouse here. These guys get a trash bin and maybe a swing. Why not? That looks nice. And maybe we can grab the green surface, just build it out a bit more. That should really show that these areas still belong to the homes. And like that, not too bad, not too bad. There is a bunch of people walking here. They're all trying to go shopping. Let's follow this person. It's a student. Let's see where they are heading. Destination Nonsense Vintage. And now they are going home again. That was a quick stop, but maybe they bought something. That's great. A lot of people are still arriving. Oh, look at that. There's even things happening on the farm. That is looking good. And there's some birds flying by. We have a population of 350, but not too much industry and jobs yet. The only things we have is this farm, then a lot of homes, a few businesses, and all the way back here, there is another farm and one small factory. This is our only industrial building. It produces food and makes a profit of $12,000 per month. So let's expand the industrial area. Looking at the wind, it's all blowing towards the open wide ocean, and our city is exactly on that shoreline, or rather I should say town. This is not really a city. That means we can't build industry in these areas up here because that would just blow all the pollution over the city, which I'm sure no one wants to have. So the only option we really have is to move on to the next island. Here we can freely go ahead and develop industry, but we're also going to need a whole lot more infrastructure. So first, let's get everything started by building an interchange. I'm going to do the same thing as we did last episode. One-way lane, disable snapping, and then just have it come off the highway. Same thing connecting it up to the other direction, and the same thing on the other side. Here we go. Now we need roads. I'm not sure if there's any industry specific road, so I'll just have to stick with the normal 2-lane road. Let's just pull it out from the intersection, and then let's send it all the way up to the coastline. Let's do something similar down here, but this time curving it around and letting it follow along the coastline. We need to figure out what we do here if we add another interchange. we will see as things develop. But first, let's connect up these interchanges. 1, 2, same thing on the other side. 1, 2, here we go. And as we can see here, people are still allowed to cross over. We don't want to have that. So we use the road services. Just say no left turning here, no left turning here. And that solves all our issues. And we have a basic setup. First up, I want to put in a landfill. Our island chain does not have any garbage management right now. So for that, let's use this inner part of the island so the trash does not fly into the ocean. Build it in here and zone out the landfill area. I'm not gonna make it too big, just like this. And then I'm getting some trees. After all, we don't want people seeing the trash immediately from the road. So let's just go ahead and plant some trees in between the landfill and the road. That should do the job. It's at least a bit of segregation. So like if you imagine you are driving along here, there's not so much you see of the landfill, which is exactly how it is supposed to be. Now that we have these first basics, let's get in our first industry. An alleyway right here next to the landfill. We can just zone some industry buildings. It's all supposed to be just like a big industrial park. Let's also get in some of the new wider walkways. So we have some surfaces going, and then we can drag out this alleyway and have it loop back to the main street. It's all kind of square, but for an industrial area, this should be fine. Let's add a small stone mining operation here. It's always kind of hard to make these look good, but I hope we can achieve it here. Getting in some round-ish shapes for some organic looks. And then we just zone more industry. Add some pathways. Also, we can't forget to connect up the services. Let's connect the electricity under the road. And let's also take these low voltage lines under the high voltage ones and connect it up to the other island. Same with water and sewage. And now we have all these essentials in, so our city can develop. We now have the first basic industrial buildings. We took care of a lot of the industrial demand. There's still more, but we also still have more place to zone. So for now, let's make sure these things look beautiful. I mean, here this grass everywhere does not really make sense. So we just head to the surface area tool. We can just grab any surface here and just extend it outward. Of course, then if this is concrete, we need to delete the tree. Let's quickly do that with all the surfaces in this row. I also changed some of these smaller grass surfaces just to be a bit brighter. All that gives it some variety. And with that being done, we can start some more decorating. On the industrial assets, I love to just like plot down some things that might be stored here, like these cables, some crates, adding some more towers. I mean, this is exactly the same asset, just in another color. It makes the industrial building just a bit bigger. And then we can also just add some piles of rubble. Why not? And some no parking decals. All these small things really do a lot. Of course, it's not only about industry, but also about nature. So we can also go ahead, pick the line tool and just add a few rows of bushes here and there. That gives everything so much more character. It's a lot of work, but let's repeat it for these other buildings as well. That's almost it for now. I also sprinkled in some stones just for some additional texture. It looks like it might be a bit dirty here. I love these lined bushes. Sure, it looks a bit posh, but also industry areas, they have CEOs visiting. They want things to look nice. So we definitely have some jobs going on here. I really love the development we have. While we were decorating, we also unlocked the next milestone. Milestone 3, large village. It adds a lot more things that are expenses like police and fire. We can't really afford that right now. We're still far away from being profitable, but we got some more development points, which I already want to spend on the parking areas because, I mean, the people that work here also want to enjoy their break. So why not go ahead, build out the road a bit more, then get in some car park and build out some custom park around it. I mean, we can just have walking paths go along the shoreline here, maybe even under this bridge. Yes, that works. And over to the other side, as well as to the other side of the island. Oh, look at this. There is a lot of stone being mined here with this massive machine. People might want to look at that, but the path goes very, very close to the ocean, then just circles over here. I'm not sure yet what to do next with it, but before we can anyway first get in a connection to the alleyway, do the same thing here at this corner. It just adds so much. And while we are here, we can just make some small details, add a bench, trash bin next to it. Not sure if there are like lanterns that we can plot down. I mean, a gas heater looks like a lantern. Maybe that's how we're going to do it. So I'm now just going along, finding some beautiful spots, put down a bench, put down a trash bin, and just continue on. I mean, it's really these small things. No one sees them, and most likely people won't even use them. But it makes me happy to know that there are small details everywhere. That's pretty neat. At this parking area, people probably want to buy some food, so we can allow one business to settle down here. Here we have it. I mean, it's selling pharmaceuticals, maybe not the optimal thing to sell here. They're also losing money. But for now, that's this area. It's well decorated. There's still a lot of empty space, which is good. It will allow for future additions. I mean, this landfill has some upgrades that one could put on the other side of the street here whenever we need it. But we also still have this whole other side, and we have the issue that cars that are leaving from this area can only go to the right. So if they want to go further to the mainland, they have to pick a right here, continue driving, and then take a loop here, drive through this residential area and all the way back. That's really not optimal. So let's try to do something about it. First, we need another interchange on this side here. So let's get in the road for it. And then again, with this highway road, draw it in here. And remove the pedestrian crosswalk right after the interchange. Let's see if we have some right here. Yes, we should get rid of those. But now we need to add the ability for people to cross from this side, the highway, all the way to the other side. I'm really not good at building interchanges. I'm not sure if I have ever really built some, but I'm going to try something. And this is going to be bold. Maybe it will work out, maybe not. Let's take a look. Let's take out another road, raise it up, bring it all the way over the highway. Oh, I wanted to cross it in here. Actually, this is not a bad solution. Then it could come back down and connect back to the highway. It's not looking that bad, to be honest. I'm not so sure if this is the optimal layout for traffic, because there's multiple on-ramps here. It could create a lot of problems. But for now, I'm not unhappy with it. Let's try to build the exact same thing again on this other side here. I mean, practice makes perfect. Let's drag out the road. This time, immediately make it go up. Oh, but here these power lines are in the way. So we might have to do it over here. Let's see. Yeah, these power lines are really an issue. So let's quickly pause the time, get rid of these power lines, see what we can build, and then check out how we can make it work. This is an interchange, but it does not look good. So let's delete it. I'm not really sure how we can make it work on this side. Let me know in the comments if you have an idea. For now, this will just mean that people living on this side, or I guess working on this side, because I'm just going to go ahead and zone in a few more industrial buildings over here. They just, well, they can only go to the right. Maybe at some point there will be a solution. I guess an easy one would be to have another alleyway go below the street here. I mean, an alleyway could do this, but tunnels are quite expensive, so that's probably not a valid option for now. But while we're here, let's add some livestock farming in some of these small areas that we can. A bit of industry is always great to have. And then this area, I'm going to be lazy now, is just going to be decorated with some stones. Just a bit of texture everywhere here. Here we go. Not too bad. It looks more rural now. So actually, why not add more of that? I'm going to add another livestock farm here. Replace one industrial building we have. I love how it just goes around these industrial buildings that we have. That's quite nice. Then just goes along the street and circles back. Why not? That way we have more production going. If we look at the production panel, I mean, we're working on industry after all. We're producing a bit of grain, but we are still importing more. We're only importing livestock. I guess these statistics still have to update. And we're also producing some carrots. Let's look at stones. Yes, we're producing some of them. None, I think, are imported, if I understand this panel correctly. So we're starting to have the first basis of our industry, which is really amazing to see. Now we need to do something with this path here. I'm just gonna take it. I don't have many good ideas for it, but maybe let's build a small Easter egg with it. So it goes all the way here in the forest. Inside the forest, we can add like a nice gazebo. Is there like a campfire of some sort? Maybe someone's camping here. This could be a campground now. And it's going to get a pier. Let's see if we can draw it in from here. Yes, just a small pier. And let's try out the decoration. There should be boats somewhere. I'm not sure under which tab they are. Park, probably not. Plants, no. Residential could work. Commercial, industrial, debris, and decals. Where are the boats? You know, I'm looking for these ones from the trailer, the sailboats. Oh, here they are. They are under nature. Why are they under nature? But let's just pick a sailboat and dock it here at the pier. That's nice. Actually, it might be better on the other side, because then looking from the city, there is a better view of it. I mean, this looks way nicer. So there are some people camping here and they have their sailboat parked. That's nice. These boats really add a lot. And now we still have this massive hole here, but we don't need to fill everything. Often it's hard to be comfortable enough to leave some space. So this time I'm just letting it breathe a bit. And I'm really wondering, did we already complete this island? I'd say it's looking solid. Still a bit empty, but I mean, this other island is also empty. And why not keep it that way? For now, it seems like the largest issue is that there is a lack of labor. Let's quickly look here at the tab. We have an unemployment of 1.5%. And I think this jobs number 414 is the amount of jobs that are open. There's 202 people employed. So we need to add some space for more people. So let's expand the village we built last episode. It's going to use the same playbook. Start with a normal road. I mean, I can just drag this one out. Then let's get some alleyways for some row homes. This is going to be all very, very grid-like. Quickly fix the zoning here and let's see where things go. Highway interchange. That one, honestly, I'm really, really happy with. It's working great. I can just fix it by not allowing some changes. Here we go. Quick surface adjustment. This side will also get just some rock. Oh, I missed the surface. Here we go. Then we have the row homes. Let's quickly zone in those. Some of the smaller ones. Let's try to get things as symmetrical as possible. They're going to need electricity. They're going to need water. Is this connected? Yeah. This one looks a bit weird, but it's actually connected. That's the main part of the new population. I don't want to add too much, but we need to make this look nice again. So there needs to be some decoration, and with it, I just destroyed this entire zoning. So for now, this is really annoying. I mean, Paradox should really fix some of these zoning issues. I want them all uniformly zoned here. It can't be that hard. Yeah, now it's working again. And like here, what's happening with the surface? I think people can walk here. but it's a problem with this intersection. Let's just build out the pathways. I really dislike this one here. So let's try again. Maybe we make this longer and then build this. Yep, now it is looking good. Now let's do some of the same decoration as before with the same row of bushes. Maybe we can even squeeze some in here. Oh yes, that's working great. Just using up all the small spaces for some decorations. And there's also this curve tool. With it, we can take care of the corners. It's a bit wonky, but here we have it. It's looking nice. People are moving in. There is a lot of traffic. I guess we could add some parking spaces now that we have also unlocked them. Just some small ones here, but at the same time, I am no longer going to allow them to park here. Instead, they're getting a wider walkway. This fits in very well with these wide walkways here on the side. So a lot of things going on here. Let's build it out a bit further. Not much, just building up this road up until the coast. Here, let's get in some gravel roads. I'm going to add a forest in a second. So there will be just people living out here, a bit more secluded. So they are all just going to get like cul-de-sacs at the end. Let's get them in. Then let's zone some more waterfront housing just here and there, not too high of a density. These are very secluded communities. And while we are here, let's get in another small parking lot. And then why not have another person here that has a boat just out here. It's under nature, sailing boat, plop one in. Then since there's a parking lot, maybe there's some kind of seafood restaurant. So let's put in 2 businesses that can live here. And finally, then work on some of these pathways. People can still have shorter paths to walk everywhere. Then let's add some larger amount of vegetation. I'm adding some brighter trees so one can really see that this is an artificial area. It's different. The forest that's here is not organic. It has been planted to segregate these people out a bit. They're all coming in. And there's one more thing needed. I mean, the reason we added all these people is so that they can work in the industry over there, which already is having less problems with workers. But for now, they can all only go right. We want them to be able to go left on the highway. So finally, let's add once again an interchange. We have already practiced this, so we can just pull it out, make it go over and then all the way back down. Let's take a look at it. This one is looking way better and people are already using it. Let's delete the crosswalks that we have right here. And now people have a direct way to the industry area. Honestly, what a nice place to live. It really does not look like it from far because of all the decoration we have going on here. But that is the point of the series, to keep things slow and to keep things beautiful. The industry added a lot of jobs, but we still have plenty of demand for commercial and industrial buildings. Therefore, we are building out a new area, and I must say finally, a fishing area. Fishing is locked behind milestone 4, but we are not far away from that. So let's prepare for it here in this new area. First, of course, we need to buy the tiles for it. We're gonna buy 2 of them because in this episode, we're building 2 small developments, one here, one over here in the forest. It costs us almost 100,000 and an upkeep of almost 100,000 per month. So what we're building right now really needs to bring in money because our city budget is still negative. Connecting to our existing town, we have this highway. And by the way, you sent name suggestions for our town. The most liked one I saw was Buxton Town. So as soon as we can draw in a district, we will do so. Back to the highway. I am somewhat tempted of letting it end just in a roundabout, because if we just drag it out to here, where else should we move this highway to? Sure, we could send it back here, but there's not that much more space anyway, and I also don't want to make it too complicated. Can I even put a roundabout directly on this end here? Yes, I can. So roundabouts also work on a highway. And then from here, we can just send out our road infrastructure. I'll just do like this for now. And since we're still waiting for the milestone 4, to be able to build the fishing area. Let's start this build out with some key walls. Let's check these ones out here. Getting one in right here on this coastline. Of course, we need to connect it up. This connection here, what is this? It doesn't really look good. This comes from this road connection. Probably because we need to do some terraforming. This road is higher up than the surrounding terrain. So let's just drag the height further out and make everything a bit more uniform. Let's try again. Everything here should now be on the same height from the roundabout to the key wall, and it still has the same change of texture, but at least the height is fine. So for now, let's keep it. We can get in some of the new seafront businesses. I'm envisioning a lot of restaurants here. This many should be enough, especially for the only small size of town we have. We need to connect services. All that is quite easy. Just run it directly under the highway. And same with electricity. Now currently the only option to get here is via road. This is not the ideal way. There's such a nice coast to walk on. So for the first time, let's try out a pedestrian pier. It's just a shame these don't connect well to the existing road, because what's this? I mean, I can't have a connection like this. That does not make sense. So I guess the alternative is just to get in a usual path a bit through the forest, connecting up with our other pedestrian area. So people can now walk over here. And why not use some decoration here as well? Just getting in some piers. Oh, that deletes zoning, but we'll figure it out. And we can also add another pier over here and one here. This would add a perfect opportunity for like boats. They can dock here to go shopping. I mean, who would not want to arrive here with their boat and then head directly into this shop for some dinner? That sounds sweet. All the buildings have been built now, but it's still quite empty. So let's get in a second row, this time just an alleyway. Drag it out from here, kind of going parallel. First things first, let's connect it up with a footpath. I'd say that's quite important. Maybe we can even sneak in a connection through here. So these things are all well connected. In some more waterfront businesses. And to give everything more variety, we can add some more grain farming. Maybe this farm is the reason for this area to exist in the first place. They opened their first restaurant here and now everyone is selling their goods. Actually, I got a suggestion in the comments to line this highway with trees. Let's do it right here before we expand the farm. Take some hickory trees, get the curved line tool and just go like this. I mean, why not do it all the way up here? So just continue what we already have. And that's a nice line of trees. Now we need to expand the farm and also be careful not to delete these trees while doing so. I mean, we just planted them and now I even left some space for some more trees right here. We can just draw them in. And that closes out this line of trees. And here we have it, milestone 4. This gives us a lot of important things. But what I'm really looking forward to building now is the fishing and open water fish farm. I have milestone 4, it says progression node water. What is the progression node water? I mean, this here is basic water and sewage. Since when do we need to unlock them? I mean, it's not under education, it's not under fire, it's not under police, public transport. Oh, there's water. I need to unlock ships. Honestly, that's a bit counterintuitive because it says harbor services provides the city with boat, passenger and cargo ship facilities. I don't want passenger or cargo ship facilities. I want fishing industries. But yes, it seems like that did the trick. Now I can build a harbor right here. And then of course we need to connect it up. This time with a small alleyway that just goes here. And this is the road layout for it. This harbor is supposed to supply all these businesses that are of the new waterfront type. I mean, they're selling paper, they are selling pharmaceuticals. Is anyone selling fish here? Vehicles, convenience foods and textiles? Not really, but there also wasn't a harbor around yet. So let's build out a pier for it. And it seems like we're running out of space. we need an area where we can fish in anyways. I'm tempted for now to just take this one to save on money. That should still work out with the way our pier looks. And now we can go in here, select the fishing area. We have some fish here, but not that many. So let's try to make use of all the natural fish we can in this tile. And then we can also build an open water fish farm. Maybe get that right here. Give it plenty of space. So there are options now of different fish. The way it works is actually quite easy. We just need to connect up these paths just like that. And then we can add in a fishing route. It can go from this harbor, cover both of these areas, and then come back. And while we are here, let's also add some cold storage, just getting in some buildings here and there for the optics. And that means we should have an operational fishing area right now. It appears that it is already profitable and already making some fish. Here we have the boats, and here it goes. That fishing harbor is working perfectly. I guess to make the optics even better, let's expand this area, just continuing this alleyway. And then I can add in an inland fish farm, or maybe not, it is too large. So let's put it directly on the street here. That can fill out this entire inland area. It adds a whole new surface texture, but we have some surface texture problems everywhere around now. We need to fix these. Luckily, we can just grab some concrete and lay it in here. Maybe that's not the perfect texture. Maybe we can fix it directly. Now the fence is a tiny bit better, and we have these surfaces in between our buildings. So identical to last episode. Let's line them with some bushes. And even use some other props here and there, just for some added detail. And I also added some more trees. Turns out I really like this area. It's not that many props out here. I guess we could add like a gazebo here as another little Easter egg. And since we also just unlocked parks, this park cafe would be quite suitable here. I mean, this should anyway be an area that many people visit. And since this park has like a path out here, let's connect that with the surrounding. That's already it. And we can see people are using these walking paths. That's really great. Honestly, I love that so many people now are going to these commercial areas. I think Paradox confirmed it's a bug, that there's too much traffic, but it looks great. I mean, look at this busy promenade. So many people, they're just looking at stuff. Pretty neat. Also, plenty of people are using the walking path we added to our city. These are all people that would otherwise be driving. The inland fishing area added a lot more props that give variety, that's nice. And there is a company complaining about high resource costs, beverages. If you're losing that much money, maybe you should sell fish. The fishing industry is right next to you and it's quite profitable. One thing I actually did not show you yet, I added some shipping routes all along the coastline here, because someday there could be a ferry stopping here. Right now we can't afford it yet, but that could be really nice, having a ferry stop here, then over here, and then over in the industry area. In the beginning, we spoke about a comment that suggested naming all this Buxton Town. So I am drawing in a massive district right now. And here we go. This is now Buxton Town. Interestingly enough, apparently there's 882 residents, but we only have 856 in our entire city. And everyone we have, we've only developed this area here. This is all industry. So somehow the calculations are not matching up, but that's not for us to worry about right now. We have a lot of people everywhere around that are waiting for a hearse. The only option to fulfill this need is the cemetery right now. I'm thinking maybe we could have one right here, kind of hidden away in a forest. Just placing it down. I didn't want to put it here to the left. There might be a lot of fish smell from these fish storage units. Now we have some more space to draw in roads. Of course, one directly for the cemetery. And then I need another road from this roundabout to go through the forest to this other kind of already empty non-foresty area. We're gonna build some developments here. First, connect up the cemetery. We can add additional parking spaces and maybe even let's try to get in a pedestrian bridge. There's so many people walking here. It's just that if I connect it up directly, the elevation is like 12%. That's kind of steep, but this bridge is also very high at 10 meters. So let's try again. Get a pedestrian bridge. Can I do it 5 meters? That does not work, so I need 7.5 meters. Get it in. Let's see if we can do some sort of like circle layout. I mean, how does this look? Quite artistic, but honestly, not too bad. Let's quickly repeat that on the other side. Or I guess there the path is a bit longer, so we don't need this fancy elevation thing. I mean, imagine probably a lot of elderly people are using the cemetery. No, that sounds wrong. They are visiting the cemetery. We can add a bit of decoration, just getting in some stones again here in the middle. Then I guess it would be best to add some sound barriers here so that it's not too loud. We should do the same thing here in the city. That here what we built the first episode, that should shield it from a lot of the noise. So the cemetery is now connected up and working. We already have 3 dead people in here. Just for optics, I want to get one extension right here. It adds a bit more variety. The rest is just going to be packed with trees. And then we have this entire area over here. First off, let's build another fishing area. One is surely not enough. Build out a short pier. This entire operation here is just going to be a bit smaller. I don't really have any good fishing area here right now anyway, but a small area is better than nothing. That should be operating soon. Everything here I'm just going to put on a gravel road. Have some sort of interesting design here. Maybe we can sneak in some industrial buildings here as well. After all, we always need more jobs. Maybe there's an office. I guess why not? Draw in a path. And then, oh, this is going to be nice. This pier here is just kind of extending the alleyway we already have. And since we have unlocked parks now, why not have a lighthouse here? It kind of marks the end of our property here. I hate that these fishing areas by default have these icons here, but you can very easily get rid of them by just adding a tiny bit of shipping lane. That makes everything look clean. And this coastline is already looking quite interesting. All these colorful things in the water actually add a lot. And it's nice to see that this island is slowly filling up. We still have this clear area. And I want to be bold here right now. Let's try the parallel tool and see if we can get it to draw in an actual parallel road. It seems like we can get it to work. Just like this. And then I'm going to send one dirt road off here to the right, one dirt road off to the left. And these are just going to be some more cul-de-sac areas where some people live. So just cul-de-sacs with trees. Here we go. And then before we zone, usually I forget it, but it makes a lot of sense to add the pedestrian walkways before zoning, because of course it changes and destroys zoning a lot. So if we do it right now, we won't have any issues with the homes. Just wherever they somewhat make sense, we have some walkways. That layout is looking quite interesting. It very often pays off to take risks like this. These parallel curved roads are not anything I would usually build. And now we get in some more low density and just zone a lot of these areas. Not every piece that is available, but after all, our island is getting quite popular and we have quite some jobs around here. Try another park. Oh, this one fits really well. It almost looks like a dirt road and it fits in the space perfectly. This is as much as I zoned. It's not that many people, but we're not building any high density downtown yet. So that should be quite sufficient. I'm still missing like a storage unit for this fishing area. Let's put it right here on the main street. And then sure, one could do some decorating here, but usually these areas in the forest don't really have that much fancy stuff in their gardens. Let's put some greenhouses here and there. Some playground swing. Oh, a grill. It's a really small asset. Like, you will most likely never see this grill again. It's a really small asset, but let's just have it here. Someone is putting a chair in the lawn. Oh, but this community needs like some trash collection point. Let's build that. Right here next to this fishing building, build out some new concrete surface. Let's get that in. Perfect. Add some debris to the side, and then we can get in some trash collection dumpsters. Just like that. Maybe there's also some normal trash bins and just a bunch of small stuff. Add some decals, no parking, maybe some yellow stripes. Yeah, why not? So all the people that live in this area right here, just these low density buildings, they can bring their trash here to this building. The building next to it almost looks like a recycling center, but it's just a storage unit for the fish farm. What a lovely asset. Then I have these buildings next to it. Those are offices. I'm not so happy just with the green area around it. Maybe we can change this color here to what the building already has. And then maybe a patio, but on the other side of the trash collection. Can I put chairs under it? No, that doesn't work. So I can't like have a table under it, but let's just keep it like this. Then the people working here have some area to chill out. Oh, and the lighthouse and this area here, they need some rope stacks, maybe some small kiosk, and the fishing area also needs some ropes. I can even put them here underwater. So someone dropped some rope stacks in here. Just these very small things. And now let's zoom back out and see what we built so far. The island is developing well, but I just realized looking at the budget, it's not sustainable. We don't have a large population yet. However, we're spending a lot of money on services. So let's cut budget for healthcare. That's mostly the cemetery, as well as the budget for garbage management. We have this massive facility. It's anyway only running 3 vehicles right now. So the budget cut is definitely justifiable. And just with these changes, we are not losing as much money anymore. And maybe we can even try to get profitable in this episode. It's just 26,000 a month. And I have one more idea I want to realize here. What we have here looks very much like an industrial area, but we have a few people living over here. These seem quite wealthy though, to afford these homes in a quite nice community. Same with all the people living over here. And usually the people working on these fisher boats are not the most wealthy ones. So let's build a bit more higher density. Just out here, we can continue this alleyway just a tiny bit further inside, and then we can just get in a tiny bit of medium density. They get a dedicated playground. That one here is just for them. I mean, a lot of people will live here. Honestly, quite a large portion of our city. If we take a look, we only have 930 people right now. Once these buildings are built, we will for sure be over 1,000. What they definitely need will be a footpath over here to this fishing area as well. They can work here. And now let's just wait until these buildings are built in. We can really see traffic picking up in this area. We have people moving in, and this addition to the cemetery back here, this white temple is really quite something. It almost looks like a landmark. I see it from everywhere, and really these high density homes are not too bad. Let's add just a few more in select spaces. I'm very consciously zoning them kind of smaller here, 3x3 area, instead of making it like 5x5, because that will result in some smaller homes that are just way more manageable in this still very much low density area. With these buildings, we crossed 1,000 in population. We have an unemployment of 3%. That's quite lower than what we had in the beginning of this video. 10% are children, 74% adults, 11% seniors. That's quite a good distribution. This one building here is still complaining about high resource cost. Consider reducing taxes. No way, that's your job to run a business well. Is by now anyone selling fish? Still pharmaceuticals, vehicles, electronics. I clicked through all the buildings and there is none. No one is selling fish here. Isn't there like a production tab? What's happening with the fish? Oh yeah, all the fish we have is just surplus. None of it is processed into food. That's crazy. So why we now have 2 fishing areas? No one is eating the fish. Oh, and here we have milestone 5 already. That adds a lot more things like mixed use housing that we can make use of in a future episode. And now I just unlocked a special building, the lobster tail. We should really get that in. The question is just where. Maybe here next to the lighthouse. I hope it's not too big. Just a nice seafood restaurant over here. They require food, selling meals, and they're quite profitable, $7,000 a month. There's the best view here. Like if you're sitting here on a table, what a view. That's amazing. Best spot in town. With that, we're done for this episode. We built out this entire area. From further up, it really looks good. This is definitely my favorite part of this entire series. Next episode, we need to figure out how we get this thing profitable. Sure, I could just add in some medium density housing, some low rent housing, but we want to grow slowly. But so far, our money is running out. The tiles we have so far unlocked on our island have already been developed. So in our quest to become profitable and ensure the survival of our island chain, we need to expand to the last empty area of our island. We need to rework some of the interchanges and of course spend a lot of time on detailing, ensuring that our citizens actually like this place. So here we are, this is Buxton Town, and due to our budget, we don't really have another choice than to spend $138,000 on new land. This is really a lot considering that we now only have 200,000 left and we're now losing 90,000 per month. We only have 2 months to become profitable. But before that, the first question is even, how do we get a road to these new lands? On the left, we have a more rural, low density area with low capacity gravel roads. We can't really connect to here. On the right, we have pretty much the same issue with a community that developed here inside a forest. So it seems like the only real option we have is connecting here from the main highway through this industrial area, bringing out a road all the way to the new and empty land. That's definitely a challenge because we have many things going on here with this bridge and everything being in a curve. So I paused the time and this is the first thing I want to do now, is rework how this intersection works. So to start, I want to delete this curve, but I can't because the farm is in the way. That's sometimes kind of annoying. Let's see if we can fix it by just redrawing some small things. Yes, I'm just gonna take the 2-lane road we already have and draw it further down, straight through here. That way we have a road entering into the new area, and then the old road might just connect straight into here. That reveals new problems. One of this old industry building apparently now does not have zoning. That's kind of annoying. I don't want that. I want to keep everything else here as is. But through redrawing the road, I managed to do it. Everything is still the same old, but we have this new connection here. One thing I'm really worried about though, is that this crossing here needs to be passed by all the vehicles who want to access here this commercial area of Buxton Town. So they exit here from the highway, go to this crossing and then go over the bridge. It seems like that this here might become a real major bottleneck. This area is definitely something we will have to monitor. But one thing I want to try out is adding a asymmetrical road right here. So people that want to go to the highway, look at this. It actually looks quite good. They now have a dedicated turning lane. It's a left turn, so people that want to go straight don't have to wait for these people to turn left. I'm quite happy with this new layout for now, but let's quickly fix this detailed area right here. There's definitely still some issues with how detailing works in this game. If you look very, very closely, these are now 2 different surfaces. I couldn't extend the original one for some reason. The game didn't let me do it. but from further away, it still looks like the old one. And from here, let's continue with developing the new area. I definitely need to add a lot of residential buildings, mostly medium density, but I also want to add some shopping opportunities and add in some of the offices for which we have really large demand. Also, we have this beautiful shorefront, so I want to try once again to build the entire design around a quay wall. That's definitely not an easy thing. After all, we want to make it look good, and for that we have a nice curvature here, but now some terraforming is required to make it work with this landscape. Of course, here I'm reforming the shoreline that it fits snug against the quay wall, and we can see the water is slowly moving in. We might have to delete some trees here and there, and then smoothing things out a bit always helps a lot as well. But the shoreline is not the only thing that needs to be terraformed. We need the land on the inside to be on the same height so that the buildings look good. So let's see here, the surface is going down a bit, and this seems to be the exact surface height we need. So I'm grabbing the level terrain surface tool and just reworking the area immediately next to the quay wall. Yes, that looks perfectly level. And then we can use it to reshape the entire area right here where we want to zone and build new things. With everything mostly flat now, we will now have way less issues with zoning problems. But the next question is, how do we connect up this quay wall to the street that we have already drawn in? For that, I'm just picking the normal 2-lane road, dragging it here further towards the inside, just creating a nice round shape. At some point there needs to be a roundabout here in the middle, and then I'm doing the same thing with the right side. We're cutting into a bit of the forest here. Let's just connect these roads fully straight up and see where they meet. All these things would be the basic options, but of course this is not an interchange we're going to build like this. I really like this round layout down here, and having the roads meet where they do seems to make a lot of sense. So let's try to do something with the curve tool. Get a 180-degree angle on both of these sides. We could get a roundabout right here. I mean, it definitely looks interesting. So let's try to go with it for now. We can also make use of this other side. I'm going to fix some of the zoning because I want it on the other roads, and we can just use this area to get in some offices. So this is just a small office park, and we can use pedestrian paths to connect it to the low density housing area we have as well. So if we have people that work in this new office area, these homes over here in the more rural area are pretty amazing. They can just walk to work. Our money is going down. We are now down to 175,000, still losing 90,000 a month. So we really need to get going before money runs out. So let's try to build out the full road network. We could have some quite interesting road layout on the inside here, or I guess this would look way too rectangular. So let's try to do something else. How about a second semicircle, something round as well? And then let's use the inside area there with some alleyways, just slightly curved. I want to add some medium density homes here. Need to make sure that the zoning happens at the correct place. Then we can add some cul-de-sacs and use these areas for some medium density homes. That will get in more people. That will hopefully very, very soon pay taxes. And I'm adding a shop here on the side. Sadly, we need to wait for all of these things to be zoned in before we can delete these paths that I add to ensure that the zoning goes in the right place, because otherwise the zoning will just get destroyed again and the homes don't zone in the correct places. But since we have high demand, everything is already building in, so I can delete these paths again, and we have our buildings locked in place. Lots of people are moving into this new area, but so far everything here is quite empty. So let's just add a few details. For one, paths, those are always a great idea. They cost basically nothing, but look good from every angle. We can even make some intricate designs with them. There's probably one connection missing to over here. Then, as a lot of people are living here, let's give them a small park, that one right here. We can extend the surfaces of it a bit to make it more integrated into our landscape. And then for now, I am just placing some vegetation. There is definitely so much more that could be done decorating here, but after all, I am losing money. I'm running a city that's running a deficit, so we need to get going. Maybe just one thing, because I just spotted it, a small car park here in the office area. That should do way better. So we got some homes, we have people moving into the city. Let's quickly check here on this intersection. I mean, yeah, there are definitely some cars, but traffic is flowing. And they're only standing when the traffic lights are red. So it seems so far things are working well. Over here there is a larger traffic jam. That's also people that want to move to this new area that are coming from over here. This is where last episode we built like all the fishing stuff. So far things seem to be moving well. So let's continue with the shorefront. I definitely want to add some waterfront businesses here, and we need to figure out how the roads will work before zoning them, because otherwise the zoning will get destroyed again. I want most of these roads to meet at approximately 90 degrees. It seems like that intersections at 90 degrees are the most efficient. So with these two additional alleyways, we basically got that. And then we can get in an additional one that just crosses here through the middle. Honestly, the layout looks quite artistic. Get in the same cul-de-sacs as before. This will be the main street layout, and the rest will just be pathways, so we can start zoning. I want a main business area here in the middle. So let's get in a bunch of seafront properties, not too dense, but with a lot of variety. Then it's always the same thing. To fix the zoning, some quick temporary pathways. Then I can get in some more offices and some normal businesses here in the back. And we can also just continue with the medium density homes, and maybe every once in a while there is another small shop. Here at the center part, we might even keep these pedestrian walkways. I mean, these can look quite well, and the alleyways are not the best locations to walk anyway. Luckily, I can just draw over the existing pathways. That's for once a good mechanic. And then since down here a business already zoned in, there needs to be some sort of pedestrian crossing, but that gives it something a bit organic. Not everything just goes symmetrical in every way. I just added a bit of greenery everywhere, just to continue making things look nice. But even with so many people walking around here everywhere and all these new medium density homes, we're still not profitable. We're losing 55,000 a month, but we're definitely getting there. Tax-wise, we're also starting to see profits from these office buildings. These are these over here. So they're paying taxes. There's one vehicle parked here. Oh, now there's two in the parking spot we have for them. Demand for these businesses is still kind of slow. Not many people want to open their business here. So I'm just going to continue zoning more of these medium density homes. Every time I do so, it's just in smaller patches. I feel like this gives way nicer buildings, and the smaller ones with a bit of space in between them also look way more realistic in my opinion. Okay, with these few decorations, things look even better. I tried building like a small football field. Sadly, I don't think there's real football goals in the game, but I played a bit with the surface. Maybe it's exactly the wrong way around, because like this nicely mowed lawn is on the outside, but I thought people play here, so this field should be a bit less messy. Oh, actually, I have an idea I quickly need to try here. Do you remember when playing on these fields, it always used to be that this goal area was like kind of muddy because everyone was always playing there. Maybe this can show that somehow. Let's also quickly do it on the other side. Honestly, just for a small build off the top of my head, I'm quite proud of this. I'd like to play here for sure. Over here, there's some opportunities where people can buy food, and all that is connected with these restaurants here at the seafront. Hopefully they soon want to move in. For now, the city's still growing. Looking at the statistics since we started building, the population is growing really fast. And we're not that far from being profitable. We're only losing 26,000 a month now. It's definitely going into the right direction. All of these households seem to be filled up already. There's like only 18 households here, 27 people only living in such a huge apartment. I think the number will increase as soon as these update or upgrade. They might not want to upgrade because there's not many parks around. Or I guess there is an actual park up here that's making the entire area green. We still have fully maxed out residential demands. So let's try to close out this new area with a new development in this still empty place. So we just continue some of the roads that we already have and hope that none of the zoning gets destroyed. I'm just dragging it out right here. As always, lately I've really been liking these cul-de-sacs, so I'm just adding one. And then we'll have a bunch of gravel roads going out from the side here. This kind of mirrors these rural communities as over here, but everything here will be a bit denser so we can actually get in enough people. Now I've prepared everything with the paths, and here I will really be zoning a lot. I mean, I won't leave many empty spaces. I'm not zoning the full depth of these zonable tiles because I don't want these massive long homes. I don't think they look particularly good, especially in the setting that we have. But here the density will be insane. Things are zoning in quite fast. Let's quickly wait and see how it develops. Our tiny roundabout is getting really busy, but it's also so lovely to see so many people walking around using the pathways that we gave them. This is our large new development. That means we can get rid of these pedestrian pathways again. And since we're still not profitable yet, let's add 1 or 2 medium density homes right here on the main road to keep density high. I guess we could do the same thing here on the shorefront and further towards the left add a few more medium density homes. We really need more space for people, but I don't want to have the density too high. There seems to be massive traffic jams here now. That's from all the people that are trying to go to different places. They have to go over this bridge, then go right. Where are they going? Yeah, most of them are going right. They're standing here because of this pedestrian crossing, and they need that to get to the highway to leave the city. So ideally, we would need another option here of going right to enter the highway, but I'm not so sure how we can do that exactly. If you have any solution for this traffic, let me know in the comments. I'd love to see your ideas, but I'm assuming that much of this is traffic induced from all the new people moving in, so right now I am not too worried about it. It's kind of crazy to think we're only in the 4th episode of the series and we did not even cross 2,000 population yet. This new area is definitely quite high density compared to the rest that we built. Look at all these homes around here, but we need it because, well, we're still losing money. Look at it, 7,000 a month. We're close to breaking even, but we are definitely not profitable yet, and that's an issue. It's not like we have any crazy expenses, and we're also not giving any tax benefits. Most of our income comes from the industrial buildings, so maybe we can add a small one right here. I hope that they don't add much to the pollution, but if I just build like some small ones, I hope that these are not going to be factories, but just like storage units. And maybe those can pay some taxes as well. Let's quickly take a look. Out of the 3 I built, none are actually polluting factories. I hope that the game sees it the same way. It says air pollution 0 and the building next to it has like air pollution 3. So things should be fine, but we can use them for a bit of decorating. Just extend the surfaces a bit. And then these industrial assets are just so great. You can just add 2 of these towers, maybe some containers on empty spaces, just to have some details. We just crossed the population of 2000 and traffic is going crazy, but we have also achieved a break-even point. The money is flipping between profitable and losing money. So I quickly want to continue and see if we can add some industry, maybe over here in the actual industrial area. It really seems like a necessity right now. So let's just add 3 more industrial units, but I'm also going to have them decorated the same way as the other buildings in this area, with a bunch of bushes just lining them. And that really does not add any distraction to our beautiful industry area, but 3 more businesses that are hopefully paying large amount of taxes. I mean, if we just look at this one, it's paying 5,000. That puts us clearly in the profits. We're making 15k a month right now. These industrial buildings are really the best way for us to achieve profitability. So I will add more. They zone in instantly because we have the large demand for it, and I can very easily decorate them by just adding a lining of bushes. There's not much more space left here on this industrial island as well. And there's also not too much space left on our main island of Buxton Town. Speaking of which, we need to extend the borders. So this entire island is Buxton Town. Right now there's about 1,200 people living in there. We're going to extend it to cover all. And that also shows us that this episode we added around 1,000 people to our city. That's all the people living down here, 50% of the inhabitants of our island. I'm still looking for a name for the industrial area, so if you have any suggestions, let me know in the comments. We see a lot of indicators here: crime, health. There's also a traffic accident. All these things we can't really afford right now. Yes, we're making a bit of money, but it's not like we have any spare budget to spend. So for now, let's finish the area we just built by adding in some hickory trees over here in the residential area. I also want them over here where we have the offices. They still give a great contrast to what were the natural trees. And since we used hickory to decorate in this main circle, vegetation wise, I'm mostly going to keep it empty. Maybe we can give a bit of texture with some stones here and there. It's a coastal area after all, so they should be lying around in many places, and I might even try decorating the coastline with them. But the issue with these stones is that I can't place them really close enough to build an actually great looking shoreline with them. I mean, one can place in a bunch of different stones, but at the end of the day, I don't really think it looks that great. One thing that looks great that we can add is a pier. Let's get one in, have it connected up with a pedestrian path. There's a sailboat over there already, and people can enjoy the water. I'm also adding a small lighthouse in here, even though I don't really have much money, but they just look so great. Traffic over here is still horrific, but I'll just simulate the city for a while and see where things settle. Oh damn, there's problems everywhere. There's fires. All these row homes are burning. People want a police, people want a fire station. Let's see if we can get these issues fixed here and the buildings rebuilt. We made some money. 150k came from a milestone, and the rest is what we're getting. We're making 55,000 a month, which sounds good. But of course we have all these issues. So let's get in a police station. For now, just a small one. Hopefully that will start fixing some of the issues. And we still need to solve the traffic jam here. It's not as bad as it was before. And I think a large part can be solved by just removing these traffic lights. And maybe, since so many people are stopping here for pedestrians, we can give it a dedicated turning lane. Just have a lane start here, and hopefully that... I'm quickly going to pause the time. Hopefully that's not going to destroy all of the zoning. Over here it did. Looks like all the zoning just disappeared. So let's just try again. I don't get why this happens. This is so annoying. I really want to keep this industry building there. Maybe if we make the turning lane really, really small. Why does this turning lane right here have an impact on this building. How about we make it separate nodes? Like we just get in this road and then continue it. Now it should be separate nodes and then we can try again. Yes, now it works. Then we need to fix many of these pedestrian crossings, and the lines here on the street don't really look that good. I could remove them by not allowing a right turn, but that's not what we're going to do. Also, I'm going to have to remove the traffic light again that was added. Yeah, it definitely makes the traffic flow way faster. This traffic jam is now basically resolved immediately. Some quick decoration here, adding a new surface. And then the next bottleneck would be this city down here, but there's not much we can do, and this is just kind of a downtown area. I mean, not really, but in context of our entire island. But with the new update, adding the bikes, this traffic will also be fixed, so let's not worry too much about it right now. Traffic is definitely flowing good. Look at all these cars heading over here. The row homes that burned down have all been rebuilt. Sadly, only at the lower level so far. They will first need to level up. And there's one really weird thing I noticed. I mean, I have a lot of the commercial demand, and I have commercial zones that are not being zoned. These are the seafront ones, and they're just not zoning. But if I change them to the normal low density businesses, they do build in. That's kind of annoying considering that I don't want like all these gas stations next to each other. So let's just hope that they zone something else. All the police and most of the healthcare indicators have been resolved. There's yet another fire back here. So it seems like we also need to add a fire station. Let's do that here next to these row homes. I think they have the highest fire risk, and there's immediate access to the highway in both directions, making it a prime location. That way they can reach the industrial area and reach all these other areas quite quickly. So not only are we now profitable, but we have added way more services to the city. Oh, and I just noticed we missed pedestrian connectivity up here. I mean, this connection is massive, because if you want to go from these homes to these, you need to go up here, cross all the way through, then go on the highway and cross back over. Now you can just have a quick walk. Seeing that people are already using this new walkway definitely shows that this saves on some traffic. And look at this nice cabin. I didn't know that there were this beautiful buildings in the game. This is a low density home, a North American one. Looks great here in the forest. And with that, Buxton Town looks quite healthy. No complaints, no issues. Tuna Bay is booming. However, space on our two islands is running out. A group of bold settlers decided to move further out, buy land on a not so distant island, and start building their homes there. With that, welcome to this 5th episode of Tuna Bay, where today we will be settling this new island. It is a bit further away from Buxton Town that we built before, but over here in the new world there are still plenty of opportunities. Of course, there's already some sort of pre-built interchange, but this dirt road is definitely not enough, so we need to start this island by building some infrastructure. The start of these dirt roads is not too bad, but since there are 2-lane roads, there are going to be traffic jams here immediately as soon as we get more people in. So let's delete these and replace them with highway off-ramps. One right here. Of course, it needs to connect to some sort of road, and we're also going to have an on-ramp. Just like that, we have the interchange up and running. Let's also connect these dirt roads back up so people can now get to their homes. But we need interchanges on both sides, because right now people can only arrive from Buxton Town and leave to the city limits. But maybe the people living here also work in Buxton Town, so they need to be able to enter the highway in the other direction. For that, we are going to have a very similar situation, but it's interesting because it is on the inside of the curve. And that makes the entire interchange look like this. It is definitely unique. Then we're going to need a bridge over here. And I'm not so happy about these power lines that are in the way. Let's move them underground as far as we can. That way there's nothing in the way of a bridge. 7.5 meter elevation is the lowest we can go. So we're gonna pick that, bring it down to road level, and then also do the same thing on the other side. Just some gentle slope. And then let's have it connect up at the same place. And then probably a roundabout would suit well here. This here is definitely a working interchange. And with it, we can start the development of this new island. There's one key building that I want to place down, and that is this new livestock exchange. It gives +5 industrial efficiency. We already unlocked it from the new creator pack supply chains because we have some livestock farms over in Buxton Town. I want to put it here along the highway, just giving everything a lot of space. Pretty nice asset. Of course, that one can't just have a gravel road, so let's give it a normal road. Then we're replacing some of the infrastructure we already have. This is the new road layout. That way everyone can freely get to the livestock exchange. And then the opposite side is just going to have some basic park that we can connect through with pedestrian pathways all the way up to the road. This extra industrial efficiency should already be visible in the industrial buildings that we have. So if we take a look, it's running at 92% efficiency. It has some negative debuffs for mail handling and network quality, but a +5 modifier for industrial efficiency. That should help with company profitability and the amount of taxes we get in general. Back on our new island, this building seems to be really busy. There's 39 people working here. It's only a 10% efficiency because it's lacking water, electricity, and sewage. Let's try to fix that up by adding a small wind turbine on the city entrance. I've never built this one before, but here it is quite fitting. Let's also try out this new small water tower, just in some varying places. And finally, we're lacking sewage. There's not really another option for us than to just dump it into the water. So we'll just have to put an outlet here, connect it up, and now everyone should be happy. And the livestock exchange should also soon be paying taxes. Yes, it turned profitable and it's now already paying 32,000 in taxes a month. In addition to the industrial efficiency, it also increases export profits and gives citywide entertainment. However, what we need is to satisfy a lot of the demand. So let's build out some additional roads, kind of chaotic, but I'm imagining this used to be quite a rural community that did farming. Therefore, we have the livestock exchange here. So I'm going to add a bunch of small, low density residential homes, just filling everything out. And then that way we get more people moving in and more workers. Let's also add a few small shops, one here next to the park and 2 more here where the street is more developed. That way the people coming here to trade at the livestock exchange can also go shopping in some of these places, buy some food and some basic goods. The community is looking quite calm, but it's missing some more special features. So let's try to add a custom park here in the middle. First by adding some more pathways, just like that, a simple layout. Then just a few more shops and maybe 2 old town buildings. Let's see how that will look. And then going through the props, we can add like a small playground here comprising of this like play set, some benches for the parents to sit, next to it also a trash can and the second one. And then we can add a gravel surface beneath it, just like that. And then there are some areas where probably some more people walk. Let's just give it a bit of texture. And that's already a small playground. Let's look at the old town buildings. Oh yes, they fit really well in here. That's a really great style. Let's add more of these here to the main road. Also on the other side, we can extend this gravel path that we have, add a walkway to control the zoning, and then we can add more of these old town homes. They're slowly zoning in, and the great thing about them is that people live here. So there's actually 12 households and 22 residents, but also a business can move in here. So that covers a lot of the demand of the city. With that, the area is coming together. One thing I want to change is here at the interchange, which is really busy and functioning well. There's no traffic jam at all. Let's get rid of these trees here in the middle. And then let's see, maybe we can add something weird here in the middle with like these heads looking at each other. Add a sand surface. And it already looks way different from what we had before. Hopefully not too many drivers will get distracted here and crash into these concrete heads. But it's always the small details that give character to a city. Next up, let's expand this area further down the island by unlocking the next piece of it, continuing our 2-lane road, at the end adding like a cul-de-sac. And now we have a lot more space to play with. I definitely want to fulfill some of the high density demand. That's going to be difficult because this island is very low density. So maybe we can zone some smaller buildings. Let's get in some alleyways, connect them up. And then we have some great locations for new buildings. Of course, we only have the low rent housing type. Let's hope they do not get too big if we just zone small ones of them. In the middle, we can get some medium density homes, kind of rounding everything out. I want to provide some sort of parking lot, continue with some pathways just for people to be able to walk along the shoreline. And then we can already start decorating everything with some vegetation. Oh, look at all these people moving in. They're all looking for parking spaces. I tried just adding some sort of pattern to this decoration. And there's actually one new trick I wanted to show you. One really beautiful thing you can build is go pick a rather large stone, just place it down. Next to it, put some variations of bushes. And then you can just pick a surface tool like the sand surface and draw that around it. And you have a really neat looking piece of decoration. And now just going to put multiple along this path. This is really my favorite building trick right now. It's quite simple, but I love this style of decoration. Just give everything some finishing touches with more trees, and it looks like a proper area where one can relax. And we already have a bunch of people living in this area. Over on the other side, we're just going to keep the same style of low density buildings, as well as some of the old town buildings directly on the road. So let's just build out some organic looking shapes, continuing the road pattern in more or less logical ways. And that way we have a large new area where we can zone buildings. I'm going to start here at this Glade Street, which is more of the main road, get in some pedestrian paths for connectivity. I guess we can have another park in here. Lately I am really liking these round ones, and then we can get old town homes on the main road mixed with one or the other business, and then behind it it's all going to be low density residential homes, same as the other area over there. I'm just zoning these things up with not too large of plots, so we get a variety of homes and not everything filling out too densely. We unlock milestone 7 already, but that doesn't really give any major new things apart from more money in our bank, but it does not change anything in how we do things. I'm also adding some trees to this middle area. I don't want any people moving in here. That's just a place where the community kept nature around. And we have this gravel path that we can just extend to house like a small pier. And since we have it in the game, let's use it to add another sailboat. Yes, that looks like people want to go sailing here in this bay. And then at the same place, we might also need another small lighthouse, so at night the sailboat knows where to go. Speaking about lighthouses, I got a comment last episode about the lighthouse we built before, and therefore I am naming it Buxton Point Lighthouse. Here we go. And while we're already at video suggestions, the industry area here on this island does not have a name yet until now, because we are zoning this district and it will be called Buxton Industries. We will also need a name for the district of our new island. I will choose a suggestion that you write in the comments. Things have definitely developed well here and things are still building in over here. And now looking at this lighthouse, maybe we should add a small beach here that makes it more popular. So first, let's add some more trees so that people can't look directly in here. So just making everything a bit denser. It's kind of like a secret spot. Then let's get the sand surface out. Get some sort of natural looking area. Bring it out way into the ocean and close it all back up. We can make this border better by making it a bit more organic. That way it should not be as visible, or at least I hope that's how it works. Yes, that's definitely a lot better. And now as we have a beach, let's give it a very small parking spot. And then we can add some beach chairs here next to the lighthouse, just a few rows of them. Add some carousels in between and do the same thing over here on the left. Beach chairs with an offset this time and a bit of shade. That way the citizens have a tiny beach area and that looks really cozy. Now this bottom end of the island seems to be mostly done. We have these decorations here at the higher density buildings. We have a lot of low density area. We have a lighthouse, we have a beach. We have some kind of nature reserve, some park, a major office building where animals are traded. We have a traffic jam at our intersection. Maybe they looked too much at these hats and they got distracted. And we have demand for an ambulance. Let's look at the budget. We can probably afford another clinic. So let's get a small medical clinic. Put that here where we still have space left. And select an operating district, which we don't have yet. I'm going to create a district, but as I said, I'm still looking for names in the comments, but we need this district so we can assign the ambulance to it. And then the other clinic we have is going to be reserved to Buxton Town and Buxton Industries. That way, hopefully they're not running so much over capacity. Speaking about capacity, we still have some empty land over here. Let's see if we can somehow get to there. I mean, maybe we just draw out an alleyway just like that, and we might use that to add some more industrial buildings, even though the wind is not pointing in fully the right direction. Let's just see what we can do here. A few orderly placed buildings. That's kind of like a business park. There can also be some offices and maybe just another livestock farm. I mean, we probably need that since we have the livestock exchange just over there. I'm wondering, all these buildings now are warehouses. I mean, it's nice because they don't have pollution, but they also don't seem to be generating money. Let's see what happens if we zone some other tile length. Sure, we have the offices, those are fine. These warehouses are definitely in use. So people are driving there, storing things. But even all these other buildings now are warehouses. What's happening here? I think these tiles are not that much smaller than over here. And these are all factories that are generating profits. So not exactly sure what's happening here. And there's one destroyed building that apparently needs a disaster response unit to be rebuilt. I don't think we can really afford that. But luckily we can just bulldoze and get the same exact building in again. That's a bit annoying that the fire department can't handle this, but we got it fixed. It's producing more livestock that can be traded over in our new town, where now industrial traffic is really picking up. I guess we should make it that here people are not allowed to turn left, because otherwise, I mean, this corner is not good for any of these trucks. They just need to drive over here, turn around in the roundabout and then go back to the highway. They're still doing it. I'm not so sure how I can disable that, but for now something changed and I'm just going to keep monitoring it. If you know how I can actually get industrial buildings in here, let me know in the comments. So far, everything are warehouses. What's left to do here? People are not that happy, largely because of an unreliable mail service and high crime risk. So let's try to tackle these things by getting in a small post office. We can add some mailboxes over here in Buxton Town to hopefully help out that one tiny post office that has to serve multiple islands. Just like that. And we do have a police station, but it is not sufficient. So let's get in another small one. Also assign it to this operating district. Get to the one in Buxton Town and also limit it to Buxton Town and Buxton Industries. Happiness should soon be increasing, as well as industrial efficiency, which is quite high, 102%. For some reason, we're only getting the employee happiness bonus here, but we should also be getting the 5% industrial efficiency bonus. Nevertheless, we're soon going to add more of that because the latest update added a lot more special buildings, all with their own perks. We have the cereal mill here, for example, or the bottle cap office, which adds another 5% industrial efficiency. In the next episode, we will build and develop a farm area on the main island, and it is all fertile land over here. So we will definitely be unlocking some more of the new specialized industry buildings. There's one small thing I want to show you what happened last episode. We built this interchange and it is not working ideally. I mean, traffic is flowing, but there's always cars that just cross over here from the on-ramp to the off-ramp directly, even though there is a double yellow line in between. And I even prohibited left turns, but they're still doing it. If you have any idea how to solve this problem, please let me know in the comments. But back to our brand new area, we have a lot of land to work with, and we have the same highway crossing by here. While I mainly want to develop this area with farms, we also have these beautiful beaches here. It would be a shame not to develop them for residents. So let's get in our first roads here, just mirroring the coastline. Let's do the same along this beach and just see what we can build here. We can connect these two roads with a curve. And now we already have the big challenge of how to connect that with the main highway. I mean, for now, let's get in some dirt roads where farmland will be. That can definitely be a large grid. At least that's a good starting point. Let's try to get it split somewhat in the middle. It's not perfect, but it looks pretty good. And we split it once more. Let's see if that's enough area to fit one farm. So let's take grain, for example, put it right here. We can fill this entire area with it. And maybe we just put another one right next to it. That way we already have two farms, but they are not connected to anything yet. Maybe we just need one massive roundabout here. Let's see, we're not even spending any development points, so let's unlock roundabouts. Continue this highway a little bit further. Very large roundabout. Okay, that's looking good. And now we need an alleyway to connect from here to the dirt road. And that means we should probably upgrade the main part of the road where most of the trucks will drive. Then we get out a normal road. That's a bit more challenging to connect. Maybe that's fine. And we can also continue the highway all the way over to the other side, connected with the dirt road and connected with the 2-lane road. Let's put another roundabout here. And it definitely looks like a great start. We have the farms connected now. They will need electricity. Sadly, there's not really much wind here, but I'm still going to place some wind turbines because frankly, these windmills here look pretty nice. Maybe let's not have them point in different directions. Oh, this one is turning. That's good that they orient in the correct way. And we use the same space for a water tower. This area is just for utilities. And as always, we need sewage, for which right now we have no other option than just dumping it into the ocean and connecting it up with the existing sewage grid. That sets up these farms as operational. They're running at 107% efficiency because employees are happy. But now we can start decorating with some special buildings. We have already unlocked the cereal mill, and right here is definitely a good place for it because we have wheat farms right on the opposite side. Maybe we continue this alleyway. And this cereal mill is the reason that the road here is paved, because there's larger trucks exporting the cereal from this mill, and of course they need paved roads. We can also immediately add this boxing, shipping and sugar upgrade, which adds another 5% industrial efficiency. Oh, and the cereal mill is making lots of profits. I'm adding some pathways, I could say, to make things look beautiful, but it's just to fix the zoning. And then I'm adding industrial buildings to give this area a bit more variety. And since we're already here, let's just put in some bushes as decorations. Just a little bit of bushes add so much to it. So we have more industrial buildings that also need electricity. So I guess the only thing we can do is add a small transformer station. Maybe we can make it connect immediately with the grid. And then let's add some more farms. A third cereal farm, just to ensure there's definitely enough grain to process in the cereal mill. And I guess let's now expand to vegetable farming. So we have a total of 4 farms here now, and they already have their vehicles out and working. But now to ensure that we also have enough workers, let's start adding some homes here, possibly with 2 distinct styles. So let's start here with some old town mixed use homes. So this is kind of the older area. And then I'm imagining some higher density buildings already moved into this area. So once it's built in, there should be a bit of variety in height of these buildings. And this other beach got developed later, so it will have more of these medium density type buildings. And I'm using this cliff right here. Let's try getting in an alleyway with this kind of curve, connect up the main road, and then we have some nice looking buildings that have their special place out here right on the cliff overlooking the bay. Right next to it there's just some coastal villas and maybe a small park for people to play and enjoy this area. It definitely should be a bit secluded, so I'm adding back some of those trees just so not everyone can see right into it. Really getting everything here denser. Remove the trees on the beach, and these homes have their own private beach access point and a whole pier to themselves. I love adding these boats. They just look so great. Maybe someone is also cruising by right now. That already looks very, very cozy, and we have the industry in the background. Let's check out how everything is developing. We have these businesses here. They're still lacking some employees, but they're profitable. Of course, people moved in immediately into these villas, and on this older beach, the old town houses, many of them don't have a business in them yet because there's not enough demand, but that will soon be. Let's continue building out our industrial area. We have some office demand. Let's see what we can do here. So extend the alleyway. I'm trying to get a somewhat unique road layout here with this bit that is parallel to the highway. Again, to fix the zoning, I'm pretending like I'm beautifying this area by adding paths or by adding detail, but this is just really to fix the zoning, and then we can add a few more offices around here and just another farm building to fill this weirdly shaped area. This time it's a cotton farm. I really want to produce all the varying resources there are, and then we do the same thing with the path as on the other side. Connect it all up and add some bushes. This time I'm adding different ones to give variety in color. So when we look at it from further away, there is variety. Things are coming together. We're definitely slowly filling this area. And there is one more building I want to fit in here. It's a really massive one, the strip mine office. I think you get that from harvesting stones. We can put it right here next to our office area, but it takes up a really huge amount of space. But the great thing is it already adds some bushes here and some stones. So we can just use that type of style to fill out the rest of the area. Let's find which ones they are using. So it's definitely this tiny one as well as the other tiny one. So let's just take the area tool, fill some of them in here, get some larger ones, get some stones, get larger stones, some trees, just some variety, even the darker oak trees that are natural out here. And just like that, I feel like it fits in quite naturally. It's a great transition with this massive office building, and we fill out this weirdly shaped plot. The amount of traffic out here is growing, but I love how this farming area is turning out. We now have the challenge of, oh, I just unlocked the athletics wear factory from the cotton field. We have the challenge of filling this area as well as kind of closing it out all towards the top. First, let's take this kind of triangle that we have left over. That should probably only get an alleyway, and then maybe we can match the curvature of the road again, somewhat like this. And now we have another plot of land where we can just fit another vegetable farm. It's really turning out to be the industrial heartland of Tuna Bay. I mean, over there it's mostly residential. Over here as well, this is where we have industry, but it's not much production going on. Oh, and I'm seeing that this landfill is filling up, or it's already filled. So we need to figure out some solution to it. And maybe we can make a solution work over here. But all these options, incineration plant, recycling center, industrial waste processing site are all too expensive for us right now. So we're going to add one of those in the next episode, which is already live for my channel members and will be out in about 10 days for everyone. We have these buildings complaining about a lack of labor, that they're not finding enough employees, but I mean, people could move here if they wanted to. So maybe it's that they don't like the medium density housing. Yes, here with this low rent housing, we can add some. Let's also get in another small police station since people are asking for it. We're also giving this entire area a new district. That way we can assign the police station to it. And if you have a suggestion for the name of this district, let me know in the comments. More people are now moving in with these low rent homes, but I really don't want many of these high buildings out here. So we don't really have another option than adding more low density area, which I am doing back here on the part of the island where we already have a bit of that. Just like that, we have some new places where we can zone homes. And this is probably a really popular place. I mean, look at it. It's just out here on the shorefront. It's protected by this tiny island and it is still a bit away from the highway. Maybe I'm filling in another farm area here, just another grain farm, to fill in this empty plot of land. And then I'm just using paths to detail it and people have more options to walk. This is like a tiny park area in it of itself. Let's play around with these surfaces. And now it definitely doesn't look as empty anymore. Next up, let's really try to fill the demand and the needs of our people. So they're waiting for an ambulance. So let's also build a small medical clinic that's also assigned just to this district. I don't think we really need schools here. I mean, sure, there are the offices, but most of the jobs here should be farm jobs. And in this industrial buildings, they mostly need poorly educated people. We can deliver that. And now let's see what we can do here. I mean, I could add one more farm, but I don't want to remove the entire forest area here. Oh, and we unlock the next special building. So that would also be shaped quite in a weird form like this. And then I'm going to add back all of these oak trees. They didn't want to deforest this whole area, so there's only a small farm right here. And then I guess the rest might just stay a forest as well, just everything oak, but that doesn't stop us from detailing. There can be some building material lying around here. Maybe they're planning on constructing some more things over here. It's just about adding some things here and there that maybe people dropped off, not regarding nature. Ooh, and since we now can build these ruins, let's put an old mill ruin here. Make sure there are enough trees around it. But that looks pretty sweet. It's just hidden in the forest. Maybe this is where the industry started in the first place. And now the only thing left is like a path that goes in its direction. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we have filled out a good amount of the area, but the city is not zoning in. How about we give them another beach area? So take some chairs, take some parasols for shade. Oh, let's also adjust the area of the beach. I want to put a building right here. Let's make space for it. Let's put the fleur de thé here, just like that. This is now kind of a beach shop selling stuff here. And then they are just connecting outwards. There's some parking spaces. And then we close the rest of the area again with the sand texture. So this is the place where people arrive at the beach. Oh, and now I'm getting so many ideas of how to make this better. So let's close this out here with some stones. I guess Anarchy mod would be good here. This doesn't really work. But what I want to do is add some kind of border to this beach. So this is kind of the limiting area. And then let's add a path running parallel to it. And that connects up with the homes up here. And we do the same thing on the other side. Add a path and connect it up to the street. Why are there whales here? Wait, what just happened? What was that? There are like whales this close, but they are like under the sand. Oh, they could have done this so much better. But let's not get distracted by that. We now have some beautiful paths going to the beach. I'm just adding some buildings here. I mean, these are offices. They don't have a great purpose here, but I don't want this entire area to be this empty. So I'm just building in whatever is going to zone, and that might mean more of the low rent housing. And when you're coming from this path, to get the actual beach feeling, let's add some palm trees. Not sure if this here is really the best area for it, but who doesn't like to see palm trees when you're going to the beach? And then we can add more stuff, put some swings, put some playground set. Ooh, you know these like small beach huts that some people have? Let's have those as well. Why not? And we can even make it look integrated by just adding a path to it. The beach is slowly filling up. I'm really happy about that. So now let's just add a skate park. Let's try to get that integrated well in here. The textures aren't that great yet, but I'm not fully certain how to fix it. I mean, what is this corner doing here? But let's do it bit by bit and see what we can do. I mean, that's good. And there's already someone using it to just do some squats. And then this here is the last texture to fix. But that was an easy fix. Let's use this last bit of green area to put like a prop here, just a small bush. And that's looking great. I mean, maybe we can even integrate it with the rest. Take the sand. Oh, this is not the sand surface. This is the tile surface. Take like another tile surface and just like do this. And that way, this is kind of a path where people could cross over. Of course, they will never use it, but it looks good. And then we drag out the same surface of this building just to connect out to here and to make everything look connected. Wait, like this looks actually great. Maybe it's one of the best builds I did so far. And now let's just continue it, at least until the next tile. So I'm just repeating the steps that we already did, maybe in like a slightly different shape. We got this going now. Maybe drag out some surfaces that we already have here and then add some new ones. So this is what it looks like. And if this isn't the thumbnail, I don't know what will be. And we have even people now kind of using the beach because of these paths and this Fleur d'été building. That's really great. And I unlocked a new special building, the Polaris Suites. Oh, those are big. Let's still put them here over this other building. That's the main center point of our entire area. Again, we need to fix some surfaces just so things are well integrated. And then I'm just adding some paths that go to that building. So from further out, it looks solid. There's still a bit more space to be zoned here, but we can expand that as we need it. There's a bit of medium density demand now, but there's not that many more places where we can put medium density buildings because this real estate right here needs to be empty. So the people living in the Polaris Suite have the great view of Buxton Town on the other side of the bay, but I guess they deserve another park. And this park is great because it can be connected up with the paths to the rest. Oh, I just love this area that we built here. And remember, we're not using any mods for this. It looks solid. I mean, the textures are a bit weak. Like you don't really see the texture on it. It looks like solid colors, but for what we have in the vanilla game, that's not too bad. So for now, let's just add another row of these cabins, just so the beach looks a bit less empty. And that might be our new area for the most part. So we have this older town that has developed here. It has no fancy beach amenities. It's just a beach, not much special about it. I mean, we can put a pathway here. Oh, we hit milestone 8. That gives us high density homes, which we will definitely make use of in the next episode. But let's continue where we stopped. Let's add a path here. And that also hides these edges of the sand texture, which I guess is quite convenient. And we add that as a path. So people can walk down to the beach if they want to. But there's nothing special out here. It's just a beach. Maybe we put some rocks in the water. Maybe that way there's something special here. And I guess the rocks can go all the way up to the homes. Maybe there was some kind of bridge here at some point, but it adds a bit of lore, it adds a bit of story, and we can even see that detail from further out. I really love this new area, and it's definitely a great addition to Buxton Town that we have over here, where we have the fishing community. This is more focused on agriculture and our beach area. So what's more to do here? I'm not so sure. This still looks like there's more area to come. I guess I'm going to want to expand these dirt roads to go further out. I mean, for now, we can just keep this shape, add a road in the middle, and add 2 more farming areas. For that, let's look at production. We have a surplus of grain, We have a surplus of livestock, we have a surplus of fish, we have a surplus of vegetables. Maybe the lowest one is cotton. So let's just add another cotton farm and one more farm for vegetables. That way the farming area has been expanded. And is it just me, or does this area look really, really great? I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Let me know what you think about this build. The island chain of Tuna Bay is booming. Buxton Town is attracting more and more tourists due to its world-renowned seafood. Devil's Field is a great location for a beach holiday. Welland Park offers great shopping opportunities, and more people are working in the industry area of Port Victoria. Sure, there are cruise ships that connect to the outside world, but a much faster way would be to visit the island via airplane. So today we are breaking ground on a brand new airport and building the surrounding area to it with lots of shopping and public transport. So with that, welcome back to Tuna Bay. The first thing, of course, is where do we put the airport? And what I'm thinking right now is maybe we can put it on this empty plot of land here. I think it would suit well because there's no immediate residential area next to it. We just have like these shopping opportunities, and the airplanes could come in over here, this lake, so it wouldn't be a risk for any people living here because, well, there might just be a few fish and a few tuners here at this lake. So to get an airport, of course, we will first have to unlock it. Air. Ooh. How big is an international airport? Is that too big? I'm gonna unlock it just because I want to look at it. Not sure if we're actually gonna get it, so let's have a look. International airport. Oh, that's big. Yeah, that's probably too big for us right now. But we can get the normal airport. It's also quite big, but I'm sure we can find a place. Let's see. We can just get lots and lots of tiles. This costs 3.4 million. Oh, that's expensive. Means we only have like 900,000 left, but our city is profitable, so we should make that up rather soon. And to fund the airport, we might even increase commercial taxes back up to like 8%. For the actual development of the airport, I don't just want to put it down somewhere randomly. So let's actually take a look at some existing airports. So I have loaded up Google Earth and I want to look at airports. I mean, this is Las Vegas. Right now, we don't have any space right in the city center. So I actually want to look for like a small rural airport. And how about we go to Cork, Ireland? I think that Cork actually has an airport. Oh yeah, here it is. So the City Skylines 2 airport would just be like this one landing strip, and then like the airport next to it. We wouldn't have this strip going across. But overall, I think it is surprisingly similar. It is just in a rural area, and then very close by we have like these shopping options. There's like a gym, and we have this small highway. It might just be like our 2-lane highway going across. It goes into a roundabout from where then the roads lead via multiple roundabouts into the airport terminal. And I quickly want to see, so they have a roundabout here where you can loop inside, drop people off, pick people up, and then go back. So it's basically a one-way street. I'm definitely going to keep this open. I want to draw inspiration from this. So let's see how we can replicate that in game. So this is the airport, and then here on the right side of it right now, we want to have like more or less the businesses. I guess it would be interesting to have it parallel to the lake, but I don't want planes flying directly over all this like commercial area where lots of people live. So how about we go ahead and do something like this? That would have planes from one side just flying over the lake, and we have enough space to build things. So for now, I'm just gonna pull the trigger. We have an airport now. Let's take a look. Here we have the airport terminal. There are upgrades to it. The business lounge. Where's that added? I don't really see it. It gives plus 5% attractiveness. Let's just get that. The cargo terminal. I'm not so sure if we should actually get that, because we will have to add extra rail lines and extra cargo capacity. So let's quickly check. Does Cork Airport have like cargo capacity? I don't see any rail lines anywhere here. I mean, these are all roads, and then up here it's also just roads. I think I'm really going to keep it close to what we can see here. So no cargo terminal it is, but I mean, let's get airport services. Maybe that will make people happy. The next thing should really be to dial in the road layout, and I guess it would be best if we start from the side of the airport and work our way to the highway, which we're definitely gonna shape this highway differently. Right now it's just a weird connection between Port Victoria over here to Welland Park. Welland Park is actually quite a big district. There's 14 or even 15,000 people living there. Doesn't really seem that dense in comparison to Victoria, but we're getting distracted. Let's look at the airport. So we have like a 2-lane one-way road going along the front of the airport, and it comes from a roundabout here, and it connects back up with another highway at the end to go back into another roundabout and out of the city. To the right of it, this also seems to be like a parking garage and some parking spaces, again connected with a roundabout and some curved roads. Honestly, I think we can replicate that quite well. So we have to start with like this 2-lane one-way road, go from the right side of this building, kind of all the way until the end. Oh, I also need to connect up this part here for service vehicles, though I think I will connect it up with another road. Here I want to get in a similar curve like at the Cork airport. And then basically the next thing that arrives here is just like the roundabout right here. This road will just make a curve downwards. Let's actually try to figure out this roundabout. There will be another road here that goes to like some parking spaces. But my issue is that I don't really have much space left. Let's see how big some of these parking spaces are. I want like a parking garage and also some normal parking, but these are all kind of small, so it should be good. Let's connect like some alleyway up here. In reality, at this place, there is enterprise car rental. Also, I'm just noticing I definitely need to do some terraforming here. Let's quickly get rid of this road again and get everything up to the same level. That way it will definitely be a lot easier to integrate everything here. And I'm really just gonna have the coast in a way that it's basically a massive cliff, but I think that wouldn't be too bad because it's also kind of a security mechanism for the airport. Let's just leave it like that. Add back the roads we had because honestly, I really liked how they looked. So like just get some road like that, get it over here. At the end of this road, there is like a big roundabout. And now let's try to get all that connected up with the alleyways. And the roads at this Cork airport, they all have like this curve at the edges. So I'm also gonna run a curve like that. So that way we have this parking lot area here. Let's see how we can manage that. Maybe a long one at the end. The real one also seems to have that. I'm going to take some liberties in just adding another alleyway. That part will have the multi-story parking building. And then I'll just try to fill the rest as good as I can. Honestly, I think this is really solid. In our build, we have a bit more space down here compared to the parking lot in Cork, but I guess that's fine. Let's add some like pedestrian pathway connection here so people can actually park and walk over to the airport. And then we can go ahead, like get in somewhat of an intersection here. And this is where we will have the next big roundabout. Let's make this one red. And that basically closes out this entire parking area to the point where I think I can already start detailing here. The first bit will be just to take care of some surfaces here. I mean, this little bit of green doesn't make sense. This game is like so weird sometimes, like not allowing me to drag the surfaces to the place where I want them to be. Sadly, without mods, I can't like put barriers here to make this even more distinct. But I think the car park is already looking solid. Now we still have this empty area right here. I might just take it and line everything with like some bushes here. After all, this really seems to be the style of Tuna Bay. And then I've also just tried to give this surface a bit of texture, throw in a bit of rubble. And now looking from the top, I mean, if we compare that area, I'm honestly really happy with it. It's not too bad. Next up, we just need to build more of these like one-way roads. I mean, at some point, they are parallel and kind of need to run to this highway. And this water is definitely in the way here. Not sure if it has any use. I might fully get rid of it. Yeah, actually, let's do some massive terraforming right now. The highway is gonna be changed anyway. And I don't really see a solid reason for us to have this river, but on the other hand, I definitely need this space for our new development. I think this looks still solid. Now I'm trying to get this double one-way road up here, basically run it all the way to the airport. I think like that we have the curve as well. Then I'm doing like this loop around like the original Cork airport. This still annoys me here. Let's see if we can rework like that part. Good. I think we're getting along very, very well. Let's have a look at how this is connected to the highway. So it's just another roundabout. I wonder if we can actually build roundabouts like this in City Skylines 2. Worst case, I will do it manually with a road. And wait, are there homes here? These are actually low density homes. I mean, I guess I will then also build homes like that and they connect right to the highway. This is really interesting. And then we also build this Cork business like park. Okay, let's see. Of course, I don't really need to build everything one-to-one, but I think we're definitely learning a lot by trying to keep the build close. So let's take the highway that we have here and just bring that around to here. I guess it would then continue to the other direction. And we have the other highway coming here from the bottom. So now we need to connect all this up. And honestly, I might just choose like a 2-lane highway. And like, what happens if I just do this? That's a roundabout, right? I can just delete this road in the middle, connect this other highway, and connect these 1-lane roads. Oh wait, something's wrong here. This doesn't look right. Oh, that's because the roundabout is going the wrong way around. We are not in Cork. In Cork, they drive on the left. Here, my cars are driving on the right. So let's turn everything around. Oh yes, this looks much, much better. I kind of like how it's coming along. We definitely need to get rid here of these pedestrian crossings. And then we have to add more roundabouts along here. But let's do that bit by bit, starting from the top. Actually, the airport would be operational now. Let's see what is the problem. We are lacking water. I guess I can just bring that along under the highway. We are lacking electricity. Not anymore. It's connected up now. And that's it. So the airport is now actually operational. I'm going to draw in the first air route. So just from this terminal, let's see where we're flying to. Let's fly just over these islands back there and come back. So we have one airline route now. Let's see if people will actually use this airport and then build out the rest of the Cork. Oh yeah, there one comes to land. Oh, there's a car. Where are you going? This guy is transporting and they are going to the outside of the map. So the airport is definitely being used. Right now, these parking spaces right here in front of the airport are still enough. No one is using any of these other parking spaces yet, but as the airport will get busier and busier, I think we will get more and more people. So let's continue with the development. Here in this corner, in reality, this building here is a restaurant. It looks like this. Let's see what kind of special buildings we have left over. I might not have an actual restaurant, but like maybe I can just put 2 other similar buildings here, like this and maybe like this. Then in front of it, let's run like an alleyway here. I think there's also this one small roundabout that I need to add. Let's see if we can somehow make it work. Yep. And then from it, we can just run a 1-lane highway, kind of just like that, into the main road. Remove all like these pedestrian crossings. Also gonna remove this tiny part. But the reason we need this roundabout is so people can actually turn around if they want to go if they want to go back out the other way, because like the alleyway continues a bit. Let's also make sure to already add in like this parking lot. This might be the most, oh no, this doesn't look good because of the exit back there. It's not that easy to find the right parking lots, because this one is kind of too large and this one is not wide enough. How about I add like multiple of this? I guess that looks fine. And then after this alleyway loops like back onto the main street. But in fact, there are also some very few business buildings here. So I'm also making space for those, just like that. Add a pathway so the zoning is correct. I think with that we should be covered. Now we need to build another roundabout. I'm just going to repeat the same strategy as before. Just draw in a roundabout manually. The difficulty is really to try and get this to be round. I think this is round, and then like do this. Delete everything in the middle. Why are you complaining about dead end? That makes no sense. Why is this game so bad? There is no dead end here. What do you mean dead end? Yeah, now it's a bit more crooked, but it's still a roundabout. And from up top, look at it. I think it's really coming together nicely. Next up to the right, there is actually like a pedestrian path that connects the airport. And then, wait, is this connected? There should be a pedestrian crossing here that then goes underground and then connects to all these areas. So I will also have it ready at the time when we need it. Let's get these businesses here zoned in. I'm gonna go like a few low density ones, and then I hope that these high density buildings, yeah, they're kind of too high for my liking. Like I don't want them this big, but I guess I might not have another choice. Of course, I connect up the services. And now it's getting a bit tight because I need to fit in 2 more roundabouts on this road, which is gonna look crazy, but I want to try to manage that design. So let's do one right here and another one down here. For like some weird reason, when you do this, you get these road not connecting problems, which you solve by just deleting the part in the middle and then immediately just redrawing exactly the same thing. Yeah, I'm telling you, this game is weird. But we have our chain of crazy roundabouts right now, which should now allow us to build the rest of the road network. One thing I definitely noticed building this is that the scales don't really match up, because in Cork, I mean, you see these 2 roundabouts and there's like basically one massive building in between these 2 roads. In City Skylines 2, like no building is this big. So at this point, I'm going to start taking larger liberties. This is technically the full layout, and what I still find pretty crazy is that down here right next to the highway, that these are like low density homes. But I guess it's nice to add like a bit of people living here. It's like if you work here, it's probably quite convenient. Then on this road right here, there is apparently the flight academy, so I'm just gonna put businesses here. Then a lot of these other buildings are supposed to be offices. So let's try to get in all these special buildings I can. Fill out the rest with low density offices, basically as much as I can. The issue is that, again, I don't really have too much demand for this. I mean, this is a huge area. I'm also gonna connect up these paths just for everything to make sense. And since demand is kind of an issue, I will also put some like mixed use medium density homes here, just because that they will actually zone in. And then I'm gonna fill more space with, let's see, some bigger buildings that we might want to unlock. Like a police headquarters, possibly the welfare office, and the fire station. Let's have a look. So the police headquarters, I think that would fit here really, really nicely. Let's put that in here on the side. The welfare office is also a big building, which fits the scale and this large open area really, really well. And I think the same is the case for like the fire station, which is also pretty big. Let's provide it with some upgrades. And already, yeah, I think we are somewhat filling the area, so I'm quickly gonna do some surface work here and then see how the area develops. Honestly, I'm so happy with how everything is turning out. From far away, I mean, look at it. It's looking like a really solid airport area. These like roundabouts look a bit weird, and oh, what is this? Why are all these cars parking here? Don't I have like enough car parks? Some people are using those, but not everyone. Actually, we need like one pedestrian connection like up here as well. But apart from that, people can just like walk on these paths, and I think they are all walking to the airport. But I definitely don't want to have parking on these streets. So let's give them a wide sidewalk, at least here at the airport. Then these streets down here, I'm just gonna get like some grass on the side. Does this actually look good? Not so sure, but it's the easiest way for me to do this. Luckily on all these alleyways, cars can't park. So let's remove all of them. And I think they're all getting relocated to like parking spots, but I have plenty of parking spots. And then all these streets up here are just gonna get wide sidewalks. I think it also makes the streets look a bit more interesting. Like, they look different from how they usually look, so yeah. And you think you can immediately park here? Like, look at that, I can just remove his car and he's just jumping around to the other places. Now he's in a parking lot. Great. So I think we have solved the parking problem, and more people should now go ahead and use these parking spots. It's also really busy, this entire area, which I'm really happy about. And now let's actually take a detailed look at this airport. So we have 63 people on this plane moving to the city. I guess that's good. Let's have a look at how they fly. This is the approach right over the lake with a great view of downtown. Exactly how I wanted it. And imagine, it's amazing. You can land here, just take your car and go immediately over here to the shopping area. So I think things are looking really, really good. Let's just add maybe a few more airlines. So like, what if we had another plane just flying to another part of the map, and one more here from this side over to Buxton Town, just so the airport is a bit busier. Let's also change the color of these airlines. So we have multiple lines now with multiple planes, and it's definitely a better option than getting stuck here in the traffic jam with the taxis. I'm really happy about that. But one problem is that in this area there are currently no services. So let's assign a new district, and for now I'm just gonna name this airport district. But I want one of your suggestions of how to name this. So let me know in the comments down below. The airport does actually have a name. It was suggested by one of my channel members, Water Bay Airport. I'm also gonna put the abbreviation for it, WAT. And now we have to figure out the services. So the police can serve the immediate districts as well as the fire station. We are going to need healthcare. So let's also assign the modern hospital to Welland Park and this new area. I think death care, we might need some additional capacity. And I'm just gonna squeeze that in like right here, assign a district. And I think we might also soon need more capacity for garbage collection. So how about we get another recycling center like somewhere in the new industrial area. I think I could fit it in here. Just plop it down, assign multiple districts. For now, I'm also going to expand Port Victoria to over here. But if you have a name for this industrial district, I'm also open for any suggestions for that. The highway is still connected up, though I'm sure at some point we will have like a connection, like connecting these two highways. For now, I'm just drawing it in because there's not much traffic after all. And with that, we have the entire airport area completed. We have people living here. We have businesses. We have like opportunities where people can eat. We have multiple airlines and lots of parking spaces. Honestly, this is one of my favorite builds of entire Tuna Bay series so far. Tuna Bay has an airport for international connections, a very popular subway as a local connection. However, if you want to go from this island over to the downtown to do some shopping, you only have two options. Either you pick a ferry, go across the lake, then hop on a bus and drive all the way to downtown, or you hop in your car and you drive the highway once across the entire county until you reach downtown. Obviously, the inhabitants of Buxton Town do not like that. So to fix this, today we are going to build a massive rail infrastructure connecting the various parts of Tuna Bay, and we are even adding some more lore to the city. So with that, welcome back to Tuna Bay, and I think we should start where we last ended up, here at this realistic airport, because one of the main parts of our rail network is of course, well, a train station. But the problem is I can't just put a train station inside the downtown areas because, well, there isn't really much space. So my idea for today's build is to get a main train station somewhere here near the airport, and from there run all the necessary lines to downtown, to Buxton Town, and to wherever else we need trains. As a whole, I think I might want to have 3 rail lines. One going from the airport all the way off here to the top. That doesn't really have a use apart from lore that we will add later. A second line that will go from the airport somewhere over here to the harbor district, directly to some jobs. Maybe we will add a new industrial area. And a third line that goes to Welland Park, that goes to Devil's Tower, so more like the downtown, and then eventually over to Buxton Town, and maybe even all the way over to Buxton Heights. So we have lots of things planned, and let's start it all off with the main train station. I'm thinking that maybe this terminus station or the Mediterranean train station might be the right ones. Let's actually put them both next to each other and kind of check out how they look. So these are the 2 options. I think this one visually fits better to an airport build, but I might need a 3rd platform. Oh, this is lots of platforms, so we definitely have all the options we want to have. We can even add a bus terminal upgrade. Let's quickly check out the Mediterranean station. For this one, we can also add extra platforms, and we could add like a train shed, which I think would fit here really well. So we have some difficult decisions to make in case we do go with the Mediterranean train station. I don't think we really have any Mediterranean buildings to support this. There are only the special buildings, which we have already built. So for now, I'm going to go with the terminus station. I'm just slightly going to adjust its position to have it right here in the center. Let's get a road connection from the front immediately into this roundabout. So this is a quite easy connection. We already have lots of parking opportunities right here, but one thing I immediately want to get in is actually the bus terminal. Honestly, this looks pretty cool. We have the buses that can drive in here, then go to the bus terminal and turn around at the end. And the reason I want this bus terminal is I want to connect these buses. Let's just get in a line from right here in the center to the airport exit. So let's put a bus stop right here at the exit of the airport. And that now means that we have this yellow bus line. It will stop right here, right in front of the airport. Then go along the beautiful way that we built, head right on this roundabout, turn left into the train station and deliver the passengers right here at this bus terminal, where people can then take their train connection to the various different places in the city. So this is really great for people arriving and going to the airport. So next up, let's see what kind of connections we can make. One of the first connections I want to have is to just cross over here into Welland Park. We still have lots of empty area here in the center. Yes, there are trees right here, but we can also make space here in the center for a medium train station. I mean, this fits in here perfectly. So let's put it in here for now. And for some reason, placing this down, my FPS just dropped to 19. Why does this train station destroy my FPS? That makes no sense. After a quick restart of the game, it was still the same. So I just rebuilt what we had so far. And this time placing down the medium train station did not destroy my save. So we can finally continue with the difficult part, which is how to connect all these rail lines up. I mean, the first issue is to get the rails over these streets here. Luckily, that is not a problem. And then we can either raise it above all the streets and intersection, or we go underground. And this is quite a difficult challenge, to be fair, but I want to try the above ground option. Let's see if we can make it look nice. I think this connection right here definitely doesn't look too bad. We basically have this one bridge over the roundabout and a second bridge right here over the square roundabout, which isn't working too great with all this traffic. But that is our first train station. We have some pedestrian crossings right here for people to get to the train station. Let's quickly think about it. Do we need to add anything else here for this train station to work? There is a bus and a tram station very, very close by. Or rather, this is not a tram, this is an underground station that goes all the way here to Victoria and then to the harbor area. Also, I'm noticing there's lots of people just standing here waiting for this bus. How many people are waiting here? 350. Maybe we should increase the capacity of this bus line by adding a few more vehicles. That would probably be a good idea. And where are these people even going? I mean, this bus route is just going over here to this industrial area. So it's just people going to their job, which is quite interesting. But let's just think about this. So people arriving here, they will just have to walk over to this pathway, go up and then go to the train station. It's not the easiest way, to be fair, but everything else is already packed. There's no way I can put in another pathway. I guess that is just how it is now. So there's not much we can do in Welland Park to make this train station a better fit. We could relocate the location of the bus line or add a bus line going over here, but it's quite hard to reach. So for now, let's just continue and see where we put the next train station. So the subway goes from Welland Park to another Welland Park stop, then Devil's Towers, and then Victoria. So I think the train line should maybe serve a bit more to the left, and we could get a very similar layout. I don't want to use any element domain, destroying buildings to build this, but we could add another train station somewhere here in this piece between the highway and the local roads. I think realistically there are two options. Either I go right here where the jobs and the downtown is, which I think is the best fit for it, or I go right here where we currently only have this gravel road, and it would then be opposite to this recycling center. I don't think that it would be best if the train station is right on the other side of the recycling center. Another option would also to put it up here to we have all these villas for the wealthy people here. We could also put it like up here somewhere, right on the inside, or we go even further to the left and put it somewhere here. This is the ferry depot. Oh, and we're lacking some water in the city apparently, so let's just get another water tower and another one. How much water do we need? Where's all this water consumption going? It might actually be the airport, but for now to decide on the train station, I mean, we could also do a train station up here and then another one right down here. How many people work at this ferry depot? It's just 42. In the cereal mill, 50. It's not like there are tons of people working in this area. Oh, actually, 100 people working in this building. 40 here, 69 here, 67, 50, 170. So actually there is plenty of people working here. So how about we add a small train station right in here and then another medium train station. Let's see if we can squeeze that in here somehow. So that would serve all the people going to work over there. Now again, the difficulty is connecting these things up. First, from Welland Park, I mean, there's not really another option than to go underground. Let's see if this space here is enough. This one pathway is definitely in the way, so we have to do some remodeling, I guess. Let's see how much space we actually need. Oh, I mean, we can go pretty steep. So like if we do this, we can probably keep the pathway in the location where it already was. Yeah, so that's pretty good. I mean, this is a really steep tunnel, but I think it looks fine. So we have the exit here. And now it probably makes sense if then this station also goes underground. That should be rather easy here. Just take the line, bring it underground, and then... Oh wait, there are some utility lines in the way. I even need to go to -30 here. So we can cross the utility lines there. Then we go back to -20 and just connect it here underground. So that connection is done. And then we have this other connection over here to the medium train station. And I guess here, let's not hide everything underground, because remember, tunnels are quite expensive to build. So let's try to go as much as we can above ground, which, to be fair, is not that much. And then it will once again immediately go underground, even to -30 to cross the utility lines again, because look at it, if I go -20, there is an overlapping item. This is kind of annoying. I mean, it's somewhat unnecessary in the game, but okay, I can work with that. So let's cross those utility lines and then go up all the way again. And we have it connected up around this roundabout. There's kind of a weird bend here, but I'm just gonna leave it. The trains here aren't fast anyway, because they will go right into the station. And that connects the train line up to Devil's Field. Before we continue connecting the train lines over to Buxton Town, I think this is the next logical connection, to continue from here all the way underground to Buxton Town. Let's actually draw in the train lines. So I want the passenger line here. It starts at like this airport station, then goes all the way here to Welland Park. From there, it goes to Devil's Towers. And from there, it goes here to Devil's Field. And for now, I am just going to connect it back the same route. And one thing we're missing is the way for the trains to get here. There isn't any connected railway depot, and this is what I want to do first, so we can see how these trains are actually running. We have one railway depot back here. If you remember 2 episodes ago, we built this lore here where the train company wanted to build some massive rail line here, but there was a community right here in the forest that didn't like it, and they stopped this construction work. So then they decided to build the downtown route that we now just built. But we're still going to keep this railway depot here. We just need to figure out a way to connect it to the street. I just turn it around because I think it only needs a gravel road. This will probably be sufficient. And then we just connect that gravel road to the highway. That should be fine. And now instead of going through the swamps here on the right that for some reason are also losing some water, let's unlock some more tiles right here to the left. We will go left to the stone mining. Let's get some nice connections here. This split looks really good going into the train station. Then we need to go above the highway and immediately go down after it. And now we basically just have a clear path. We might adjust this routing a bit more later down the line, but for now we can just curve it along the river, then bring it over so we can run it right here into the train station. And we also need some crossover connection right here. This might be sufficient to supply trains. Let's have a quick look. This train depot is running at a 14% efficiency. It doesn't have any trains yet, so it's going to need electricity. Let's just put a small wind turbine here. It's going to need water, so let's put a small water tower here. And then we're going to need sewage that I'm also just going to dump in the ground here. I mean, the railway company is so unhappy about all these protests from these people right here. They don't care about the environment anymore, so they are now just dumping their sewage in the ocean here. But that should mean that the efficiency is going up and we should have trains leaving here soon. Oh yes, there they go. Let's actually follow this train around and see if everything works according to plan. Oh, it immediately despawned because this crossing right here I don't think is too great. Also, I still have to connect up this train station with water and sewage. Oh, and I also don't want people parking here. So we just grab the roadside services. How about we just add some trees? I guess people will be happy about that. And people are already arriving. Are they coming from the airport? Let's quickly check this bus. Oh yeah, there's 2 people in this bus. So people actually want to use this new bus route. Let's see if the train works out this time or if it will despawn again. Oh yeah, there it goes. The problem is that these rail lines aren't connected that well yet. Let's see what else we can do. Maybe something like this would work. Oh yes, now we can continue looking at this train and see if the route will work. This is the first stop, Welland Park, and there's lots of people waiting on the other side. So apparently people really like to go to the airport. Then we go underground, not much for us to see here. Until we go back up. Again, here also lots of people wanting to go the other direction. It might also be because there's one train right ahead of us, which is arriving here. Everyone is entering and we continue. Going once below all these fields and coming right back out on the other side here where again, lots of people are waiting. Let's quickly see some of these people that exited here. Oh yeah, this is really, really busy. So these train lines are definitely functioning great. I think the rail infrastructure also looks quite good. Oh, and the trees did not prohibit anyone from parking here. So we do actually have to go ahead and build wide sidewalks. That also keeps the trees, so I guess that's still good. And I'm so happy to see that people are using these airport buses and these train lines. So, wow, it's already popular. One more thing before we continue to build the train line out to Buxton Town and also to the industry over there. I got one comment that I really liked, which is to add more lore of an abandoned village. And I think that village should also be here in the swamps. We have stone mining here that was used to construct the rail line. Sadly, there's no real good way to build an abandoned village. The building options I have are rather limited. I mean, we can build these gray buildings, and we can throw in some stone monuments, maybe even some graves, and then some of these huts, some tents. And the closest thing to village would be like if we place down some of these cabins, maybe a broken down car, some trash lying around. And we also need some sort of path, but we can do that with a surface tool. So now we even have like an additional small village that was here for the resistance, but they all had to leave because of all this stone mining, because of all this rail infrastructure. In the city, people are really happy about the rail lines. I mean, we can see that people are definitely using those, but they don't really see that the people over there in the small village suffered to make this happen in the first place. The train station is busy. The city also got really, really cloudy now. I still don't really like the graphics of this game since the latest update, but this is what you now have to deal with if you're playing vanilla like I do. So next up, let's try to make a connection all the way over to Buxton Town, and the problem would be first, where do we put a train station here in Buxton Town? I think the only space we really have free would be here along this main street, but we should also look at the existing bus connections. So there's the ferry stops here, and then the bus goes here to the left and here to the right, where we have the famous Buxton Town seafood restaurant. So the bus technically passes by this train station here, so we can put it there. But I'm also quite sure that these people here living in the rural community would not be too happy about it. So maybe we pull it a bit back from the street and have it connected up to this Brook Street, because the buildings here are actually office buildings. Let's see if we can make this work somehow. I mean, oh no, that of course destroyed some of the zoning as always. But the problem is, if I put it here, I have no idea how we connect the right side of this rail line. So it's actually really difficult to get this right in Buxton Town. I mean, for some other options, we could make a connection of this intersection to this intersection and then put it somewhere here in the middle of the forest. Let's see if we can make that work. I mean, how about we just put the rail station here, have a road connection, and I think connecting this intersection to this intersection wouldn't be too bad, because currently, if you want to get from this side of the town to this side of the town, you either have to walk through these tiny paths, or you have to drive across the highway, which, well, also clogs up the interchanges, which, well, right now they aren't really clogged up, but could be an issue at some point. Let's see if this is a viable option. Just bring out the street, get a slight curve, but then I'm just going to go with an alleyway from here. I think this is the right way to do it. It doesn't look maximum pretty, but I think it works, and we can also immediately take the next train station. I don't think we have space in Buxton Industries for it, but we might have some space over in Buxton Heights, because there is Pleasant Forest right here. There we can add another train station, and that basically closes the entire loop. Now we just need to build the rail lines. So first, here from the train station at the mainland, we need to somewhat bring that beneath like this entire bay, beneath all these ferry routes. So let's see what we can do here. So that is connected up, and I think where it comes out of the ground, it is also pretty good. Then the next connection will be difficult. I would really like to go above ground for as much as I can. I think that's usually cheaper than tunnels. So let's see if there is actually a way we can make this work. The problem is that there are also these boat lines in the way. And then over here we can't cross the side because of like these high voltage lines, and we can't go above like this intersection. It's actually really difficult. So I guess let's pull this back further, and I guess we will just bring it until here, and from there I'm just going to basically immediately bring it underground. It's probably not the most beautiful option, but that way we can bring it all the way over to Buxton Heights and Pleasant Forest. So now all these are connected up, which means we just have to extend like the train line. Luckily the mechanics for that are kind of nice. We can just drag this and insert the next waypoint all the way over here, and then do that one more time. Pleasant Forest is basically now the end station for this line, and then it runs all the way back. I'm also adding the connections on the other side of this rail line, so people can go both directions. Let's call this line Airport, Welland, Devil, Buxton, because this is basically the itinerary. But there's one more connection that's actually quite interesting to me, because what if you would like to go from Buxton Heights immediately to the airport? You would have to drive to the entire island chain, then through the city and then back there. What if there was a connection that went immediately over here to the airport? I'm not fully sure how to connect that up though, so I'm going to leave that for a future episode. As always, the next episode is already live for my channel members, but we're far from done with this episode, because I want to add one other train line going to the industrial area over here. But first, let's take a train ride from all the way back there on Buxton Heights to the airport. Let's see how this actually goes. Here the train arrives. Let's hop on and also check the passenger numbers at each stop. So here right now we are at 46, not too bad. We go underground for quite a long way. This must have been an insanely expensive tunneling project. Probably kind of unrealistic to have this massive tunnel here under the sea We should have built more bridges, but there really wasn't any space, especially here in Buxton Industry. It comes back above ground on the bridge, and we arrive over here in Buxton Town, where more people enter our train. We're up to 120. We go back underground. This is basically a ferry alternative now. Look at all this boat traffic. And the view is pretty good as well. We go back above ground. Oh, there's lots of people waiting here. We are up to 300 people in this train. And remember, this train line hasn't even been running for a long time. So seeing that already 350 people are on this train, I'm quite sure that it will run at basically full capacity at some point. Next stop, Devil's Towers, 520 passengers, lots of people entering and exiting. And we continue over to Welland Park as we leave downtown behind. There's also the switch to the subway here as well. And lots of people exit at Welland Park, many more enter though. We're up to 500 people and basically 90 dogs. These people continue further over the bridge and they will now go all the way to the end station. I like how the curve here went along. We have the bridge over the roundabout and this is the end station. 500 people will exit here. That's pretty crazy, to be honest. Where are all these people going? Some are going to the bus, but many are also walking. Where are you guys walking to? Destination? Oh yeah, so they basically just work or live here and this is the way they got there. We should add some bus lines soon, but that's nothing for today. I want to add one more stop somewhere here in the industrial area because the only way to get here is with the subway here at Port Victoria. And that subway, well, isn't too bad of a connection, but the train line could also connect somewhere to out here or maybe all the way out there in the Panhandle. It would be great if there is some residential development down here. The question is if it makes sense from pollution wise. Ground pollution looks good. Air pollution is a bit risky though, as well as noise pollution. That's not too good. I think I'm still going to add a train line that ends all the way back here, basically as a tourist route. Oh, we first have to buy this tile. So I'm going with another small train station. This time, let's really try to run it as much above ground as we can. So first parallel to this road, then we need to get it across to the other side, but I'm gonna run it back down along the coastline, through the forest. Then we need to go above the river. Let's see, where's the station? Over here. And now the connection is actually kind of difficult. We have our train line here. We need one that just goes straight out here, but I'm not sure how I can make it work. Let's quickly pause the time and rework some of these connections here, because straight out definitely has to be an option. And then this connection goes to the bridge, which is solid. Would a connection here work like this somehow? Why would this not work? I mean, imagine you just have this train here coming out like that. Let's see if we click bypass validation results in the dev menu. I mean, if it looks bad, we're not gonna do it, but let's check this out. Oh yeah, it actually looks bad because what is this? Yeah, that's not something we can do. Oh, and I think, no, I didn't destroy it. Make sure to turn the bypass off again. Actually, maybe we do something like this. Is this too much overkill over a roundabout? I think it looks good. And then we also just run this in here and I think we should be fine. This definitely connects everything up. We can now add the passenger lane from the stop that goes all the way back here to this train station and then all the way back. We really added lots and lots of infrastructure in this episode. But one key thing missing is to make everything beautiful, because like, what is this? This is just like a train station standing in an empty field. So let's try to somehow integrate this into the airport district. And the first thing I'm thinking is, how about we run a street along the back here as well? I'm going to give it the same like trees on the roadside as well as the wide sidewalk. I guess that is fine. Like, this side is still empty. There's the river. I don't think there's anything particular we can do about this. I mean, there could be just like some pathway just going here across the nature and to the river. I'm really wondering like why the water's disappearing. Like there was water all the way up to here in the beginning. Maybe we will have to fix that at some point with developer mode. But for now, whatever happens here just happens. I'm also just gonna run the pathway across to the bridge right here. So that maybe adds a tiny bit more detail, but it's not the main part of decoration. I assume it's logical if we just have a few shops here, and the logical things to do here would be one more connection from this roundabout, possibly like that. Make sure that we fix the zoning here on the right. And that means we could have just a few small shops right here. Could also be an office, but whenever they want to zone in, they can zone in and people can go shopping here. And the same thing can then happen on this opposite side, where we might have 2 higher density businesses. And then maybe even, let's see if we can find a nice park. Oh yeah, this fits perfectly. I mean, look at this. This nice park as a connection in between. Sprinkle in some trees, and I guess it's already looking way better. Oh yeah, trees do so much in this game. Just have it like that. I think this is already good. And I really love how this park is coming along, and you have to imagine that this space doesn't stay empty. I have like some high density office buildings, or like rather business buildings zoned here. And then one thing that really annoys me is that, look at that, there are people walking here, but they are walking on the side of the roundabout, basically on the highway. It's not a good option. Yes, we have the bus. I want people to use the bus. But I mean, if they don't use the bus, they still shouldn't walk on the side of the road. So let's add a few custom pathways just everywhere here on the edge of the roundabout. And I mean, I'm not sure if it looks that good, but functionally it's already way better. There are lots of people crossing here. Yeah, I think this is much better. Finally, we also have the name of the district here. And I guess what makes sense is we have Water Bay Airport. So I got Water Bay as a suggestion for the district, but just so we know what it actually is, let's call it Water Bay Airport. So thank you for that suggestion. Oh yeah, and now some buildings here are being built. So let's see how everything turns out. I really do like how everything turned out, but there are still some trains disappearing here. I'm not so sure how to fix this. I mean, where does this other train want to go? It's part of this train line going to this panhandle all the way back there. Education in Tuna Bay is not looking all too good. The city is growing and attracting lots of businesses, especially with the latest addition of the airport and the train lines. However, there is no university yet, and also elementary school capacity is very low. In addition, the recent developments have left a massive empty patch in between the airport district and the downtown that needs to be filled. So with that, welcome back to Tuna Bay, where today we are going to build a university campus right here at the edge of the map. And we're going to fill the center with a botanical garden and some tourist attractions. The first thing I want to do is look at the university options, but I haven't unlocked them yet. So we have to spend some of our development points, of which we have plenty, to be honest. Now we have unlocked all the universities. Let's see, Modern Technical University. Size-wise, that's pretty good. The medical one is way larger. And the technical university is even bigger. The issue is that this panhandle here is very beautiful, but it is also very small, and it is constrained by the industrial area nearby. If we take a quick look at pollution, this is ground pollution. That seems to be not a problem. Noise pollution is also still fine, but air pollution we have to be careful of. So we have to stay kind of below this area here, not to get into the air pollution. So I think the only option we really have is to get the Modern Technical University. Let's just place it down here close to the shoreline for now. And then we will just develop everything around it. Of course, we will need like housing. we will need some shopping area. We are going to have to connect the public transport. And we will need parks. So let's first get started with the road layout. We have a train station right here that we built that is probably pretty good to access the new university that we built, but we somehow have to cross this train line here. I don't think there will be too frequent train traffic, so I think we will be able to just cross it with a normal overground crossing. What if we just went ahead and did something like this? It seems kind of dangerous, but I hope that there won't be too many trains crossing by. And oh wow, this view back there looks really crazy. We have like these big excavators also there on the left, and then the downtown. But for a technical university, like being close to industry does in fact make sense. So let's finish up this road layout. Just grab the road, extend it, and drag it into this other road. So just like that, everything is connected up. Then we have the highway here at the end that we need to connect. Also not the easiest task. I think at the end of the day, we're just going to put some sort of roundabout here, because I'm definitely going to need more connections in this area. So just have a roundabout here at the end. That gives us plenty of choice. And I also want to connect this local street straight into the highway, just so there is perfect access to this university campus. I mean, after all, it has quite a big parking lot, so people can actually use it. And oh wow, this is actually a really nice university campus. I mean, there is like some cafeteria here that looks pretty good. The stairs just floating, that seems kind of dangerous, but okay. And let's see, I can fit 10,000 university students into this building. We have demand for 1,000, so this will last for quite a while. But of course, one university itself isn't the whole campus yet, and it isn't even connected up. We need water and sewage. I don't really get why, like, our train station has water and sewage, but not this university campus. What happened with the connections there? So I guess let's just draw to over here and hope that it works out. Oh yeah, now it's done. So that's good. And we have lots of very interesting areas to work with here, because we have like this highway. There's probably not going to be any houses on this highway here. And you probably also don't want to have houses right next to the train line. So I'm thinking that just maybe we could go ahead and put some businesses, like maybe some supermarkets or some cafes where students can buy stuff. Maybe we can just fit them right here. Then the university is definitely going to want to have like some kind of sports field. Maybe I'm going to give it a bit of space in between, but that's definitely necessary. And we're also going to need some parks. Bouncy Castle Park probably does not fit a university. Maybe Neo Barracks would fit, but we already have them in Welland Park. I really like how like this park area looks, but I don't think we should just repeat this once more. So let's check what other options we have. Parkside Cafe sounds nice. I mean, we could put that right here at the parking lot area. I guess that makes sense, but I still want to put something here to the left of these trees. So I'm just going to go with another park cafe, but like of this different design. And then I guess I can just take a pathway, loop that around here through the forest, and connect it back up to the street. Yeah, that's a small little cute forest. And then further to the left, I am hoping that I can just add a tiny bit of on-campus like student accommodation. So let's see what we can do here. I really try to get a road layout that makes sense for this area, because now like I want to get like some low rent housing like right here in the front. This other side should still have businesses. I hope that these low rent housing buildings won't be too high. Oh, and I didn't notice that there was like this kind of steep hill here, but I guess that's fine for now, because then I want to get some medium density housing, maybe actually some mixed use housing right in here, fill up the rest with medium density, and then I will just hope that these buildings won't become too large. And the end of these roads, I'm just going to put some more sports facilities just to tie in everything together. I think this is already looking like a great start to this area. As always, all of these businesses are gas stations, but there's literally nothing I can do about that. I can delete them, but they will all return to being gas stations. So for now, let's just see what type of buildings we'll build here. Things are coming together. I'm noticing there's lots of car traffic, so I mean, for one, let's add some car park here at the football field, but I also want to add like some biking infrastructure right here, so I'm also putting a bike park there. And we have this train station here, but does it actually have trains? Yes, apparently there is a line connected, though for some reason I don't think it's really operational. So there's 2 trains on it, 2 stops, 0 passengers. Let's have a look at that line and see what's wrong there. There is one of these trains here at the station, but it cannot leave and just despawned, as you saw, because of the problem of how these trains get into the system. What happens if I remove this track? What will these trains do? Will it work? I hope that now this train will just go to the right and then drive all the way over to this train station. Oh yes, here it arrives. Now it should like turn around, go on the other side. Oh yes, great. Then this other train is here. Yeah, and now it's operational. So we should soon see the first people arriving here. That is amazing. And I mean, this corner of the map is already pretty good. Of course, right now there's lots of people moving in, but they can also soon arrive by train. There is one path here that I still want to connect that I haven't connected yet, because this park cafe has like this path that goes out here. Let's take that along the entire shoreline and bring it over here to the soccer field for the people that want to take the scenic route. And I guess that could also be the route to the train station. Let's make a realistic crossing here, just with some smooth curves. It's kind of more how people would move in reality. And then just continue dragging everything along the coastline. And I'll connect that back up to the train station. So that should be operational. Oh yes, and here are the first people that arrived via the first train. So there's definitely lots and lots of people walking now. That is amazing. But that also leaves us with the immediate area of this train station. Of course, we should do something with that, as well as this tip back here. Right now, we only have residential demand. Let's see, do we have any special residential buildings that we can build around? Well, not really, apart from this like rock musician's mansion. So how about we put like that right here at the top, just like that? I would like to have like some gravel path that goes all the way up to the front. Let's see how we can connect that up, because then at the end here, I most definitely want to place like a lighthouse. Let's make sure that is connected up all and well. So we got that. Then of course we need to connect this mansion to it. And there's probably a few other very wealthy people living here. So let's zone some seafront housing. And this is the wealthy area of the district. It's close to the train station, but they are here for all this beautiful nature. Oh, and then of course it would make a lot of sense to have like a small harbor here as well. So maybe for now we just put like a normal ferry terminal. It doesn't have to be operational immediately. I don't know what routes we will connect here yet, but I know that it will look good once it's connected up. So we just drag the road out here. I really hate the snapping on roundabouts. You always have to make sure that you grab from the middle and not try to connect here, because you won't actually be able to grab the middle. So if you go out from the middle and then make sure that you take a 90-degree angle, you can actually make these roads work. Just continue it further out from here, and then again probably run pretty parallel to this highway. And honestly, this road might also just end in like a cul-de-sac. So first we have this seafront area right here. I definitely want to put some low density waterfront businesses next to it, but it will definitely take some time for those to zone in. I also want to put some offices. Those make sense because, well, they have great recruitment over there at the university. Then there will probably be a bit more empty space, and then we can have like some more communities living here. I'm just gonna put row houses here for now. Maybe not the long ones. I mean, this is pretty big. How about we just go with only the short ones? If you didn't know, like, they come at different length. So this one is just 2 tiles long, and they are kind of a bit shorter, but they house the same amount of people, I think. So it should still work. And we can do the exact same thing on this opposite side right here. So this is just a small community, and I'm also doing the same thing on this cul-de-sac right here. So I think once everything here is developed in, it will look quite beautiful. So far, this has been a quite fast and uncomplicated build. I like how like these small row homes fit together, but I don't get why they have the exact same front and back. It would make sense to have another road like on this side, like if we put maybe a pedestrian path just right here along the front of these homes. That would make way more sense with these street exits. But then again, what's the purpose of that? So I'm just gonna leave it here with one of these row homes. But one thing we're definitely missing are services. That is because I have assigned all of these services to districts. This area does not have a district yet, so I'm just drawing it in. And of course, I will require a name for this district, and that is where you come in. Please let me know your suggestions in the comments. I will pick one of your comments as the name for this district. For now, on the base game calls it Evergreen Croft. But the important part now is that we assign all the services. I think we will get a dedicated death care. So how about we put the cemetery right here along the shoreline? I think that should work. And then of course we need to assign that to this district. We can also get a small medical clinic right next to that. For some reason I always end up doing that. I'm not sure how often that exists in reality, like a small medical clinic next to a cemetery, but oh well, in my city I do the rules. Then there are people complaining about crime. That means we will also need a small police station, and that would fit in nice in a port area. So yeah, we're filling up the space. Fire service will surely also be needed, but I'm actually going to put that next to the university, and I'm also going to use the city firehouse or maybe the community firehouse just for it to fit the aesthetic of the university. I think I can fill in the space here quite nicely. And I also kind of really like the look of this tower. So let's put that detached here. Let's see, where would that look good? Maybe here, overlooking like the football field. I think that's pretty good. And it's an interesting layout. What else do we need here? Technically, one thing we're still missing is elementary schools. So how about I also put a small elementary school in this district? The problem is if I put it here, it's right next to the highway. I'm not a fan of that. Maybe we put that here on the other side of the university campus. But that then will be assigned to this district. I don't want just everyone applying to the school, so that's only for the people living here. And that was already a pretty fast and uncomplicated build for this area. I guess we could also have a post office. I'm also assigning that to this district. And that's about it. So let's just add some more trees to close this up. I really like the color difference of these oak trees that are here on this map by default. And these hickory trees. I mean, if I just drop in a lot of those here in the center, it's a really nice color difference. And I mean, look at this area now. For some reason, that is very, very beautiful. I even like this small hill we have here, where there is the student accommodation. We have these trains coming by, and let's have a look. How many people are using it? Yeah, a few. I don't think that's too bad. We have the luxury homes, maybe for the professors or the company CEOs of like these businesses. Why do these businesses, I mean, these are offices. Why do they look like buildings where people would shop? But I mean, I'm not complaining. And we have this ferry terminal. The question is just, where would that connect to? Maybe we can get a ferry route along the coastline here. Let's have a look. Where would be the next ferry terminal? Maybe we should have one here in Victoria at the downtown, but that would always cross this ship's traffic. It is a bit complicated, but that is maybe something for your suggestion. I mean, later when we fill those islands and maybe more of the swamp area, this ferry terminal can have a dedicated location. I'm not sure where it makes sense to route it right now, but let me know in the comments. And for now, let's move on to a new area. Two episodes ago, I asked what we should do with this large empty area here in the center, and the suggestion I really loved are botanical gardens, keeping everything kind of nature vibes, and adding some tourist attraction. I mean, we have lots of space to play here with. Let's unlock everything so we don't have any issues there. And now let's see how we will lay everything out. I mean, for now, let's reserve all the back here kind of as a nature reserve. And I think there are some pretty cool buildings for that, because there are actually these botanical gardens and this bell tower. I think we can fit them in here quite well. So like, how about we put a botanical garden just like here on the shore of the river? I think that makes sense. And this bell tower thing, we might also put that in here. Oh, that also unlocks a new milestone, but we have already unlocked everything in the city. It's not all too long until we hit Megalopolis. What population will we have at that point? Let me know in the comments what your guess is. So then we will have to connect these things up somehow. And I also have to look at what kind of tourist attractions we want to put here. I do like the observation tower, and I also really like the castle, but I guess the castle is something for a hill. So how about we put the observation tower here? It's also kind of in the airport area, so this would be a tourist district, and then this would be more nature. Oh, I think this will be really, really difficult to combine, and I have no idea if like, oh no, like this big observation tower in the middle of nowhere, I don't think it fits well. So let's start with this nature area first. I think we should have like some parking lots out here for people to reach it, but it should be like gravel parking lots. Luckily we have like this medium and small gravel parking lot. Let's just start with some gravel roads, and then I can put them just on here. That should be plenty of parking. I'm just wrapping the road around it. So this is like a parking bay. And how about we build another one of that? I think this actually kind of looks cool. I have no idea what we are going to put here yet, but I know that I want to take like a gravel road to the botanical garden. And we need to bring one by this temple. So this is just kind of a path around this entire island. I mean, it's not really an island, but the semicircle, because it's detached from everything else. So it's kind of a path that tourists or everyone really can take to relax and enjoy everything the city has to offer. And then we need to connect that up somehow to the highway system. Not so happy about that. How can we connect these things? Here it's kind of a problem because there are immediately these train tracks in the way. So I'm thinking maybe we just take a 2-lane road, pull that from this roundabout, and then just bring it over here to our parking lots. Maybe there is like a toll booth right here at the entrance and exit, and this is the best I can do. And then I'm just going to plant a bunch of trees. Is that really it? I mean, how does this look with lots more trees? I mean, a bunch of hickory. I think this is a good base. Then some birch trees because they are a bit higher. Pine trees as well to add variety. And I'm also using the preserve age all the time because, well, I don't want these trees to despawn, and I'm going really dense here on the left and a bit not as dense here on the right. Then maybe some oak in the center, but I think it's already kind of dense enough. Look at the density of this forest, kind of looks crazy. We now need to get sewage and electricity here, but that should be rather easy. The question is just, do we add anything else here? I mean, if we look from far, it still looks kind of empty. We have this parking lot here, which I really like. Maybe there should be some kind of shop. Let's see, Forum of Arts. That could be kind of cool. I mean, if we put that here, why does that fit so well? I mean, look at this. It's pretty cool. And is there anything inside? Oh yes, there's actually stuff inside this building. I mean, look at that. Like stairs and pathways and some other stuff. I really like that in some buildings in this game you can explore the inside, but yeah, that looks good. We should for sure add like some pedestrian paths. I mean, just grab a path from here and just like run it randomly through the forest, I guess. Might just be a path that people like to take, and here and there is visible, so why not have that? When maybe we can offer the ability for a pedestrian bridge right here. Just drop it underneath and hook it up to pedestrian infrastructure. I hope that this bikeway isn't destroyed here, but now people living here in quad towers. Oh, this is a huge quality of life improvement. I mean, imagine you live in this tower. You can just walk under here and suddenly you are in a crazy dense forest. I mean, that's really cool. So I just added a few more paths like that, just everywhere across. And honestly, that might already be the area. It's empty, it's nature. That's good. And I would really like to add some more stuff here, but it definitely does have to make sense. And maybe one thing that does make sense is like a firefighter helicopter depot for the entire map, because it's kind of remote. The noise here won't annoy anyone. So let's just put that here. And maybe there are some like disaster buildings I could put here. Let's have a look. I mean, first let's connect up this helicopter depot kind of in the middle of the forest. Let's hook that up. And then let's see, what do we have? I mean, fire watchtower, I guess that would make sense. We can put, oh, we should definitely put some in this forest here because it's really dense and we don't want it burning. After all, there's not much fire protection in this city at all. And now looking at the disaster control, we could build like, oh yeah, actually let's do that. Let's build like an emergency shelter just here in the forest. It's kind of hidden. It's next to this fire watchtower, and the rich people living over here in downtown, they can get here and kind of hide away. I think that's a really cool secret. Oh, and we spent lots of money this episode. This firefighting helicopter depot will just be assigned to all the areas because it is also supposed to turn out forest fires. This city is importing $834,000 worth of electricity per month. And it is all flowing through this one cable. With the war in the Middle East and rising energy costs, the citizens of Tuna Bay want to become more independent. They are a massive island after all. So the energy companies have lobbied to spend big on a nuclear power plant to cover the electricity needs of the entire city. With that, welcome back to Tuna Bay, where, well, we're going to start by spending some development points on the nuclear power plant. Where is it? It's all the way back here. So we have to get the gas power plant, the coal power plant, and then the nuclear power plant. I don't even know how big it is. I'm not sure if I have even ever built it in game. Let's have a look. It costs 5 million. So I guess we will have to take a loan, but our city is profitable enough to cover for that. This is the nuclear power plant. Oh, it's big. It might even have some upgrades, but another very good question is, where do we put it? I got one suggestion to put it immediately at this lake behind the airport, and while I do like having it close to the water, I'm a bit afraid that, I mean, a landing airplane, if there's some emergency, maybe it shouldn't fly into a nuclear power plant if I put it right next to the airport. So I am looking for a location a bit further away, and maybe some of these lakes here could fit that. I mean, is that enough space? Let's have a look. We could fit it on this lake. I'm not sure where's the road access for this building, but I mean, this could be interesting, no? So let's spend even more money on some new tile. Let's get this one and then see what we can do here. I'm barely not managing to put it in because there is a tiny bit of water. So let's extend this island just a bit so we have hopefully enough space for this power plant. And here it is. Oh, it's big, but it's also kind of nice. There's lots of buildings. There's even like this electricity sign. Probably one of these two domes is where the nuclear reaction happens, and then we have the cooling towers, which apparently are already operational, and they are pulling water from this lake. Let's see, are there upgrades to this building? No, I guess that is good, but there are lots of places where cables run out. We definitely need a road connecting up here to the main gate. We can just pull that into the highway and then probably even have like a roundabout here at the end so vehicles can turn around. Maybe we can transform this to a key wall. The rest of the island shape, I guess, is still fine. Maybe we soften the terrain a bit, but I want to do a bit of terraforming here. What if we have a steep wall? Let's see how that would look, and then just curve it in here. We would have to remove some trees, of course. I really think it's kind of a shame that you don't immediately get key walls on a normal road when you remove the soil. How do I get key walls? They are right here. Can I just use the upgrade tool? That would be really great. I mean, what if I do this? Now it should be key walls, right? Like, why is nothing happening here? I guess I will have to redraw this road. Like, first you have to remove the soil and then build this road. Oh yes, that looks good. But now I have the problem that there is water here on the right that I can't get rid of. Oh, why is it so annoying to build key walls? After a bit of struggling, I finally got it in. I think it looks okay and it fits the power plant aesthetic. So this is connected up. It's already producing 173 megawatts. It has 300 employees. That's quite a lot. So I guess the next thing would be to pull out the electricity from here. There are some underground cables immediately next to it, but I do want to have some cables go above ground, just yeah, for the looks. But we can still do this. Oh, and I guess you see how the electricity flow just reversed? That means that we are now actually exporting electricity and making money from it. I am really happy about that. Then we have two more power lines right here. I think we can kind of do the same thing with them, but we would need additional outside connections. So I'm just gonna connect them with each other so the symbols go away. Oh, this is infinite power here, infinite power loop. And checking on our finances right now, this should update any second now. We're going from minus 800k to minus 160k. So now to 0, and we're exporting. But our maintenance also went up a lot, so far we're not really making any money, but we're also not losing money. And over time, I think this power plant should pay for itself. But for now, it's still kind of alone here, and it needs further connections. So let's unlock some of these tiles around it. This will allow us to get water and sewage in. So all that is connected up. And I think next to a nuclear power plant, it's good to have some industry. How's the wind direction here? I didn't even check. It's going to the south. So in case anything bad happens here at this plant, this island is maybe not in that good of a position. But for now, I'm thinking maybe let's just get an alleyway here and just see what we can do. I built out, yeah, I don't know, some more weird looking street layout. I think it's not necessary here, but we probably should add like another transformer station here. Not because we need it, but because visually like it fits the build. What if we did like this? and then extend this power line above ground to these power lines. I mean, maybe it's not the most beautiful connection, and probably it's bad that there are so many trees in the way, but we have like another transformer station here, kind of acting as if the electricity would go in the ground here. And then I'm just gonna put that on a gravel path. The rest, I guess I'm just gonna put normal industrial buildings. So we have a tiny bit of use case here. And then on the right, where we have this street, how about we put like another police station as security? I'm also gonna wrap some alleyways around that, and then I'll also zone like one office administrative building as soon as that wants to zone in. I think that is already a solid nuclear complex. There's nothing too crazy about that because the nuclear power plant here is already a custom asset. Let's have a look at it again. It's running at 111% efficiency. That is really good. It has 300 employees producing 833 megawatts. I think we're connected only with one cable to the outside that covers 400 megawatts. So yeah, we definitely need more outside connections from here. And we can actually get that. I mean, let's just go underground here and bring that across the entire map. Oh, I don't have an outside connection here yet. Do I have an outside connection anywhere? No, I don't. Oh, so I think I will like have to go here and then buy these tiles. Kind of hurts because I don't have too much money right now, but with an extra line exporting electricity, we will make even more money. So we should have capacity to export 800 megawatts right now. The rest we should use ourselves. So let's quickly have a look at electricity. Oh yeah, we're making money with electricity plus 100k. So we turned this around from losing a lot of money to making a bunch of money. I am really happy about that, but there are some more issues. This building is unhappy about mail handling and unhappy about garbage. So there's definitely more support infrastructure needed here. Let's see, post office, maybe we just get a small one back here. And we also do need some garbage management. Probably just a recycling center would be fine, but like, where do we put that? Maybe let's have that here on the other side of the highway, and then we just use the same intersection. And I kind of like adding roundabouts at the end of roads right now. So this should cover garbage management. Maybe we can make it even more interesting with some upgrades. I really don't care much about taking loans because our finances are pretty good. And like these domes look kinda cool. I'd really love to put some of them here. So like maybe some here and some more here. I'm not building them for any function. I'm just building them because they look cool. And then maybe I can also get in this building. I'm gonna cheat a tiny bit here by quickly turning on bypass validation results in the developer modes. So that way I think, yeah, I should be able to place that building here. And this is now a recycling center upgraded to the max. I guess there's now also a tiny bit of detailing we should do. Maybe get rid of all these trees, put in a nice concrete surface. It's like the same surface as on this asset, this hazardous waste collection plant. It makes sense to have the hazardous waste collection plant, oh what a word, to have it right here next to the nuclear power plant. And then I'm just gonna take some industrial assets. They're usually pretty big and look kind of nice, and put that next to here. Maybe put down some containers and a bit of junk. Yeah, I think that is looking good. I really like how this area is coming along. So this is more or less the industrial part of it. Let's give it all a district. I already got a suggestion for it to call it Atomic Beach. So here we go with that. And I also got another suggestion that fits in quite well with the name Atomic Beach, because we are building a tourist area now. Maybe not really tourist, but vacation. I think if we just go on this lake and say like, okay, this here is the vacation lake. It's all kind of still part of Atomic Beach. Let's just get all these tiles for now, so we have enough room to work with, and then kind of work this out how we can make like a small foresty like tourist area. I mean, I'm definitely gonna go with these dirt roads, probably just loop it around the entire lake, so just like that, and then we'll probably also go off in another direction. I'm just gonna have it ended here for now. I'm not sure what we're going to do down the line there, But on this side, I'm just gonna build a straight road to the highway. And then on the side, let's add some gravel parking lots for people that are just visiting. Extend the surfaces so everything looks uniform. And then we need to add some small huts here. And I think if I go with normal, like, low density housing, if we just, like, do this, kind of want to see what these homes turn into. And while we wait for those, I mean, how small can I do them? 2 by 2, I think is the smallest one. We can also get, like, some of these cabins, maybe here on the shoreline. I think compared to the trees, like, sometimes this game gets the sizes wrong. Like, how is this cabin so small compared to this tree? That should mean that this tree is massive. But never mind. Let's just go ahead with this. And we can just get like a sand surface in here. This is Atomic Beach after all. So we have a tiny bit of sand. And then probably a pathway that goes here. So I like added pathways from literally all possible directions. Of course, we need infrastructure. Good thing electricity is easy to get around here. So they are getting direct nuclear energy. They're not even connected to the grid. It just comes out of the nuclear power plant right here. Oh, and for some reason back here in Buxton Heights, there is power station overload. Why do you not have electricity? What is your problem? Maybe we do need like another transformer station here. Maybe like that. Oh yes, that fixes the issue of power station overload, so we can get back to building a vacation area. How do these homes look? Yeah, I mean, it's like a caravan. It's like a rural community. I guess that's fine. So this will just be lots and lots of tiny homes. At the entrance, we need like some administrative buildings, maybe some shops, and then the rest is just small, low density residential homes, always with lakeside access. Yeah, and I'd really love to have small boats, but sadly in this game there are only like these giant boats. Of course, for this lake that does make sense. Ooh, and it's nice to see that people are actually using these parking lots already. So Atomic Beach is coming out nicely. I think we need to extend the district to cover this entire circle as well. Now let's see, decoration wise, is there anything we can really use? I mean, some benches are probably nice, so put those on the beach. For some reason I also like started putting tents everywhere. How about we do like, okay, this could look cool or it could look really bad. What if we have like a ring of tents and then maybe they just have like, oh, I just destroyed them. Why does this destroy the stuff that's around it? Hey, but like this is a proper campsite. I think it looks really, really good. I'm really happy with it. And don't worry about this nuclear power plant back there. I am sure it will be fine. So that's Atomic Beach right here. Now maybe we can actually add a few more homes there. I mean, it's also a lake. It's a bit more remote. It's a bit further out, so maybe less homes, but just so that there is a tiny bit more stuff happening. So this is our power plant area. But I have 3 more suggestions to cover from your side. Oh, why is there so many electricity outages now? What's happening? Where's the bottleneck? Apparently the bottleneck is here. How about we add like a new small transformer station just here maybe? There's still electricity problems up here. Then I guess the airport needs its own transformer station. The question is just like where to put it. Maybe here in the woods. Connect that up to the big power lines. That should be good now. Yeah, I have 3 more suggestions to cover. So the first one, we have this community here that all revolted against the train lines. So let's give that all a district. And this is the comment that really stood out to me. Dawn's Mills is what we will call this area. Then I had another suggestion. I really like the name Marble Flats for this. But the story is that these stone mines here are here for the like train lines. So I don't think they are generating marble, but maybe we call this thing Marble Flats. Let me know if we should call like this university district Marble Flats. And then there is another thing, cargo train routes. Our train infrastructure is not too bad at this point in time. We have like passenger trains going all the various places. we have a port, but there's no cargo train connection here, and we have the airport, and that also does not have a cargo train connection. I'd really like to get a cargo train connection somewhere. The question is just like, how would we do that? Because at the port, let's have a look. This is the train station. We can build it in... Whoa! I didn't realize the radius of the port was this big. What if we built that here on the opposite shoreline? Does that make sense? It probably doesn't make sense. But like, where else are we supposed to put a cargo train line at this point? But it would actually be a cool thing to expand the port to this other side here. Let's develop this area in the next episode. Let me know what we should build here. As always, that one is already live for my channel members. I think this will be a whole massive new project. This is the city of Victoria, and this is its passenger and cargo harbor. But there is a problem. You might not see it from here. The entire harbor currently sits on just one very small main road, which is already clogged up with traffic. On top of that, there are lots of containers stored here that have to get here and get away here when new container ships arrive. But the only way they can leave is via this single road, because there is not even a rail connection. So adding extra ways to connect this harbor to the rest of the county seems very logical, but to add a train terminal to that harbor requires lots and lots of space, which there isn't plenty of. That is what you would think if you only look at this side. But there is another side to this bay with still lots and lots of empty land. So today we are going to extend this port all the way over to the other side of the bay to add more capacity. We will add some rail lines to take care of passengers and cargo, and we're going to lay ground for future expansions of this new area, where eventually, I mean, these beaches, they look perfect for some luxury villas and tourists. With that, welcome back to Tuna Bay, where today there's actually not that many problems in our city. We have covered the electricity demand with this nuclear power plant last episode. We have covered the education demand with this modern technical university and school campus over here. So Tuna Bay is ripe for expansion, and the port is what we will build everything around. I'm really surprised how large this area of the port is. I mean, it comes with all these upgrades that you can build. And if we click on it, we don't even have to build a new port. We can just expand it over here to this coastline, which is honestly very, very convenient. So first up, I think I'm actually going to straighten this coastline and then build out some basic infrastructure. The main thing our port will need anyways is like this very nice quay wall. One thing that annoys me is that every time I want to build something, I have to click over here on this like entry gate. From there I can select what I want to build. In this case, this port quay wall, and that one doesn't even appear to have like some radius where I'm limited to build it. Let's see, let's just start it from here, drag it all the way to this other side, and I'm getting in some nice curves, so it looks good on the other side as well. Then there are some small trees here that are still in the water that I need to delete. I think many of these other trees will be destroyed eventually as well. And now we have like our base to work with. I'm really excited. The main thing really is that I want to put in this train terminal somewhere, but we should also add some extra capacity for ships. So what if this train terminal marks like the outside of the harbor area for now? I can just put it here, just connect it up with some normal roads, and then we should probably build out some more docks that will require some more terraforming. Let's see, if we just extend this road that we already have just out into the ocean somehow, maybe we can put some shipping cranes on that. I'm quickly gonna pause the time so we don't mess around too much with the water. It's actually pretty annoying that when you build these quay walls and you try to terraform, you can't fill like this space right next to these quay walls. Let's see, can I build like some container cranes on those? Yes, I actually can. So what if we get like a small crane here on the outside, then just leave enough space for a warehouse here in the center, and then just close it behind? I think we will actually have to like terraform this bit first and then build the quay wall. This should be fine. Then I'm just rebuilding the quay wall, everything with 90-degree angles. Let's see if the warehouse, yes, it fits perfectly. So I'm just gonna throw that in here, then get this small crane, and on the other side, a big crane, which I can't build right now because there isn't water yet. So let's fix this terraforming. Or do I actually? Yeah, I think I need to start the time so the water fills in. And now we can get the big crane. Or I guess we could get the big crane if the warehouse wasn't in the way. So then maybe it's just another small crane. And I'll put the big crane like somewhere over here. I guess that looks pretty nice, especially considering that there's also a port on the other side. Here is some more terraforming to do. Again, I will have to remove this wall, fix all these heights with the level terrain brush tool. And I guess at this point we don't even need a quay wall anymore. And I'm still so annoyed that every time I have to click here on the port main gate for this menu to pop up, where I can then grab like this street, draw it back in, and finally use the surface area tool just to drag out these concrete surfaces a bit more. Oh, and I think this is a pretty great start to this new harbor area. We should make sure that like these shipping channels are connected at least. For that we just need like these seaways. Let's try to connect everything up here. They will be visible because in these parts the water has to be deeper to fit all these heavy container ships. And actually, maybe we can fit a container ship through this other end. There is a bridge in the way, but maybe we can turn that into a drawbridge and then open up some new shipping directions the other way. Maybe we just do that for these small ships that go to this terminal. Let's see how that would look. Here it is still fine. Then we have to find some solution for the bridge. And this channel is like barely not wide enough. So maybe this is a future problem if we need more traffic, like ship traffic and more cargo for us to fix. For now, let's try to make this port look nice. And one thing I want to try, what if I just plop down like a small auxiliary gate, like just here? Can I click that for getting the menu of which buildings I can build? No, actually not. So I need to get rid of it. And then let's see. First, I'm just gonna continue some of these roads. Maybe this end part here can almost be like some sort of circle closing everything out. Like, this doesn't look too bad, right? It's a weird transition between like the quay wall and this other wall, but I think we can fix that. Oh yeah, I think like that. This is a pretty nice end to like a harbor area on one side. So we can now just get to like trying to fill this entire thing. Luckily, there aren't even that many choices after all. We could add another passenger terminal somewhere. I don't want to do that at this point. I want to add some ferry lines to this port because our city does have lots of ferry lines over here going to Buxton Town, going down to downtown, but none actually going here to the left. So what if we go here with this ferry terminal? We can actually put it here on the quay wall, but it might not be great if that is like directly connected to this harbor. So I guess for now, I'm just going to put it down here on the right next to the harbor. So when we eventually build out a city around here, that will be connected to the rest of our ferry system. Now we finally get to building some more buildings here in the center. And for that, as I said, there are not that many options. There are warehouses. I think these would technically all fit in here. There is like these oil tanks that are kind of small. Then there are these bulk storage yards, which can be really big actually. And there are these like cargo like container yards, which I actually really like the look of. So let's make sure that we put some containers next to all these cranes. This is the base of everything, and I think it already looks kind of nice. Now I just have to go ahead and delete like all these trees here. Then I have to extend these concrete surfaces. Just like that, it already looks like a port. We can do better though, by just going to this D on the landscaping options. And I just like placing some of these yellow symbols around. There's like no parking decals. Maybe let's throw these next to the cranes. And to add even more detail, if we just throw in more containers here and there, maybe even some that have some rotation that doesn't fully fit, that adds even more detail to the entire thing. Like, look at that. This is pretty cool. These tiny bits of detailing, I mean, these containers here are custom. These here to the left and to the right are fixed assets. And then these containers, of course, are assets. I added in some more roads, but like, it just adds so much to making this entire thing feel alive. And it's the same over here. I added like some ropes here. I added like some barrels here. Sure, a lot of this area here is still empty. And I might actually be able, I have to go over here, grab like one of these small one-way roads. Maybe I can actually fit one in here just to add a bit more to the surface. I mean, visually this looks pretty nice. I'm just annoyed by these like dead end icons. Can I do anything about those? Like, what if I add like some small roundabout here at the end? Would that work? Not sure if it does. It's overlapping items, so let's delete that again, but it still looks pretty interesting. I really love it in combination with the port on the other side. However, we are still missing the main thing why we are building this monstrosity in the first place, which is this cargo train terminal. The goal of this train terminal is to transport cargo, for example, over here to this airport area. So we need to connect it up to the rail line that we already have and that currently runs over here to our university district, which still needs a name. So we do need to run this along the coast here. Let's actually do that first. I'm just gonna get the double train track, and I think we can just drag it straight through here. And I might just run it completely straight across this entire coastline. Let's try to get in some sort of smooth curve here. That looks pretty good. Then we need to bring it across this river. So I'm just going parallel to the existing road. And then we'll just get some sort of tight curve. And then we'll just make the curve like that. It's not the smoothest one, but it's fine. And then we just need to connect it up to the existing train infrastructure. That one is here like elevated, so I just drag it out. For some reason, it doesn't work. Why would this not work if I just go like straight? Now it works 180 degrees, perfect. And just bring it down to ground level. And maybe we just do one very long smooth curve to it. This looks like a really great train line. It just goes parallel to all the existing infrastructure we already have. We might have to rework this at some point if we want to have ships passing through here. Right now that is not possible. But this cargo hub is now connected up to the train line, which runs all the way up to this airport. So now the next question is, where do we want cargo to flow? And that is actually a pretty good question. I mean, I could let the cargo flow like here next to this normal train yard. I could build like a cargo trail yard, but if I want cargo, I could probably add a cargo terminal like to this airport, and then I would also have a train line here that could like get cargo. So it is actually not fully easy. Maybe we need to deliver cargo to this nuclear power plant. So let's actually have a look. The cargo train terminal is pretty small, so we would technically be able to fit it in, but I'm not so sure where like these train routes would go. But let's actually do that as a first destination. Let me know in the comments where else we should bring the cargo. And I'm sure as the episodes go on, we will work out this train infrastructure even more. I mean, where these train lines are right here, where nothing is built yet, these are just temporary, and we will surely rework those. But for now, let's get in this train yard right here. We already have the small alleyway that connects to it, so this is pretty easy. Maybe I can even do some sort of fancy connection here. And at the end, I want to add like some cul-de-sac so trucks can actually turn around here. And then we just bring out this rail line, run it straight here. I want to make it a double train track as soon as possible. But like this other train line has to go somewhere. So I think I might just run that here into a dead end. I'm not sure what the story is here. Maybe there was some other piece of infrastructure right here that got destroyed. Or maybe some stuff is planned to be built here. So let's put some containers down. Maybe even some sort of small manufacturing building. Wait, and what are these lines doing here in a curve? This surely doesn't work, right? How is the train supposed to get electricity here if like these electricity lines just cut across these rail lines? It doesn't make sense, but it's not for us to care right now. I really like how this looks. I'm actually really happy with that addition. So now let's just continue this route. Here I can't go straight, at least not fully. So let's get a slight curve, cut the road at a 90-degree angle. There will be like a train overpass here on the road, but for one, on this road there isn't that much traffic, and I'm sure that this train line will also not have too much traffic. And from here, it's just a straight shot until this main train line, where I'm then just adding like a normal interchange to all directions. And just like that, we have connected this entire infrastructure. Let's get the cargo train route. I'll just have it leave here from the right, have it go all the way over here to the nuclear power plant. Then I guess it will just go back. I'm not gonna make an outside connection from here because the cargo ships are supposed to bring the goods in massive quantities from the outside, and then the train lines are supposed to distribute them across the city. This terminal is now complaining about not having enough vehicles. That's actually an issue, but since I last played, I have bought the City Stations Content Creator Pack, and there is the compact rail yard, which is really, really beautiful. Maybe we can also get that in somewhere here. I mean, what if we did something like this? So we have a train yard next to this cargo hub. I think that looks pretty great. I'm just gonna connect that with the normal port roads, even though that doesn't fully work. Why does this not work? Why is there an overlapping item? Can I use a normal road? It's still an overlapping item. Oh, I can do it further out here. Sometimes these assets are like really weird, and now it's even weirder. Like these paths are connected up, but apparently that is still not a viable road connection. Why is this game so annoying? Now the road is too far away. Now it works. And I guess I just upgraded the road back to like this harbor street. And just like that, can we just take this route, run it straight, and then have it run into this normal route? That should work. We have all these trains available now, and it looks just so much nicer that you can actually see the trains that are stored in a certain place. Oh, and there it goes. Here it goes. Oh, look at this nice train. 2 trains pulling it, and this will now transfer the goods from the harbor all the way over to the end. We can see it over there to the nuclear power plant. On the other side, these train lines also have to continue. So for now, I'm also just dragging them out completely straight, and we'll kind of see what we do with those later. Now I might just go back and fill this empty space that we have with some trees, just to get some decoration going. I guess that's pretty solid. And this looks like a really, really great harbor area now, even with these entire train lines. I don't think I've ever built a harbor that great. I'm pretty sure this side is even better than the other side over there. But it's not done yet because I'm really unhappy about this weird edge here. Is there anything cool we can put here? Maybe, since this part is now complaining about sewage and backed up water, maybe we can put some water towers here. I guess that makes sense. And how about a small transformer station that then connects underground with the high voltage lines? Well, they are already here, so that's kind of convenient. Do they connect up to anywhere? Yes. they connect up here. So any electricity I need should connect up to here. And then I'm just gonna leave it green space as it is. And then for some reason, this line is still complaining about not having vehicles. I mean, 2 vehicles are fine here. And there are 2 en route. So why are you complaining? Oh, it's not complaining anymore. And as a whole, there aren't enough trains because this compact rail yard is working as 5% efficiency because it doesn't have employees. And it's still complaining about sewage because there's actually no way for anyone to get to this port. So that is truly the next challenge. First, the sewage that they're still complaining about. Maybe I can add a sewage facility to this entire plant. Let's get a water treatment plant. We will have to spend some research points on those. Let's see, is it big? No, it's actually not that big. I might be able to just like put it here. And then at this point, we'll just go back to normal like roads. Maybe we have that run across here. Grab back the harbor road for one last time and have that run in there. Actually, at this point, we will need like some auxiliary port gate. Wait. Let's make space for it. I think this works pretty well, right? I think it also looks interesting, so I am happy with that. This port only has 1 entrance so far. Maybe that is not enough, but maybe it is because it's just for workers. And all the cargo is exiting via like this train terminal, so maybe it should be fine. Oh, and this cargo train is actually already coming with lots and lots of cargo. Or it's actually leaving with all that cargo. So these trains are doing great work. And we now also have this water treatment plant. Maybe we can get some extensions to it. I'm adding another spot for trucks to turn around here at the end. And honestly, it's all coming together very, very nicely. I must say, I really love it. Let's just add another like dirt road here that just goes to the forest. And that's pretty nice. So we have some kind of road connections now. However, we haven't solved the problem that there are 0 workers here. And I guess for that, I will have to connect up this ferry terminal. Let's do that by extending this 2-lane road. There's surely some nice road here at the ferry terminal as well. So I actually built out some roads. This wasn't that easy. I now have a bridge that goes above these train lines and that connects over to this ferry terminal. With that set up, we can just go to water, or better to ferries, grab the ferry line tool. Oh, actually I first need like connections. Wait, why can I not make connections here with the ferries? Let's try to rebuild this building. Ferry terminal allows passengers ferry boarding and disembarking. Put that here. Ferry line tool. Why does this not work? What happened to these ferry lines? I mean, there is a stop here, right? How about I just force in like some narrow boatway? Oh, I actually have to build like the ferry terminal pier. And I can even upgrade it with a bus terminal. Damn, I never knew that this was that great. So let's actually try this. Ferry terminal pier. Oh yes, now it works. So I can do this. Actually, can I like drag this to the side? What if I made the pier just go left and right? Or maybe just to the right. This works, right? So now let's get this narrow boatway. Just kind of get it all connected up. And I'm a bit unhappy about that now that lifted the terrain here. But I don't think that these boats are actually running on ground. Oh, I can't even go beneath the water. But I think it's fine, right? Yeah, don't worry about this boat shaking so much. But we now have this ferry pier where we can just go ahead. Now grab the ferry line tool, yeah. And now I can just have a ferry here on the inside. Let's see, where is the next ferry stop that we could go to? How about we open a new one over here in Victoria? I mean, we can just get the shoreline stop, put it here, narrow boatway. And my favorite thing about it is that for this ferry stop, you only need pedestrian access, which is really, really nice. And wait, what? What is this pedestrian overpass? No way these are now part of the base game. I didn't even know. That makes the City Stations DLC Worth it so much. I never knew that this was added. Oh, that's nice. Wait, where can we put this? I want a place where we can put that. Where does it make sense? Maybe then, if I can't find a good place, it's something for the next episode, which is already live for my channel members. Otherwise, it will come out next Wednesday. But finally, let's draw in this ferry route. Let's hope this works. Great, great. So I should have ferries... Oh, leaving soon. This is my ferry depot. But they still can't reach the place because these two shipping lines aren't connected yet. But that is actually an easy fix. Now we should have some small ferries leaving this building soon. Where are they at? Come on. Oh yeah, here they are. Here they come. Some nice small ferries that will soon transport passengers over here from this Victoria shoreline stop just to the other side of this bay to this very nice stop. Oh, and here are some people in the harbor that are working hard and for some reason just brake checking everyone. That is good. That is actually really, really good. Here we have the first ferry going. It has 0 people. Is there anyone waiting over here? Not yet, but we do see people taking jobs here at the ferry terminal. We do see people taking jobs here at this compact rail yard, which is now running at 91% efficiency. And this harbor is now finally working. I'm not sure if there is actually cargo arriving on this side or not, because it might all be handled from this main gate on this other side here. Oh, and look at how much these upkeep costs are. 1.16 million. Oh, this harbor is expensive. I hope that it will make money. But we're also exporting resources here. Those are the ones in green. And we're importing resources. Those are the one in red. We have boats arriving on that side. I also do want some boats arriving here on this side. So I am just going to go ahead, draw in one more cargo route to the small terminal. I don't really have another place for them to go, but wait, what? Pathfinding failed? What do you mean pathfinding failed? How about we run it from here? Yeah, now I guess it works. I want to have some traffic to this side of the port as well. This port is really, really busy, especially now also with these ferries, but I really like it. So how about we look at a short time lapse of what we just built. Oh, this is definitely very, very busy at it, and just looking at it, I'm so happy about everything that we built here. It looks pretty nice. I think everything beyond like this Cherry Street right here, if you want to name it, let me know all the suggestions in your comments and I will choose one. I think this is all complete. The only thing that's missing might be like another bit of decoration. Sadly, I kind of forgot which trees I used over there, but I think it is actually just hickory. So I'm also just going to use more of that. Maybe some wildflower bushes. And just like that, this entire area might just be completed. I think I'm gonna use it for more and more services, because the whole question of this is, of course, how does this entire infrastructure connect like to this highway that we have here, to the entire rest of the city? And I don't think I'm gonna connect it here with a bridge. I will only have this highway connect like over here somewhere. So that way I can actually use this area to put down like another recycling center as well, which I'm going to upgrade with these very similar looking domes and this storage extension. So I think even just with that, we are getting more and more variety in this area. I mean, it's one thing just adding these services, but the real reason I want these things here is just for the looks. And I think the looks are actually really, really great. I'm not sure if I'm going to add anything in between here, these dirt roads. I could actually change the surface texture of it, because for one, I should make like everything here just extend this concrete surface from these domes, just so everything looks clean. That's already better. And what if I get like a dark sand surface here? Would that actually look good? Maybe. It's definitely a bit different to the rest. It almost looks like the concrete, but it's not exactly the same. So sure, why not? And there is like some small gaps here and there where I just need to extend these surfaces so that there aren't like these tiny small gaps of greenery coming out of the ground. But this is honestly pretty good. Now, one thing I'm missing is like a police station because there is a crime scene. We can just make that the entry building for this port area. So this is maybe where you check in. Like if you arrive with a truck, you drop off like your papers here and then you can move into the port. So that provides even more services. When I see all these people here are walking, I'm not fully happy about that because they arrive here at the ferry. And this ferry stop can actually get a bus stop, which look at how that looks. Very modern, very nice. So let's connect that up and we might just use one of the new bus stops that got added. Let's see, where are they? They're here. Architectural bus stop shelter. City bus stop. Oh, this is all very big. Compact bus stop. No, this is compact bus depot. Let's just get an architectural bus stop shelter. We put that here at the port and then we can just run the bus line from here to the ferry depot and over to this port. So all these people don't have to walk. And then of course, since we don't have a road connection over to the rest of the city, there is also not any bus depot yet. But maybe we can also make space for a bus depot here. I guess it fits the optics of like this recycling center. And again, here it's just so nice seeing visually how many trucks are left, that you can see all the trucks that are standing here. And we have like a functioning bus route now. Let's have a look at it. This is the shelter. Oh, but I don't like that these buses are turning around here. We need to fix some things here at this bus line 5. Let's just call this port transfer. If you have a name for it, let me know in the comments. I'm pretty sure this is just for the workers, so let's reduce the ticket price to free. And I want to adjust this bus route. If you did not know, you can actually go ahead and drag these to somewhere else. And I want to drag this to just turn around back here at this roundabout. And I guess if I'm already doing that, then maybe there should also be another bus stop, like where these people work here. I can just drag it there. And that way, everyone should just be carried around nicely. I mean, look at that. It's a really nice bus stop. There's even a person sitting here. That's a new mechanic. I've never seen that in game. Like, just in front of this headquarter, they can go along, they can exit here at the port, which is really nice, and they can arrive here. So that is the basic traffic layout. So maybe just here at this ferry terminal, we are missing a few shops where people can buy some stuff, and I'm very tempted to put some urban promenade mixed-use housing here. I really hope that it will look nice. Can I get uniform long plots? Maybe not. Let's see, if I just bulldoze a lot. I don't think there is any other way for this to work, so I guess I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna add like some pedestrian path here. I think it's actually quite often that there are some paths running along train lines, and then I will just circle that back to the city. And now it's just that I hate how this home here at the corner looks. So maybe we can hide that by getting some hickory trees. And now that we can actually spam them way closer together, it's kind of ugly. But if now we do around spreading them out a bit more, and maybe I just delete some. That was definitely too many trees, but you don't really see that this is ugly anymore. There are some homes here now, there's people living here, and it fits. It is so nice with this like modern like bus station with all this ship traffic back there. There's all these people here waiting for the ferry, and this all looks like it fits very well together. Population growth in Tuna Bay has been flatlining, with the city having ambitions to grow and the brand new port development laying ground on infrastructure for a whole nother big island. What better way to center the entire development of such an island around one key building? This is the new Ice Flake Arena. Definitely a centerpiece that will attract lots and lots of visitors, and that should really help the city grow even on the other side of the bay. With that, welcome back to Tuna Bay, where first we actually need to figure out where to put this arena. For now, I've just put it down randomly for the intro. We do have the cargo rail line right here. Then there is a ferry terminal right here that currently connects up to the other side of the bay. This will be pretty important. And we have a tiny bit of existing road infrastructure. Honestly, I think the current placement of this arena isn't too bad, though I am considering to just move it right here on the shoreline, because if it is just sitting right here, we can surround it with a park. And imagine you are standing here on this terrace or behind these windows on the inside. The view over the ocean and over there to Buxton Town is pretty nice. Is there actually something inside this arena? Let's check. Nope, the inside is empty in this case, apart from a bit of ventilation. So let's try this location for the arena. And then the second biggest challenge is how to actually get all the traffic here, because the roads that are here right now are just local roads. They just connect to the harbor. What we do have is this highway that we somehow need to connect into the city. And for that, I'm going to buy a few more tiles over here. I mean, I'm honestly going to buy the entire island. This part at the edge here is soon going to be some touristy or wealthy area. We're gonna build that in one of the next episodes, which is already live for my channel members. Otherwise, Tuna Bay is published every Wednesday. So let's see if we bring the highway across the river right here. This could be fine. And then just bring it across this island. I'm always making sure to connect it up with some nice curves. And if you have a situation like this where the roads don't really match up perfectly, go for this complex curve. Select the road, go out straight, find the meeting point for the other road, left click once and drag it into there. This looks solid. It's kind of a steep curve, but maybe there's a reason for it, or we will change it later down the line if we don't need it. So now we have this highway connecting right into the city. And I'm pretty sure it is going to end somewhere here as well. It's not gonna go on for much longer. Maybe we can use this intersection and let it end in like a big roundabout. Just like that. That definitely works. The angles are not perfect 90 degrees here, but I'm still going to go with it this time. That also gives it personality and makes it look interesting. So then let's look at our centerpiece here. It needs a road connection here on one side. So let's bring that along. We will definitely need that. And then on this side over here, I might just want to have like a pedestrian street go around this entire building. That looks solid. Drag out the normal 2-lane road a bit further. And then we can have like some sort of park here to the south and to the east. The west will get some parking infrastructure, and then this here is where it goes towards the city. The other issue I have is what to do about this rail line. Where do we want to bring that? It might be used to like bring under the bay and then connect up with whatever developments we might have up there. So I might just take this route for now, just bring it out straight as far as I can go, and then just drop it underground. So this is now securely tucked away. It just disappears here underneath the waterfront. We still have this train line, and now I have to figure out how to connect all these routes. I mean, it makes sense to continue this road straight, but I want any connection across this rail line to be perpendicular, just for easier visibility. So that means this road has to make a curve, go a bit further straight, another tight radius curve, and just like that, these two roads are already connected up. It will definitely be challenging to do our zoning on these slightly curved roads, but I'm always up for a challenge. Then we have this road over here, which somewhere will have to meet up with this pedestrian road. And we have this other connection from the roundabout that will be very important, but let's worry about that later. Let's first build out the infrastructure here in this ice flake arena. Oh, this is definitely a beautiful asset. For sure, we're going to need some parking spaces. Let's see, maybe we fit in some big parking decks right here next to each other. On top, everything has to be easily accessible for pedestrians. So let's build some wide pedestrian paths. And later down the line, this will also give us lots and lots of opportunities to decorate. For example, by taking some of these bushes and putting them on the side of these pedestrian paths. This is just a small preview. We will do lots more decorating later. For now, let's do more of the rough layout so we have some parking opportunities here. It's probably plenty of parking. I want to use this other side of it, like where we have like this pedestrian path going. Let's kind of give it a border. I want to have this entire area be kind of like a park, like an extension of this park from the Ice Flake Arena. Let's see if we have some base assets that we can put here. Maybe one of these park cafes and some bicycle park if anyone wants to bike here. These come with more pedestrian paths. Let's make sure to connect them up as well. And that is already a good baseline for pedestrian connectivity and services. We will do a bit more decorating here later. I do like this shoreline here with just more and more trees. Also some trees here in this corner. Probably makes a lot of sense though. This here looks like a main entrance. So lots of people will probably go by here. So I'm adding a few more like food booths. If people are just meeting up here to enter together, they can buy some stuff here. And with those, it's always good practice to just grab these tile surfaces and extend them out a bit further, just so everything looks a bit more integrated into the environment. And just to make sure that this area does not look too empty, I'm just putting down some barriers and a bit more seating opportunities. So now there's really plenty of space for people to meet and enjoy a few drinks before the actual game. Honestly, this corner looks kind of nice. And what this is supposed to do is transition over to this park that we have over here. It is a pedestrian area, so people are only supposed to walk here. But where do they walk to? I definitely want them to take this path to the shoreline. So let's just build out some thick pedestrian path along the entire shoreline. Honestly, we might actually try making that like a key wall. Let's try that. Sometimes I'm still struggling building in exactly these key walls. These are definitely not the easiest things to build in the game, but they're always just so good looking that I can't resist building them in. Let's just have them run until here. Get the wide pedestrian path at the end to connect everything up. And honestly, it already looks nice. It's kind of weird that it's like changing in height. I'm not sure why that is the case. Let's get rid of these trees and this bit of shoreline that's not making it a key wall. Actually, why don't we keep it? It also looks somewhat natural. And I'm going to use this height that we already have here. I have to say, I'm not a fan that like this area is now so much higher than the rest, but I'm still going to leverage it by doing some terraforming here and then just really softening this entire terrain around it. So we kind of have like some sort of hill going on here that's also like a bit of a divider between this like shorefront and this normal pedestrian path. I do like it. I guess it looks quite okay. It's not the best build I've ever done, but it looks solid. Next up, let's just get a few more pedestrian connections. I also built this circle right here because I want to put some nice gazebo here in the shade. Make sure to also put some trash can and a bench to sit down. That's already a good start. And I'm also putting a bunch more benches along this walkway. I imagine lots of people want to go here, sit down and just enjoy the view over the bay. I mean, after all, on this side you can see the downtown of Victoria, and from this other side you can see Buxton Town and like all the ship traffic. This is surely interesting. So now we have this pedestrian walkway. I'm going to keep this bit empty by just adding in like more of this pedestrian path cutting through. And then I'm also just gonna return some trees here, get a bit of variety. This bit is just going to stay nature, but on this side, I do want the opportunity to have some shops. However, if I just put down normal commercial zones, what will happen is that it will just be gas stations like these. Sure, I would like the people like they are here, but I don't want these gas stations in a pedestrian zone next to a stadium. So I am probably going to use these mixed-use housing types. Yes, it's housing, but they also have some shops down here. And they look modern from the top, which I imagine fits the stadium here quite well. So let's just get urban promenades mixed-use housing. This is one of my favorite housing types. Just get the zoning in like that. And let's see if these buildings turn out nice like I expected them to. Honestly, this looks really nice. It fits this pedestrian street quite well. Imagine just walking around here on ground level. On the left you have the stadium. On the right some homes, some shops. The homes probably have some issues that this building might at some points be very loud and attract lots and lots of people around it. But imagine on these back sides they have these amazing terraces where, like, if you're just standing here, what kind of view is that? This is literally a dream. So these might be one of the most expensive buildings, like, in my entire region. And that's all just because I'm building them around this one massive stadium. I really like how this area around it is coming together. I imagine we'll probably also soon have the first cars arriving here, yes. But they are parking on the roadside, which I don't want to have. They should use these parking garages if I already have them. Oh, and maybe to add some more variety, we can make one of them higher. Do we make the one further away higher or the one that's closer to this building? Let's just make this one higher. That adds even more variety. But what I want to do, go to road services, and either we're gonna add trees. Oh, but trees don't remove the cars. So I guess I'm just going to make the sidewalks wider, like on this entire path that's going to the stadium. I don't want anyone parking here. This is so much nicer. Oh, what would probably also be good, this here is the main entrance. Let's put some modern bus station here. I mean, I guess, would a small, like, bus station be enough for such a big stadium? Probably not. Let's see, what other options do we have? City bus station. This one is pretty big, but apparently it also adds subway interface. That would kind of be nice, because if we do get a subway at some point, we can connect it, like, this part of the city with the rest of the city. Of course, we can't see the subway, no. We have to actually do the upgrade, but then it will just be underground here, so that would be pretty great. I am also intrigued in adding these additional parking levels, but then on the other hand, I don't want this many cars arriving here. So let's keep it like it is for now. And as it is, let's just add one bus route from this terminal to the ferry stop over here, where we have another bus terminal with 3 bus lines. Let's run that over here. And we now have the first operational bus. For people that arrive by boat, they can now drive over here to the stadium, which I guess is pretty nice. Then the rest of this area here to this train line. Maybe we should actually get in some more police station. I mean, there's one at the harbor, but this area is probably going to attract a lot of crime. And I want to try, like, taking this police station and kind of filling in some of the weird space back here with it. So, like, if I just do that, the front looks really, really nice. And also, it's the same modern style like these residential buildings back there. So that is good. And then I'm just gonna take this 2-lane road, bring it over here. And maybe we can even zone some more of this modern mixed-use housing by expanding our network of pedestrian paths. This is kind of what I came up with. So we will get more of these homes here soon. We also have these buses already arriving and this police station is operational. That's great. So then we have one more bit of empty space here. What else do we need next to the Ice Flake Arena? There's probably going to be lots and lots of broadcasting happening here. So maybe we get the modern telecom building, and just by chance, it fits in here basically perfectly. Let's just place it down. 1.2 million. It's an expensive and also, like, quite a large building. But if we make good use of the space behind it and connect these surfaces, we should be able to get it looking kinda nice. So I built, like, one of these long parts and filled it with, like, concrete textures. And I also built, like, one of these colorful parks right here. And honestly, it's coming together quite nicely. And while these buildings here are still building, and oh, lots and lots of people are already walking around here, I'm really happy about that. And I'm pretty sure they're also using these buses as well as these parking garages, as we can see here on the inside, they're being used. We should probably also fill, like, this triangle shape. On the backside, we can just run another pedestrian road. That's an easy fix. And then let's see what park we can get that we have not built yet. This says small park. How does it look? Yeah, I guess it's okay. And then the rest will just stay green like it is right now. Yeah, this area is definitely coming together. We also have this kind of... It's a bit weird, this area. I'm not 100% happy with it. Maybe I just add like a bit more of a pedestrian pathway. We could make another train crossing here for pedestrians. Honestly, why not? Ooh, and then we could make it so that people are actually cutting across here. So we have like this two-way path system. And then on the other side here, we have space for yet another park. Maybe a large playground next to these train lines isn't the best one. So I'm thinking dog park. That could work. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. So this corner also looks better already. Finally, I want to finish the decoration of this area with just a few bushes. And a bit of surface work. I tried out some new things here with the surfaces. I guess it looks okay. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it everywhere, but I just lined these green textures to look differently on like the main mode grass. And I added some sand texture here just for variety. And this is the immediate stadium area. We have a bunch of homes already. Let's check out this Iceflex Arena. No company wants to settle here yet. So it has 0 income, 0 company, 0 employees. That's not that much. But honestly, I'm also not that much surprised, because what I find really odd is that this Iceflex Arena is a unique building and is therefore free to get. Like, it doesn't even cost you money. I was searching for it for a long time under like large sports parks or maybe tourist attractions, but it's actually under special buildings if you look for it. But regardless, I think this area is already pretty good. It has some nice details, and I'm happy to see that plenty of people are walking around here. They are shopping here. They are using these areas. They are using this bus stop. Like, look at these people here exiting and entering these buses. That is kind of nice. And I also do like the height variety of it. Like, when you're coming in here with a boat, look at that. You have this arena, you have this higher building, you have these parking garages. That looks all really, really sweet. And with that area built, it also kind of seems logical where we're going to build like our next district over here. I'd probably just have to like take this road and kind of drag it out further and then connect it up with the road that's coming from this roundabout. So something like this. Honestly, what if we keep the highway going here? Would that still look fine? I guess it does. Then we won't have zoning on this road. And I'm still uncertain what to do with this square. It could just be a park. We could put some education or maybe even some tourist attractions like a modern art museum. Actually, let's go with this modern art museum. Like, what if this is just like in here in some kind of odd shape, not fitting everything else in the surrounding? Then I'm just gonna get like an alleyway. Let's connect this up, get a nice curve in. Okay. So we have a modern art museum now. And then, what if I just spam down a bunch of these hickory trees? Are we happy with this? I'm not so sure. Let me know in the comments if we should switch this area up or if like this modern art museum actually fits the area. I was thinking, since we already have lots of parking spaces here and some tourist attractions, maybe an art museum would be nice for this area as well. I guess one thing we are missing are like a bunch more pedestrian connections around here. Also, this highway is kind of making it not that walkable, so I'm adding pedestrian paths just to bridge that gap. Let's just continue it from here and just get in a bunch of pathways everywhere. We can even connect it up to the parking infrastructure, and just like that, it is not too bad. I think there's one connection here that's missing, but now, I mean, it's a green space in the city, and it's not like a grid. Sure, these roads all have 90-degree angles, but like this is angled very odd, even though it's a square building. So I do like it very, very much. And oh, let's just take a moment and appreciate what we built here. Oh, one thing I'm noticing here with all this boat traffic, we surely need like another lighthouse, like here at both of these shorelines, to tell these boats where the entrance is, like from the ocean. Let's put this old lighthouse here where it's kind of more realistic that there is an old lighthouse, and maybe we can squeeze in like a small one over here. This does look good, but I hate that it requires a road. I'm just gonna leave it here for now, or I would have to get like a bigger one and put it here more on the inside, but then it's behind trees. So like large lighthouse, let's put that here. Oh yeah, I guess that works as well. Get rid of that building again. And this lighthouse works very, very much. This one also does work as soon as we connect it up. Just a gravel path will surely be enough. And just like that, it is covered. Do they actually light up at night? No, they don't. What is this? They are not even lighting up at night. Oh, wait. Now it is? Maybe just took a bit, or it's a thing of render distance, but they are definitely not very bright. Having simulated this area for a tiny bit, it's missing hearses. The good thing is we do have an area where we put like all the services in this part of our city, and that is over here in the port area. So we can just go ahead. Oh, I'm kind of out of money. So I'm actually forced now to take like a small cemetery somewhere. What? Where do I put a small cemetery in this city? I guess, at least just temporarily, I will put it here on the shorefront. It's probably not going to stay here forever, but I wanted to cover here all this hearse demand. And then speaking about this shorefront, let's also finish this side of the rail tracks. We have already started here with some of the same modern mixed-use housing, and I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna continue that trend. We have lots of those there on the shoreline, so let's just continue with them here. I'm going to give them like 4 tiles in depth. That really helps to kind of unify like the building style. Just get them in like that. And then here we might actually put some old town mixed-use buildings if they want to zone in, like next to the cemetery. That would make sense. Then I can just continue dragging out this pedestrian path that we already have. Let's just run that parallel to the train line until it hits this path that's already existing. Let's kind of rework this just to make sure all the connections we have do make sense. The one thing I don't like about these buildings, if they are wall to wall, they have like this white border here. That is not all too nice. And in this city, I'm kind of struggling with things to put here in the back, because there's now just so much empty space between these buildings and this train line. And I'm also not sure if that is something where we're supposed to do anything about that. Like I could draw in an alleyway here, but then what would we zone immediately next to this train line? Businesses? Offices? I'm not so sure. Did by now any business move into the Ice Flags Arena? No. No one moved in here, even though we have some demand for it. I guess if we do decide, let's try this out. Just replace this path again. Then let's turn this into an alleyway. And then I might just use it for some normal medium density housing. I can still keep this pedestrian path that we had before. And I can also decorate that area with a small basketball court. And I guess some more trees. This is kind of hit or miss. I do like these old town mixed-use buildings next to the cemetery. Oh, but I'm excited how these will look. Good thing you don't really have to wait because there's a time lapse. Oh, this looks like quite a high density. I still like that so many people are walking, but the density in this is actually pretty crazy. This is not the full downtown like I got recommended, but the other issue is that we might not even have like the road layout here to do build a full downtown. We have some capacity to build some tourist area over here, and we do have some capacity to like build some villas along this shoreline here in the next episode. Oh, there's even some nice palm trees. but it definitely is problematic. What do we put in this center right here? I mean, one option would be to go skyscrapers, but I'm not sure if that would actually fit the area. I mean, where would these roads go? How do they connect up? Because this is a train line. Sure, I could build a train station over here. Let's check out if any of the new ones actually would fit. I mean, this is a whole massive train station. Would this be overkill? Let's place it here and see. This is pretty big, but I could connect it up. I guess so. It does work, but I don't like what the ground is doing here. Is it uneven? What is the issue here? There are no contour lines here. Are there? Like, oh, it's because this is sunken in. Like, this is a bit deeper than the normal ground, but it also makes it look kind of nice. So I still do like it. Let's see if we can also connect up this. So now this train station would work. We just need some connection from this side. So now it is connected up, but that still leaves me with the question of where do I put the next buildings? There's one building type I have not built once in the entire city, and that is the Mediterranean Heritage Medium Density Housing. By the way, this is not part of any official region pack that you download via Paradox Mods, but this building type actually comes with a DLC and is therefore part of the vanilla game. Today, for the first time ever, I'm going to use this building type, and oh, it turned out more difficult than expected. And the great thing, I think I have already found the perfect place for it, right here next to this train station. To give this entire build some context, I do want to have more density and more homes in this area. After all, there are lots of jobs in this port area, and the population center so far is on the other side of the bay. And I'm really hoping that this will add some variety to these high density skyscrapers over on the other side. It is actually really crazy to think that I have never built this building type. I don't even really know what these buildings look like and how they zone in, what type of lot sizes they have. So I'm just zoning some in right here. I'm probably gonna delete them again just to see how they look and what we are working with. Later in the video we will also do some traffic adjustments and fixes like you suggested in the comments. But first let's focus on this new type of housing. Okay, here they are. They actually look pretty good, but the difficulty will definitely be working with like these side walls. Wall to wall they are great, and on both sides they are quite detailed, but we definitely do have to figure out how to make this work. So let's get rid of these again and see what we can do here. Of course, the main part of this new development is this train station, which we still have to connect up with other buildings. And it has these parking areas over here that connect up some pedestrian paths. So what if we immediately use that for some homes? So I connected up some of these pedestrian paths. Then let's get some alleyway from this main road just along both sides. I'm really focusing on controlling the zoning here. I think this entire neighborhood will live from symmetry, and then we can use these here as the first bit of Mediterranean buildings. And before they zone in, let's still kind of figure out this road layout. Funnily enough, I can't connect an alleyway to this like parking road. What do I need? Do I need a normal 2-lane road? Oh no, it is actually possible. It's just difficult to connect these up correctly. So it's best to do this with snapping disabled. That way you can make it work. Let's just put some nice curve here at the end. Oh, this definitely is not nice looking. That's much better. And let's also try to do something similar on the other side. And honestly, this road layout doesn't look too bad, and I'm happy that it looks somewhat similar to the port. So I guess it fits this area. Now we just gotta check that the zoning is still good. Somehow all these tiles here are kind of weird. Let's see what we can do with these pavement paths. That works out right here, and maybe on the other side as well. that is also looking good. Now let's just fill this all with the similar medium density housing, all at a depth of 3. And I'm really excited how this is going to look, because at the end this is going to determine the entire thing we build around it. Oh, honestly, I'm a bit underwhelmed. I'm not happy how these things look here, but we're definitely going to fix it, and we're going to learn a lot while doing so. There are way too many gaps here. Why is that? There is zoning. So if I just delete some of these buildings, yes, and let it rebuild, at least we get a wider gap here. Maybe we can fill that with something. And then I guess we have a similar problem right here. Okay, that jumped one over, and that also fixes it. So just deleting a few buildings here and there, according to what your zoning holds, does actually solve some issues. Let's do the same thing here. Just rezoning everything until everything just looks a lot better. Then here in the back, I guess there's not much I can do about this. So now things are already looking way better, and we have way fewer gaps to fill. For example, this gap right here on the back side, there are some people walking in. Oh, this is nice. They are even sitting on these tables. I never knew that that is a thing. But maybe I can actually squeeze in some park or something right here. We do have plenty of small parks. Well, there's actually only the tiny park, the mini park. Yeah, these are the only 2 park types that would fit here. So let's see, what if we get a tiny park right here, centered in between these 2 buildings? And also one on the opposite side on the top here. It doesn't even complain that it does not have road access. Does it not need road access? I can just place that here in the center as well. This one is complaining. So you can actually put these tiny parks. I never knew about it. You can just put those on pedestrian roads. Oh, maybe this road over here counts as a connection, but I can't use the middle one. And the surface textures here are different, which is annoying. So I have to replace this one tiny park until we get the same looking surface texture. Here we go. I think this is the same. Just make sure to align it correctly. No! And when realigning it, it actually changes the surface texture. So if you press relocate, oh, this is stupid. It actually changes the surface texture, but it is the cheapest and fastest way to do so. What kind of annoying feature is that? Every time you replace it, it changes. Come on, give me the right surface texture. Still didn't get it. Yes, okay, I got it. Now we can take the surface area tool and just connect these areas, probably even all the way to the edge of the building. And I guess this right here is a solid gap between 2 buildings. People can like go ahead and sit here. It's still annoying that like these benches of these 2 styles are different, but there's not much I can do about that. Maybe we can decorate even more though, because if we just get in some of these garden boxes, if we just put them here, honestly, that adds some really nice detail. It fits the park in the middle, and that way it really does feel like a natural gap in between these 2 buildings, and it already looks much better. So let's do the same thing to fill the other gaps that we have. Oh, I think there's mainly this gap right here, which is really small, and then there is some park in the back here. Let's see what we can do. There is not even enough space for this mini park. Maybe we can fit another park here on the opposite side. Oh, and this one is still complaining about not having road access and no electricity. Yeah, that's annoying. So maybe we do have to build a custom park here. So first I changed the surface texture. Now everything looks uniform. I added a food truck, a place to eat where it's even a bit weather protected, some more grass decorations, and some benches to go along with that. Of course, can't miss the trash bins. These are really important in an urban environment. And just like that, we do have our own custom urban park. This is just so much nicer to the like unnatural gap we had before. The textures match. It feels natural. Sadly, no people are going to use this because everything here is just props. And it's actually kind of nice to have such an area, and also this area where you can cross as a pedestrian right next to the train station. And I guess in real life this would be quite popular. So next up, I aligned all these surfaces to the paths. I built another custom park. This is all mainly about public seating area, just places to hang out. And honestly, just with very few simple things, you can build quite nice looking squares. And honestly, look at that. By now, this is a quite nice looking area. Sure, you have the forest in the background, but it's walkable, it's bright, there's lots of greenery. And I really do like how this is coming along. It is definitely very, very livable so far. But now, before we do get lost in detailing, we do have a district to build here. And I want to build it with like some very strong lines and contours. I want it to seem symmetrical, but also have lots of variety. Let's see, we could have homes here on the main road. Use the same depth as before, so 3 tiles. Then have 1 tile free in the center for a small path. And then kind of get 3 more tiles and then another road in here. Let's see what the game will make from this. It is kind of what I want to have. So if we just now help a tiny bit by just adding a pedestrian path right here, I basically do get exactly what I want to have. This is much better though. So that would add some more homes like in the length direction. I also want to have the same direction here somewhere on the right. And then in the center have the same parallel to the existing homes. Yes, I know this sounds weird, but trust me, I do believe this is going to look good. So let's see. Let's try another alleyway right here. Oh no, this destroys some zoning. I don't want to destroy zoning. After all, I just built this layout. Is this really happening? No, come on. Okay, it's saved, but for some reason they're out of electricity. No, everything's fixed again. So that's good. Oh, but the problem is really, I don't want to destroy the zoning over here. Let's see if there is any safe way to build this. No, this destroys the zoning. A bit further to the left. And it's still bad. Even further left. And another house gets destroyed. Come on, City Skylines. You do need to fix this. Why is this game so bad? It's just so random. Why would you destroy zoning here? Maybe we can find a workaround to that. It might not look the best though. Let's see. I do want these grids to be as tight as possible. So if we get another row of homes in here, maybe up to this point, let's see how they zone in. Yes, this is exactly what I want. So this gives me the length for my road. And now I'm just not allowed to connect these roads up. So I am just going to use this like pedestrian path. It's not the best I can do, but it's better than nothing. Oh, what? No way. How does this pedestrian path destroy the zoning again? This is literally impossible. Kind of the most difficult thing I ever built, if I'm honest. Okay, now this is good. If there's no like pedestrian crossing, then apparently it works. So now I'm getting more homes here. I also do want to fill this side. I'm kind of annoyed. I want these homes to start a bit further to the right. Yes. Just bit by bit delete buildings and hope that the next will zone in correctly. Yes. Yes, perfect. Okay, now everything is a bit more symmetrical. It's actually really difficult to build with these kind of buildings. Let's fix the pedestrian path here. Make some artistic use of the piece that we have left over. Just to get like a bit less grid here. Oh, what? And there is a new home that I did not know existed. A corner home. Oh, that's interesting. If we could get corner homes here on every corner, that would of course look really, really insane. But then on the other hand, like I can't zone immediately here. So what do we do about that? Can I get a corner home here? Let's see what this building will do. Oh wait, what? This is also a corner home. So if you do build these homes on a street corner, they do become corner homes, and now maybe I can work with that because this side here looks good. Wait, maybe somehow if I add another alleyway here, I could make it work in all directions. Like let's say I put this in here, okay? Can I get like fully completed corner homes here? Would this work? Come on, let's see what this game is going to give me here. Oh, but like this one building isn't zoning in because it has like the wrong zoning type. I need you to reconsider where your tiles are. Why can I not get like tiles over here? Ah, come on, give me something. I'm not getting it to work, but first let's see how these homes turn out, if that will also be a corner home. Oh, it does actually work, so you can get these corner homes quite reliably. But now I'm somewhat addicted to this. I want to make like a square with like a courtyard in the center, but the problem is that in most cases I can't build immediately next to this home again. Why not though? Why is this extra tile always assigned to like this road and not this road here? I mean, it could be so nice if I could just continue zoning here. Does it work on top here if I just continue this alleyway? No, I have the same problem. The best thing I could do to fix this would just be like put an alleyway here in the center, like interrupt the zoning, and then maybe try to make it work like this. And then we still have this one weird tile where I once again have to fix the zoning, but maybe this grid will work. Now I'm just unhappy about this piece here, that this is a corner piece now, because why would I want to have a corner piece here if it doesn't connect up to anything? That makes no sense. So I guess I will have to fix that somehow with a park. But first let's see if what I imagined here will actually work out. Honestly, I'm still unsure if this is a good layout or not. I missed one part back here where no building can zone in right now. So let's kind of fix that up. We do have our courtyard now where we could build something nice. And from far away, yeah, I mean, it does look solid. It definitely does add some variety to this area. So I'm definitely going to leave it as is. But this part over here, we do need some services. And we can't have everything the same style of housing. So let's see, can we add an alleyway like right here without destroying any zoning? Yes, we can. Oh, I'm really happy about that. And then let's see, some people are unhappy about the hospital service. Not sure what kind of hospital would fit in here. But this big one, it's modern. It's different to the style of housing I have so far. And wait, don't we have a clinic over here? What's this? That's an urban police station. Oh, okay. I guess this is fine. Like, some people built this while modernizing this area, I guess. So there is some variety. And maybe we do keep the same variety of building modern things with some parks. I'm doing the same thing here because I'm afraid to honestly connect this up correctly, because some of these buildings will dezone. So I'm just letting the road end here and add a pedestrian connection. Then let's get rid of the zoning along this like side road. Then we get in some businesses, maybe this antique store, and maybe we can even get in one taller building here. Does that look out of place? Maybe a bit, but it's also interesting. Not sure why there's like smoke coming out of it, but I think we can make this work. Just finish these pathways so it does make sense, and then throw in another big park right there. Let's continue the greenery from the neighboring plot, just getting these trees in as many places as we can fit them. And I guess this is a solid basic layout. Let me know in the comments what you think of this. Should we redevelop this area or not? I'm unsure about this, and I'm also unsure like how this patchwork of modern additions fit this area. I think a bit of variety always gives personality, but I am happy how it looks so far. So before we continue with the detailing of like all these empty spaces that we still have left, let's actually connect up this train station, because it is not connected up to anything yet. Maybe we can get a connection to the outside, which also does not exist yet. We can just get in a new one by just getting our underground tunnel right here, extend that to the outside. So maybe let's buy all these tiles here so we can actually adjust the outside connections. Get a train line from here, run it on the side of the stadium, connect it up with the tunnel system, and then get a passenger rail line from this station just over here to the outside. and back. That should reduce traffic of new people coming in. And this train line is already connected up to some other stations. So maybe we just take the other line we have here. And for now, let's just run that all the way over here to the airport. I think there are still plenty of free lines, and get that all the way back. All the trains so far are coming from this one building here. I hope that there is still plenty of vehicles available. 6 out of 8 are in use, so I think this is still fine. And there are plenty of traffic jams here on the entrance of our city. How about we get in some roundabout? I guess that gets traffic flowing even better already. And we should soon have our first trains arriving in this train station right here. And we have the first people like climbing these stairs and going there. Oh, all these guys are using the wrong side. Why are you entering on the gates where it has a red X? I guess my citizens still have to learn that. And we can see lots of people are arriving here. We are also getting plenty of gas stations. I wonder if they also have these exorbitant gas prices. Maybe they also don't have gas at all because there's no price here. So let's finish this district with some detailing, starting with this inner park. I gave it a custom surface texture, so this green grass definitely looks different. Ooh, and maybe a modern clock tower in the center could be a fun centerpiece. And then I'm keeping the rest relatively simple with some bushes and a few benches for people to sit. So this area is really simple, but it still offers lots of space for custom activities. So I guess lots of young people will just play like ball games here, maybe like badminton or anything like that. This is already kind of nice. Then we have this area next to it, where I'm just going to use the same playbook, custom grass texture, and just a bunch of bushes lining the street. So these places are kind of extensions of the gardens and the balconies of these people. So people might just put their own stuff from their lawn here. Some tables and maybe even some nice lounge chairs, hammocks, and I'm planting a few trees here and there to give a bit of shadow. And just like that, it adds more detail but still fits in this entire environment. Another thing that annoys me, you remember how I fixed all these streets right here in the beginning of the video? Well, as these homes upgrade, the surface work you do changes. So if you want a tip from this, never change like the surface area like from these houses, because that will change as they upgrade, which is also really annoying. And there is no way in the game to stop this building from upgrading. So if you do want to rework the surface area, choose the surface area tool, but then like select your own custom surface. You can find the same ones and just use those, because that way it's not affected by any of these buildings upgrading, and these surfaces will just stick around for a longer time. But the downside is that sometimes you will have like these kind of ridge lines, these gaps, where it is visible that you use two different surfaces, but I guess that is kind of the trade-off, what you have to do. I put in a fountain, some gazebo, more custom texture, and most importantly of all, some more pedestrian connectivity. Right now, everyone has to walk across this bridge to get to the other side, but if I just add a connection here, bring that under the bridge, across the train line, there is now a way better path to go about things. And as we can see, people are immediately using this new option that I gave them. So for now, I'm gonna leave this area alone. Let me know your suggestions, what we should do with it. Is this done? Do we need more detailing? One thing that is certain, this train station is definitely made of lots and lots of use. I'm really happy how that looks. And now we do need to fix some traffic. You let me know in the comments that yes, we definitely do need to connect this harbor to this highway. Currently that is not the case, and this is another massive project. Let's pause the time for that, because I am going to use this bendy area to rework the intersection. I want to have like the harbor traffic immediately go into the harbor. So we might just take the highway out of this road, just bring it straight over this river. And now is the difficulty where we have to figure out how this connection works. Let's just repair the highway that we just destroyed. use the curve tool for like a smooth curve. So this is good. I think a normal connection like this would not be enough. So let's see. We have traffic here, it's driving on the right. So the easiest connections we can do is just connecting these two sides. To make sure everything works, how about we just get a bridge, bring that bridge down, do it on the other side as well. Oh, this is definitely a very odd looking bridge. Wait, how high do I actually have to have this bridge? Is 5 meters enough? No. 7.5 meters? Oh yes, 7.5 meters is enough for a highway bridge. So let's use that height, and that should make for a way smoother connection. And honestly, this ramp already looks so much better. And with that, we can just take like this road here, bring it into the highway. Oh, and as always, the game is doing some weird stuff. Let's bring this road out and bring it in here. Okay, this is good. Do the same thing on this side. No, this is way too unsymmetrical. Okay, that's much better. But this intersection here is still really weird. So you always need to look at the road surfaces. No left turns. Okay, that's much better. So now we have the first bit of highway traffic that can get on and off. And then on the other side, I need to do exactly the same thing. I'll kind of try to get the same connections. So this is not a good looking highway interchange. Some of these areas are in fact really weird. So I reworked the bridge and the game is always doing some weird stuff. But it's simply fixed by adding this interchange. And it's not the best looking interchange I ever built, but it's functional for now. I'm just adding a roundabout here at the end. And now if I restart the time, oh, and again, fix the turns people are allowed to make here. We have built ourselves a functioning interchange where the port traffic can get directly to the port. I just hope that this intersection won't overfill with that, but that is extra connectivity. And I was struggling to figure out what to do with this oddly shaped island. It does not have enough space for massive grids, no space for large infrastructure, and with only one mainland connection, it is far and far away from the rest of the city. But if you think about it, that is exactly what you want to have if you build a tourist area or an area with luxury real estate. So today we are turning this long and odd island into one of the most luxurious areas in the entire city. And to start, it's always a good idea to just figure out the road network, and we have a highway interchange right close by. So that is good to make a connection over to the island. And now on the island, there isn't really much of a choice. We will just have to take the road and just run it along the length of the island. I'm trying to put in straight pieces wherever I can. So I just gave it a bit of rough structure, but that does not mean that the road is going to stay where it will stay, because our entire build will be built around some key buildings. And what I want to start with is this grand hotel, which we can barely afford for $1.6 million. And you see how we have this beautiful beach right here? I think this front line here, there will be lots and lots of traffic because everyone will have to go through this roundabout. So this area won't be good for a residential area, but we can put some businesses and beachside shops here. Plus, I'm gonna put this hotel right here at the edge of the beach. We have to figure out a location where as many people as possible have a great view over the beach and ocean. And I think this angle is quite good. Then this hotel has its own road. Let's put a tree here at the end for cars to turn around. And I also want to get rid of these trees right here and then extend the beach surface right up until the edge of the hotel. So I imagine these hotel guests can get straight to the beach. In general, this is a good start, but there's immediately another thing that needs our attention, which is like this weird corner here. We do need to fill that up, and we do need to have like some shops along the shoreline here. So first off, let's get some pedestrian paths along here, just so we have a nice transition between the grass and the shoreline. And looking at that, it already looks way cleaner. I really do like that look. And then to get in some shops in, I'm gonna use an alleyway. And then to get some shops in, I will just use an alleyway that will just run parallel to the footpath. Oh, maybe this is too close. or maybe not. A few businesses here and there would be fine. For the following path, I'm gonna give it a tiny bit more space, so we have enough area to zone some businesses. So we have that inside path now as well. Of course, we need to connect that to the normal road network, and also this like pavement path needs to be connected. For now, I think this is the way to go. Then I'm gonna zone some commercial buildings. Oh, I can even go with the waterfront businesses. Let's put some of those right here in this area right along the beach. I really hope that those will zone in soon once we have the demand. And to fix this area right here, I'm just gonna use some custom surface of these tiles. I'm just kind of painting over the entire greenery here because this is the same surface as the hotel surface. So now it looks more like a custom fitting plot, and by using some plant pots, we can create some like distance to the street. So this feels a lot safer now. And that's already the entire area. Next up, I want to create some paths and parking lots. So people of course want to get to this beach. They need to park their car somewhere. Let's say we have this gravel parking lot right here. It fits in this tile perfectly. I'm always making sure to just match the surface to the road layout. And then I'm just adding even another surface that will just run along the side here. And this may look odd, but the reason I'm putting it in is so it looks like there is like some sort of path to the beach that people frequently use. Put some bushes on the side, and that already looks quite good. We still have lots of things to do to detail this beach, but we don't have any commercial demand right now. And I really do want to see these businesses zoning in here so we can build the area around it. I'm hoping that once we build a bit more homes, we can get that demand, and the homes we're going to build are all going to go in this area right here. What I want to have are some nice waterfront villas. So kind of similar to the beach. Let's go with an alleyway, get it off from the main road, and then have it keep some distance to the coastline. And I'm gonna bring it back to at the roundabout at the hotel. Also, I'm gonna disable the zoning here on this main street by just putting some pedestrian paths. After all, having pedestrian paths here might be nice because there are lots of tourists here that they don't want to sit in the car all day, so they might walk to different places in the beach or visit the neighborhood. And as another plus point, this will allow me to grab a few more alleyways and just drag them here on the inside so we can have a few more custom zoning plots. I'm adding cul-de-sacs with trees at the end. And then just to make sure that things are not too dense, I'm just zoning every other plot here. To get a bit of distance to the hotel, I'm just adding like a nice hedges park, connect up the pedestrian paths in like a convenient way. And now let's watch all these villas zone in. That's looking good. It's not too dense, and all these villas have pools. That's nice. And they can also watch from their bedroom the whales that are like just chilling out here. Also, we do have commercial demand back. However, these seafront properties are not zoning in, but first we need to figure out the services. I guess that will be as easy as just connecting these pipes under the street, run it across the highway, and connecting it up with the city we already have here. Same with electricity, that just connects up to the port. And just like that, this entire area is fully operational. There are already quite a few cars driving around. Are there already people visiting this hotel? Efficiency 111%, 50 employees. It has attractiveness. Is there even a business in here? I don't really see how many tourists there are. Can I see it like on the info view? This is kind of tourist attractiveness. They already do like this island just because of this hotel, but we're going to far improve that with many other additions. I have some big plans for this end of the island and for that end of the island. But before we get there, I would really like to get some properties here. I mean, what happens if I zone a normal commercial building? This better not be a gas station. Oh, and the gas station. I don't want a gas station right here at the beach. That's so stupid. Please just give me a restaurant or something. So I guess I still might have to wait for these beachfront businesses to like zone in. Until they generate something else, we have to continue with this end of the island. And the first thing I want to get in here, this end is very remote. I'm not gonna build a bridge to the highway over here, but there's still people living here and they might still want to go to school, which is right here. We have the Modern Technical University, and there's even a small elementary school over here. However, it's actually very hard to reach, because if you're here, you would have to drive all the way back here to this interchange, then drive all the way back over the river until you get there. So what I want to do is just get in a nice and cozy ferry terminal. There is the beach in the way, which I don't want to destroy, so I quickly have to move this out of the way. Now we have enough space for this terminal. For the route, we will also need a few more tiles. Let's try it with that. I don't have enough money to buy everything right now. So first, let's get this pier. Let's see if it works if we just build it to the side. Connect up this road. And then let's see, I think I want to have 2 lines. One line should go directly here to the university campus and to the school. There is already a pedestrian intersection here, so we can just put in a shoreline ferry stop. Take the ferry line tool. Take the narrow boatway. Just grab this here, and let's see if we can bring that all the way along the coastline and right here into the harbor. And the second line, let's connect that into here as well. That is supposed to go across the entire shoreline and then cut back to this ferry terminal, where we have some offices, some ambulance, also some homes and some businesses. So let's connect that up. And just like that, we can grab the ferry line tool, get a line from here to this port and just back. And we want a line from this port also to that port and all the way back. This here is already connected, that's good. One issue is that vehicles can't get here yet, so I might have to draw in a ferry line across this entire coastline to get ferries over here, or I need another ferry depot. What if we build a ferry depot in here? Would that work? Let's just try it out. I'm also unsure if that looks good or not. But that way we're using this calm bay, and I'm pretty sure we can get the boatway through here. Let's see, it's a tight fit, but it even works without terraforming. That way we should soon have access to more ferries. For now, let's just connect up this terminal with a normal road into the highway. I'm sure we will change this at a later point. And just like that, we have ferries leaving here. There's not many customers yet because, well, there aren't any homes here, but this is going on. And I saw that this elementary school is fully packed. So let's build it some extension wings just in the places where we can. From 400 to 600 students, that's a good upgrade. And this entire area is now way better connected. Let's fix this beach here. And since we only have residential demand, but we could get a maritime museum. I just checked my special buildings. That's probably a good fit here. How about we just put that next to the ferry terminal? Oh yes, I think that's a great addition, but we need to make it look good. I guess quay walls could do the job. Maybe not, this looks really weird. This was kind of difficult to get right. I'm still not 100% happy with it, but it's another special building that is also really great in terms of connectivity right next to this ferry depot. I am happy with that. So now we still have this beach right here. First, I'm gonna add another parking lot, just filling this entire square here. Honestly, we could just turn everything here into concrete. Let's see how that would look. And then a bit of greenery here on the side. Yeah, I guess that's fine. And then we still have the whole rest of this entire island here. And since I don't have any commercial demand, I'm kind of forced to do the same as before. I'm just gonna pick alleyways and drag them out here into various directions. This will be prime beachfront housing. I zoned as much as made sense. And then of course from the main street and here from the left, we do need something to reduce the visibility so people can't just look too much at these villas. So we're kind of getting some hickory hedges. And like that, the area is a bit more protected, and I guess also sound isolated from like this ferry depot. So let's watch all these buildings zone in. Now that we have these homes zoned in as well, honestly, since we have the museum here and this thing, I might actually try to put in a bit higher density here, as it still looks a bit too empty. Then we're missing some like pedestrian connection just back here. And let's see if that's enough to get some beachfront housing, or I mean businesses. Well, no. Apparently, these beachfront, waterfront businesses don't want to zone in. Let's see, what can I do? We have some waterfront businesses right here. This is on the whole other side of the map in Buxton Town, and I really do love how they look. And also they do come in this small plot size. I mean, what is this? It's 2x2. So it definitely does work. They sell food, they sell beverages, they sell plastics. So like, there are enough options. And apparently there is business demand, but they just don't want to zone in. That is really annoying. What happens if we just try to drop taxes a bit? Oh, I don't really have the flexibility to drop taxes right now, because for some reason we're spending 17 million on something. What are we spending that money on? Mostly transportation and garbage management. Oh, all this stuff is expensive. And as expected, this small building once again turned into another gas station. I wonder if there even are like non-gas station low density businesses. How about we switch to European? Would that work? Maybe we could also try European waterfront businesses. Not sure if that helps or not. Come on, please don't turn into a gas station. And once again, it's a gas station, just a different looking one. Oh, this is so annoying. Okay, screw it. For now, I'm just gonna detail this area and ignore that this is a gas station. So first, let's get a bit of detailing going on over here at the beach. Of course, the hotel will have some custom beach chairs, plus some canopies to provide shadow. That's good. I want to put some beach houses here next to each other. It's just trying to get some things here so the beach doesn't look too empty. Maybe we can put a playground playset, some chairs, some football goals. Maybe someone's having a barbecue over here. Then we do need some benches along the shoreline for people that don't want to get sand in their shoes but still watch what's happening here on the ocean. And then I want to look into parks, what kind of stuff we have here. Can we squeeze a basketball court in somewhere here? Yes, we can indeed. Let's first get a skate park and a basketball court right next to it. And I'm trying to make that all look like it belongs to the same like development by giving it all the same surface. Not sure if that is the best thing, but a few brushes can always fix all the problems you have. But at this point, I'm still so annoyed that these waterfront businesses don't want to zone in. I could continue here with some more homes, and I want to use this edge, like the end of the island, to put down another special building. In this case, I want to put the bronze statue here, but we need 3.2 million for that. That's a lot. So we do need to save up for it. I'm gonna increase commercial taxes to 10% just so we do make some profits. Then I'm also going to replace this commercial building here again with a waterfront house. And now I'm just gonna let the time pass, accumulate some money, and hope that by the time the next time lapse is done, we do actually get in some waterfront businesses right here. Okay, we have saved up almost $5 million, so that is plenty. But looking at the shoreline, these waterfront businesses still have not zoned in. But let's focus on the things that we can actually do. And the main thing here is finally getting that bronze statue. I think I want it looking over the ocean in that direction. Or do we want it looking over the island? Maybe it is here to protect the island, so let's have it look over the island. It also makes more sense with the road access that it needs. So let's just put that here. And how does the road connection work? Does it just like... Apparently this is enough. So the road is just allowed to end here. But I guess that's fine for me, but it doesn't look good. How do we make this connection look good? What if we bring the road somewhat across? I guess that's a tiny bit better. So we have this point where cars can turn around. And I'm also adding a pedestrian path just so people can walk once, like along the entire statue. Oh, that's nice. It definitely looks interesting. And it's also a great view for anyone that is visiting this arena that we built in one of the previous episodes. And then I want to make this end of the island a bit more business focused and maybe a bit higher density. So I found this conference center. Let's just put that here. Oh, that's definitely also a really interesting looking building. We can also bring the alleyway right along its side and then finish that connection here. On the side here, I'm just getting in a few more parks. And as with everything we do here, it's kind of connected as a path along the shoreline. It gets over here to this beach and then into this rondelle from the statue. I fixed the beach surface to fit the path. And honestly, always like this connection with the path, it always looks just so clean even from far away. So this entire area is just greenery and park. I don't think I will add anything here. That leaves us with this seafront. And I'm sure we will have plenty of tourists visiting like this bronze statue. So I am just... Well, I'm trying again to put some normal businesses here, but if they become gas stations, there's nothing really I can do about it. I mean, I will have to destroy them again. And also on this beachfront, I want to get in a bit more higher density residential housing. So let's see if we can manage with that. I'm just gonna also give it the Mediterranean housing type S over here. Just zone it in like that. And destroy buildings until the zoning fits. I guess like that it's fine. They are also getting kind of a hickory hedge just because the sides of these buildings won't look great. We will have the same issue as we have in the district we built in the last episode, that like these side walls, they're not great. They're just empty and plain. But with a few trees, I think we can make that look better. Then while these things are building, the rest of the shoreline will just get lots of bushes. I guess just until here where the beach ends. Afterwards, it does not make much more sense. The rest here is just nature. These Mediterranean homes look pretty great. I do like them here. They also continue like the vibe of the city back there. But of course, all these businesses turn into gas stations and I don't want to have that. So get destroyed again. There's no point of having you here. I want seafront businesses. Like I could have plenty of those here. There is enough space and we also do have commercial demand. Let's see if I can find anything online what the problem is here. There's one guy on Reddit who asked the exact same question. This guy is saying it has something to do with the production tab. I honestly really doubt that the game is so detailed. If I look at my production tab, I mean, what would be relevant? Fish probably. But I do have a surplus of fish and I have a deficit of oil, so why would more and more oil companies spawn in? That makes no sense. But since it really does not seem like anything is helping, I think there's a way we can fix this. Going into the developer mode, going to test mode, and then we can quickly enable super fast building spawning. I think if I do that, yes, oh, all these buildings are starting to spawn in. Look at that, we have these businesses now. Let's also check that, yes, here on the beach they are spawning in it as well. Let's check that we have all that we do want to have. So maybe we get a few more over here and then that's it. So I now have all the buildings I need. That way I can turn off the super fast building spawning again. The game is back to normal, but I just have a few more buildings now. And with that we can finally go ahead and detail this seafront. I really love how this building looks. I mean, look at that. It's just so much nicer than like any gas station could ever be. And now let's get going with the detailing here. First, I'm gonna put in some nicer looking grass right on this plot here in the front. And like I have this triangular thing, I just added some bushes, and I'm also just gonna add some sand here to add like a bit of surface texture. I don't like it yet. Maybe we make it separate plots of sand, or possibly a few trees on this can fix it. Sure, I guess that would be fine. This one will just be an empty grass area, same as this next empty plot. Just some nice kept grass, and like with these beautiful businesses we don't even need to do much. I'm kind of a bit annoyed by this large empty area. Let's see what we can add here. Maybe a few stones on the side of the parking lot and also towards the street, and some more benches here and there. It's not the most beautiful park I've ever built, but honestly I do think this is quite functional. In front of all these businesses, maybe they do have some tables out here on the beach where they can sell some of their products. And let's also try to fix the surfaces over here. Oh, that was the wrong surface. It's kind of annoying that you can't change those by like dragging and dropping other surface tiles on it. I want concrete surface. This is the second try. Okay, this is a little bit better. That's what I wanted. The rest here, I'm getting lazy now. It's just more and more bushes and changing the grass texture to add a bit more detail. Maybe we can also get a path through here and 2 more parking lots. The middle here is kind of empty, but I mean, there's also nothing here. We have like these businesses on the side that are serving the hotel, and we have these businesses here on the left that are serving like this convention center. Oh, we will definitely need a pedestrian path here. And I almost forgot, we definitely do need like some pier here. Let's get that in and somewhat connect it up. Plus throw in some nice boats. There are plenty of boats now, some here in front of the hotel, some over here on the dock to these villas. So I think that's it. We've truly transformed this island. From left to right, we have transport and museums. We have villas, we have even more villas, we have a hotel, we have the main beach area, even a conference center and another tourist attraction. Looking at the whole tourist value of this island, it is truly huge. In like most parts there is like green areas and it's blue overall. Looking at the tourist statistics, we're up to 1,600 tourists in our city, and the revenue from and the income from tourists is also growing and growing. So I think this development is a massive success. This is one of the most difficult parts in City Skylines 2. We have developments in many different places, a port here, some more medium density area here with the stadium, but there's also lots and lots of empty land in the center. So there are all these different areas that need to be connected with each other, and today we're going to do exactly that by building a whole district around tram infrastructure and hopefully then fill this entire area with it. We will do this in 3 steps. Number 1, setting up the connections for the already existing districts. Number 2, building a new central station. And number 3, building a whole district around that. So to start, I'm going to build the connection points on the existing infrastructure. So let's go to public transport, go to tram. To unlock all these tram stops, we first need like a tram depot. For now, I'm just throwing one in here, and some of these other parts need tram stops to be unlocked. So I'm also just gonna put one right here. Now we have unlocked all the tram infrastructure, and now let's get started. This is our port. It already has like one bus stop right here. That bus connects over here to the ferry terminal, and that ferry terminal also connects up over here to the stadium, but I want an additional tram stop here for all the people that will be eventually living in this currently empty land. Here I want to try to use this tram junction station. Let's just put it here with a bit of space. I really do like how that looks. It's a really beautiful station, and then we're gonna use that and extend the tram lines across this entire road, and where I want to bring them is over here to this train station, because currently there's just trains moving through here, but there's no further public transport connection. So let's just go ahead with these tram lines, pull them right up to here. I kind of wonder how we will get trains to turn around. This tram loop station, of course, would be great, but there's not really space for it. And I can't upgrade these roads right here because they are from this train station. But since we do already have lots of parks here, I'm just gonna rework this area, get rid of this Hedges Park. I'm just gonna throw this Urban Medical Center in the back. And now I should have enough space for a tram loop station, just like that. For some reason, there's still a complaint that the track is not connected, which I guess it's fine. This symbol is just a bit annoying, because it will just always be here. But I think this station should work anyways, and we can replace the lost park by just putting in some hedges, adding some more pedestrian paths, and changing some surfaces. Plus adding some more bushes. I don't want to get too carried away with the detailing here, but just like that, we do have a tram stop in this Mediterranean area. So we're now connecting the train station with the port area. And then of course we need to pull that tram line into the empty area. That should be rather easy. Just drag it out, eventually have it go over the river. And there is immediately another connection I want to do over here on the other side. I also want to connect to the tourist area, and on this entire tourist island, there are two main connections. One would be the hotel, and the other one would be this convention center. I guess a convention center always needs some public transport infrastructure. For that, I'm going to use another tram loop station, just put it opposite to the entrance of this convention center. Then it's logical that these tram lines just run along this road. Here we have the same problem of the tram line not being connected up, which is still really annoying, but nothing I can do about that. Then let's just bring this tram line across. I checked bypass validation results to get some easy bridges. I want to get it just across the river, raise it to go across the highway, and bring it right back down, go across the river once more. And just like that, we are here on the other side. I'm just gonna extend these rails until the hotel. Can I put some of these rails on the roundabout? Apparently not. But then how am I going to make these trams turn around? I guess I can't have them here. I will have to put in another loop station, or maybe just a tram stop shelter right here. I wonder if it's possible to just have a tram U-turn, but they might not be able to drive on the wrong side of the road. I mean, can I take a tram from here over to the convention center and then just back? Yeah, that does not work. Oh, trams are actually more annoying than I thought. So I guess I'd have to build like a manual loop myself. What if I did this? It doesn't look that great, but then I can put this tram shelter here, and I think that way we can connect both of these ends. I'm just gonna bring this tram line onto the road. Oh, I don't even have to do like these curves because it curves over just fine. So let's just try to get it at a right angle. That's good. And that way we have the tourist area connected. Actually, we have all these surrounding areas connected. So now we can figure out on a big empty slate what we want to do with the tram infrastructure. The main thing, of course, would be like a large tram like plaza. I think that's one of the most beautiful buildings in the game. How about we just try to put one right here, just like that. Oh yeah, that's a really beautiful building. It also comes with some upgrades. We can put a tram yard here. Sure, let's just go with that. And it also has the tram line tool. Okay, so now we have one centerpiece. It does need a road connection right here. So let's just put in a normal 2-lane road. And now we have a great centerpiece to build a whole district around it. First, I just want to go ahead and put a park opposite to that station. I have never built this grand city plaza, and honestly, it also seems insanely large. Let's see, what is it like? Oh, it's pretty big, but it has some underground stuff right here. It has some water features. I'm not the biggest fan of it, honestly, but I think many cities nowadays are choosing this like concrete park area type of style. So I just want to go with it and see what we can do. So I'm just lining it with roads. So this is kind of what you get. And I think this is already getting interesting. I like to have like one road that just connects to like this roundabout here eventually. Let's see what happens if I just drag a road out of here. Sure, that crosses this tram line, but I imagine if there is a traffic light, that connection can be fine. get a slight curve right here. And just like that, it's connected up. And then I'm also going to be using this road for the tram infrastructure. So I'm just gonna take this tram track, run it a tiny bit along here, and then get it into the street, connect everything up until this intersection. And that gives the tram tracks. This area here, I want to use for some shopping opportunities. So let's get a pavement path to control the zoning right here. Oh, this is weird. I can't connect these places up. It gives me an error, but I can do something like this. Okay, that works. Then I'm gonna use the rest of the space here for some high density business. And since we have like an empty plot here, a tiny bit of decorating never hurt anyone. So let's just put some flower pots here. And I wonder if these buildings will zone in immediately. They don't. But remember, we have some high density businesses here. Honestly, I'm gonna start right now to draw in the first tram routes. So we will for sure have like one tram. Let's just put this one. Let's just take this one and bring that over here to the port. Then it goes here to the train terminal. It goes back to the port and then runs back to this tram stop. A second line will go from the tram stop over here. Let's see. Let's first go to the convention center, then to the hotel, and then bring it back to the city center. But the problem is, if you want to go from the hotel to the convention center, that option does not exist yet. So we would need another route that just goes from here to the convention center and back. It feels kind of redundant because we have it, but before it didn't exist in both directions. Let's also change the colors here. We have the port line. Let's make that a nice bright blue. We have the convention line. Let's make that red. And we have the tourist line. Let's make that green. And I'm actually gonna change the convention line to remove this one tram stop here, if I can. So now the convention line only has one stop. And that stop is over here at the convention center. Wait, but it drives through here anyway. I mean, if it drives through here anyway, I can just add that stop, no problem. I was hoping that it could just go to the convention center and then go back here. For some reason, it does not do that, even though it just has two stops. Okay, City Skylines 2, you won. We're back to two stops. So that's these lines connected up, and there are not enough vehicles available yet, so we also need to get another tram depot beyond what we have at the station. It shouldn't be a problem, but first I want to finish this area. So I want to get in a bit of high density here. My issue is that I'm unsure of how to make it look good. We're probably gonna have the road go like that. So this is one grid here. Also correct the zoning here in the front and add some pedestrian paths here just for more connectivity. So what if we got in a few higher density towers right here? Let's try that. Oh, that's gonna be pretty big. Can I get smaller ones? Oh yeah, that looks way nicer. So a 3x3 zoning seems kind of great. I'm just experimenting here with kind of what looks good. I mean, imagining these buildings just by the size of the cranes. And what if we kind of build some twin towers? Just having two towers here. Then we can also revamp these paths by adding some parks that fit in here better. Parkside Cafe, let's just put that here. Another park over there. Let's see how these paths will look with those additions. That definitely looks way more organic and less planned. Then let's just get a few more high density businesses over here. And then this corner, I'm just gonna put medium density housing. These medium density homes are basically almost as tall as the high density homes. So that should make everything fit kind of well. I'm really excited to see how this entire thing looks once it's done. But I think this is a somewhat natural square. Then we have this part here parallel to the highway. I mean, if we just get in a road like this, it's basically just parallel. I'm gonna fill this backside with some low density offices. Wait until all of those are zoned in. Get in an alleyway in the back here. make sure that the zoning is correct, so that fills up these tiles. Then I really want to try out these high density office evolution buildings. I wonder if those will look great or not. And then I'm gonna put some more medium density housing right here. Just all in a very, very similar style. That leaves the back here kind of open, so I'm gonna use it for some pedestrian paths. I'm just gonna take this area and decorate it with some trees. Whoa, these office evolution buildings really look nice. I do love them. They have a lot of character. That's really cool. Kind of sad that there is no residential buildings like that in this kind of detail and this nice of a style. It's actually the first time that I'm building these, but that looks good. Also, these buildings that we zoned here look good. I do like our 2 tall towers and also the bit medium density buildings we have here. I'm gonna decorate it here with some trees once more buildings are zoned in. These towers here on the opposite side, I'm just gonna leave the view unimpeded because they can look over the luxury island back there. They see the hotel, they see the shoreline. That's pretty nice. But what I'm gonna fix now, I'm quickly gonna pause the time. We really do need to fix this highway because it's just way too wobbly. So let's remove some of these streets, just making space for everything. Probably makes sense that the highway runs somewhat parallel to like these rail lines. So what if we have the highway from here, just run parallel until this point and then get some nice curve like that. Okay, I think that's already way better. It looks way nicer. We are gonna need some sort of intersection with the highway because currently everyone has to drive to this roundabout. I don't think that is really the best choice. Let's see what we can do here. Maybe we can build a custom trumpet interchange. So kind of the same style, but of course this one is way too big. But let's still take that as inspiration. Let's see if I get just one of these normal off-ramps and just raise it to 10 meters. So kind of like that. Then we bring this over the highway and bring it down to street level. Okay, I'm not sure what you would call this interchange, but I think it would actually work. So even if I just take a normal 2-lane road here, or actually, I mean, I can go with a 4-lane road. Let's run that here and then make a T intersection at the end of it. I think this can work. Wait, does this look bad or not? These markings here are kinda crazy. I think we do need to delete these traffic lights. Oh wait, I also built the intersection the wrong way around. So I need to change the direction of the traffic here. Wait, what? I don't get it. I think I massively fucked up here. The interchange would work if cars would drive on the left, but not if they do drive on the right. Because right now they need to do this weird switch here. Is there any way I can fix that? Wait, what if I just build a massive roundabout here? Okay, I guess I have to try again. So a better tip, start from the road you want to start from. Let's have that here as this 2-lane road. I guess I want to have one road that from here just merges onto the highway. And I have one road that just comes from the highway and merges onto this road. Let's delete these old parts. That's a good start. And then I need the next road to go over the highway and then merge onto it. Okay. And then I need this other road to either go under this bridge and then over. Wait, how did the trumpet interchange did this? Oh, it's bringing the whole road across and then doing something. So what if, let's try this again. We just take a normal road, we take that across, and then I just build like something like that. Finish the curve of that road and just bring it down to ground level. Okay, this would work. Okay, wait, this is actually starting to look good. Let's change this road then to an actual highway road as well. So it looks more like a good intersection. And we bring that highway road back into the 4-lane. Okay, I think it's done. We have built a small custom trumpet interchange. Get rid of these traffic lights again. It isn't the most beautiful one, but I'm pretty sure it should work. There are some problematic road markings here. No left turns. I don't get why this here is so weird. But let's just start the time and have a look at this. I'm pretty sure it's working now. So let's take the roads that come from here. It's just this T intersection. Run that along the coastline. We do have our like ferry depot here that we do need to connect. We can do that with a very, very slight curve. So that is all good. But then we have to figure out how to connect these grids over here. If we do like a complex curve, what would happen here? Wait, that doesn't look good yet. I guess that looks somewhat okay. Then I'm gonna take the tram lines and just make sure that those run to our tram station. And just like that, it's connected up. And there should also soon be like some trams leaving here. I also really do like how this tram station looks. Oh yeah, here it comes. Here they go. So that's working. There's 12 trams here, and we can give it a tram shed for extra space. We definitely want to have that. So there they go. And the trams are going and going. And I think there's also the first few people walking around here, moving into their places. That is good. Then we need to finish the city. So I do want to put some modern homes here, but I'm gonna line that with just a dirt path that goes here to the end. Let's fix some of that zoning. And I'm gonna use that space for some modern mixed-use housing. Get in a path behind it. And this road here might just end in like a cul-de-sac, but I'm probably not even gonna build something here. But what I do want to put here is like some wooden pier. Let's just have that here and connect it up with the pedestrian path. That's good. So people can go fishing here or do whatever they want to do. Oh, actually, I think this looks good as an end to the city before the river. So I'm gonna just continue the same strategy. Build some modern mixed use here and then close the entire thing with some pedestrian paths. Not sure why all of those decided to like go with the narrow version, but I guess it's fine. So that's kind of this side. We could have some more buildings to just zone in here, but I'm kind of unsure what to do there for now. There's still lots and lots of empty space that we need to fill, all the way from like this left interchange to this right interchange. And even beyond that, we have these two empty squares. I think this bottom one here can be an easy fix. How about we just put like a fishing pier here? Let's go like that, connect it with a normal gravel road, and then I'm just gonna take that to this roundabout. It's just a side connection. Then from here we can take the pier mostly to the side. Let's see, where do we want to put a fishing area? We can just get it going here. So they can put up some cages there, get the boatway. Let's just try to get that inside this bay and to this fishing area. And then we can just draw it in, get it to over here. And just like that, we have more fish production. And we're getting some more surface props right here off the fish farm and a bit more traffic over here with some fishing boats that should start soon. I can also put a small warehouse there and one over here just so it doesn't look fully empty. That's pretty good. The rest of the highway I'm just gonna leave empty. Maybe there can be like one small low density home over here. Oh, and there they are. Here we have these fishing boats. They are just driving around and they're cultivating some fish here. That's pretty good. So I think that's this island done to the right of the highway. Then we still have this industrial area here in the port area where we also have like this tram station where there are plenty of people waiting and people are driving around. I'm happy about that. We can also see some people waiting here at this tram stop, which is really nice as well. So all this is working. And I think we can use this area to put a bit more industry. After all, we have lots of industrial demand in the city. Well, we have demand for everything, but we have 20% unemployment, so we do need more jobs. And if we look at how the wind goes here, it goes to the left. And to the left of it, it's just like the recycling center, it's the bus depot, it's the port. So we should be fine here to just take some alleyways. I'm just gonna take it off the side here, and I'm just gonna build some grids here, probably just like this. Also in the industrial area, I'm using some paths to control the zoning. I want to have some commercial buildings here in the front. If those turn out to be gas stations, I guess that's fine next to the port area. Then I can use more of this space for industrial zones. It's all gonna look quite orderly after having all these paths here. And I'm gonna fill this centerpiece also with concrete, because after all, this is an industrial area. I might actually expand that to this entire part. I didn't manage to fill everything, but the areas we do have, it's just nice to put some more containers. After all, the port is kind of nearby. Then I'll put some trees next to it. I'm making sure that there are no trees on the concrete surface. And that's pretty much the port area and this area. Everything here to the right of the interchange is done now, which does lead us back to our main city that we're building right now. And to continue, I'm just gonna figure out the whole road layout. We have lots of roads where we could put something parallel to the highway. I'm just gonna choose alleyways for now. So like we can have one main grid section here. Let's just build out a grid. I'm also mirroring this like half circle element that we have not only in the port area here, but also in our residential development. So this is kind of the road layout I am choosing for this. Let's get an alleyway as an intersection here and just continue some of these roads that we have anyway. I mean, this is just supposed to go straight and then we can run it into that alleyway. This top part here is just gonna be a park. Also want to get rid of these underground symbols. I just hate that. So let's just connect it to some random streets. And just like that, these symbols are gone. Right here on the highway, I don't want to put homes. So I am going to put office zones here. And then in this lower area, let's see what happens if we put row homes. Oh, they zone in fast. And are there row homes at 2 depth? Oh, yes, there are. So once all of those are zoned in, I'm just gonna give them back-to-back row homes at a 2 depth. So this entire area is gonna be kind of dense, but I think also somewhat interesting. And we have some fun organic grids here where I'm still unsure of what to do there. This area right here, I'm just gonna turn into a massive park. So let's put this wheel here and get like an alleyway. On one side, I connected it to these homes, and on the other side, I connected it to the normal road layout. I think there are by now tons of people living in this one, like, quite long stretch. Let's finish these pedestrian paths. Maybe I can use some of that space to put down some old town mixed-use housing. And then I'm just gonna fill the rest of this area with some hickory trees. Also hoping that this will take care of some of the road noises that we have. So let's take some hickory, get the line tool, and also just get those along the highway on this side, just to disturb some of the noise. And some people here are complaining about air pollution. Why is there air pollution here? Oh, there's air pollution coming over from the port. I guess that's not the nicest thing, but that's what these people have to live with if they want to live here. So I am gonna keep that the same for now. I'm adding a few more row homes. And let's see in terms of unique buildings, what kind of stuff we have. We have this cinema. I guess a cinema is nice, so let's put that here. It's also quite a big building. Let's line it with a parking lot on each side. And then just continue the tree coverage in this area. And then what we still have left over here is this area where we have the tram depot and like this other side of the park. Since I do like this like high density office evolution buildings, I really do want to throw in a few more of those in like the same grid size. So this is 4x4. So let's just do that. Get back to lining all of those buildings with pedestrian paths. And then I guess this street will just be mixed-use old town buildings that are just kind of slim. And I'm just gonna extend this old town and also run it back into this main street. And since this is the old town, I'm imagining that the road layout here is a lot more intertwined. I just want to try what happens if I just continue all these old town buildings here wherever I can zone them. Wait, what? This honestly really does feel like some kind of old town. I really do like how it's turning out. So next up, I'm just gonna put like another few parks here. get it connected with more pedestrian paths, some more small buildings, and then fill the rest, as always, with these hickory trees. This city park here is gonna get oak trees. I do want a bit of difference in some places, and I'm gonna put some bushes on some of these paths. And honestly, this already looks really, really nice. We have like this organic area down here. I really love how it turned out. We have like this residential area up here. We have the clear separation of the train line and the highway. We're still missing some empty parts here to the left. I think we're also missing some tram stops here, and we're missing some empty parts to the right. First, let's see what we can do here. I think we are missing some services, for example, like hers. So maybe we can use some of that area here for these services. For now, I'm just gonna put a big cemetery here, and we can use some of these upgrades from the cemetery to make this whole area look even nicer, or I guess a bit more interconnected. Maybe that looks solid. Fill the rest with more hickory trees. And for me, that's this part done. Let's quickly have a look at the trams. Right now, there's only this main plaza with a stop. I do want to add some tram stops here at the Old Town. I'm using the architectural tram stop shelters for that. We also need some tram stop over here. So let's first continue the tram lines, these stops in this residential area. And that only leaves us with this area here to the left. And I guess everything here is kind of low key. On the opposite side, we have like the school district. I want to keep the greenery here, but maybe we can put this karting experience here. So here people can go karting, and this asset looks plenty nice. We can complement this karting area with a sports field, and then I'm just gonna put some parking lots here as well. And since we do have demand for it, a few more offices, I guess would be quite nice. And maybe I'm also just putting a few small density homes here. And that's pretty much it. I'm kind of annoyed that the roundabout can't like act as a tram roundabout. So maybe we delete that and really just do make it a tram roundabout. Now it's a tram roundabout. I can add more of these modern tram stops. Let's put that right here to the stadium. And we can get the city line. Let's have it run from this main station. It stops at the Old Town. It stops at the residential area. Oh, we need another stop over here. Then it goes to the stadium. It goes once around this loop and then goes all these stations back. I'm gonna leave that pink and call it City Line. And now let's watch one of these trams and see how the city develops and how many people actually end up using that. Oh, this main train station really does seem like a popular area. So far, 3,500 people a month are using these trams. To increase the usage, let's decrease the ticket price to 0. I did that for all of the lines. If we look at the main tram station here, there's like one line that's the most popular, and that is the... Which line is that? Is it the blue one? Oh, yes. The blue one is the port line. So it's the line where all the people are going to work here and then also to this train station. And that line is fully filled up right now. So let's go on that and increase the vehicle count, let's say to 6 right now. And let's monitor this big train station and just see how many people are using trams. I don't look at City Skylines 2 at night often enough, but look at that. All these people moving around. The city grew to 75,000 population. So we have lots and lots of people in this new area. On top of that, there are now 8,190 people using the trams a month. It seems kind of low, and especially the tourist line. I'm not sure why no one is using those. Like, it says 0 passengers, but if I look at these stations, there are people entering and exiting. It seems like something is wrong with how these numbers are counted. But either way, I think this was a really successful build. I really do like how it turned out, and we have filled this empty space. From far, everything looks fine. But if you dive deep down, for example, at the education system, people are crying for elementary schools and colleges. So under the premise of improving education, the mayor of Tuna Bay decided to build yet another university for which there is 0 demand, simply because of the prestige it brings. And it gets approved because every citizen is asking for education, and the mayor says he is going to do something about education. So today we are laying ground on that new education campus right here on this empty island between the natural reserve and the airport. We're going to make sure it is well connected with the subway lines. And at the end of the video, I am doing some things you asked for in the comments. And for this project, for once, let's have a look at the terrain and possibly start with some terraforming. There are some steep gradients here. I think the way this campus will be connected to the road network will be via this road here. It's called Garland Street. It leads right here to this helicopter depot and then to the natural reserve. I still like it. We have this massive parking lot here. We have the Forum of Arts, and then there are paths for people to go to the botanical garden, to an emergency shelter, and to this nice temple. So all this area will hopefully soon be used a lot more by adding the education district here. I'm just gonna pick this height and just see if I can extend that out to the entire island. Seems to work just fine, and I think it makes sense like that. So we have like this steeper coast and this one highway where the coast was cut at a like pretty heavy edge to make it work. So now we have space, and the centerpiece of today's development will be the medical university built for prestige and its citywide benefits, even though we don't have the demand for it right now. But also in the grand scheme of things, we have 25% uneducated people. That is an issue. We will need some more elementary schools, but first, let's get some nice place in here for this medical university. I'm just gonna go with that. Let's have a look regarding upgrades. We can get an extension wing. Let's not get that for now. There is an additional building. What's this? Practice clinic. Plus 5% health within 1 kilometer. Maybe we can fit that at the end somewhere here. And we have the research facilities. Maybe let's make some space for those here. Get the practice clinic right at the end of this island. Oh, and I need to turn it 180 degrees to be accessed by people. So I guess this should be fine. Wait, how is it in the right side again? No pedestrian access. What do you mean? But can I just get a pedestrian path to satisfy this demand? Wait, I never knew this feature existed in City Skylines 2. I thought you always have to connect these buildings with roads. Is this new? Honestly, I have no idea. But it's great to see that this actually works. So we can line this building with pedestrian paths. It apparently does not need a road connection, which is crazy. But then I'm gonna use that path and just bring it over the river here, so students can easily go into this nature reserve if they want to. Let's see, maybe we can get like one of these pedestrian bridges, get it across the river here, connect it up to the path, and connect that up. Oh, that's already looking good. Of course, the main medical university building needs a road connection. I'm gonna go with the normal 2-lane road. Maybe at the end here we can also get in some parking lot. Let's see if we have any that have the correct size. I guess this one seems great. So I'm just gonna do it like that, and then get another pedestrian connection just from this intersection right to the main building. And that way we have plenty of connectivity. I really like the area of this medical university. It's surely a great location for students right here in the nature. Let's get some more paths connected up. I'm gonna do a bit more terraforming here. It's really annoying that you can't connect up these wide paths to any buildings you want. Like, I can't even connect to the medical university on this side here. Maybe I can do something like this, just pretend that these paths are functional, because here we have like this area where people can eat, and then I'm just gonna take this path and also bring it over to the nature reserve, and that way people might also park here on the parking spaces that are currently empty but are technically available. We can also bring this pathway around the entire campus and at some point here have it merge onto the road. The road, of course, needs to connect to the main pathway. So let's just drag it out a bit more. And then let's just have it come out here and maybe do something like this. Let's see if such a thing would work. And then I just get a small roundabout here. Let's see, we're definitely gonna make that work. This part here is, of course, a bit weird, but that's already the bulk part of the medical university. These citywide bonuses are just so nice. Minus 25% recovery failures, plus 10% hospital efficiency, and those benefits are citywide. But what I also want to do here is fulfill some of the other educational demand we have. Starting with elementary schools, we have the community elementary school, which is a very, very small building. Let's just put that here also at the end of this district. It looks like a university building now. It's just so small compared to it. Maybe like all the staff of the university is sending their students here, and we can give it this community playground. Wait, we can do multiple of those. Can I also just connect these up with pedestrian paths? Yo, this actually works. Wait, can I do more of those? This is actually kind of sick. I want more of these fields, so I'm quickly gonna activate dev mode and bypass validation results, just to extend the area where I can build those, because I just want to get in a third one, connect it up the same way with this pedestrian path. Always make sure to turn off bypass validation results again, and oh, this is nice. This really looks like a university campus now, with all these sports opportunities that their students can use in their free time. So this backside here is really nice, and it's actually new to me that you can connect these things with the pedestrian paths. One thing we also need is the public transport connection here, and I'm gonna do that before continuing with more elementary schools. The great thing is we have a subway line already passing by underneath this university campus, which is one of the reasons why I chose this location. This subway line, it connects Welland Park with Devil's Tower, with Victoria, and then it goes over here to Port Victoria and all the way back. So this university is a prime location for anyone that's living in these higher density areas of Victoria, Devil's Towers, or Welland Park, because the only other university in our city is this technical university right here. It is not filled up yet, but the only way people can get here is either the rich people living on these islands here with some ferries. Of course, the guys from here, they can just drive over here, or the alternative is the rail line. But this rail line only goes to the airport, so people from the downtown would have to drive out all the way to the airport, switch train, and then drive all the way over here to the university. Now they can just hop into the subway and go to this medical university. So it's a great place to have a subway stop. And now let's just see what we can get here. I want to try this small subway plaza. We have to align it in a way that it fits the existing train layout. I think if I just place it like that. Let's have a look at it. This building does look nice. It's right in front of the main entrance of this medical university. Can we connect it up though? We need this double subway track. Oh, and it's hard to see where these lines connect. Wait, why are these not connected up yet? Let's try this again. The thing is, I can get this building you see right here to snap to the existing rail lines. Oh yeah, maybe if I place it like that. That way, if I look at the tracks... Oh no, it's not connected up yet. I mean, in that case, if it's not connected up anyways, maybe it's easier if for a second I go ahead and delete these underground lines and just immediately like go from this station. Probably like pick a complex curve and connect these lines up like that. Just have a station in between the lines we already have. Oh, and this does not connect up. Apparently my new line is too high. Let's try that again. I'm starting at minus 20 meters here at this station, and then maybe we go down to minus 30. Oh yeah, that works. So these things are connected up now. I need to connect the small subway plaza with the roads. What kind of upgrades do we have? Lower extra platforms. Do we want extra platforms? Where would we bring that subway line? Maybe at some point to some new areas back there, but for now we don't need it. Small bus terminal. That does seem interesting. We could make a bus connection from here to like the bus stop at this train station at the airport. So sure, let's go with that. And that's like everything we can get. Now we need to make sure this road is connected up. I'll just go like that. Probably do a bit more terraforming so this cliff isn't right at the edge here. And to make everyone feel cozy, I'm putting in another park here. And I'm also just extending the surfaces of that, just so everything looks a bit more tied in together. Then we need to go to subway. We need to go to the line tool. And there is now already a line passing through here. So we can just drag this to these stops. And just like that, this is already connected up without switching much around. Let's also connect the bus route. Let's quickly look at the airport. Are there still free routes available? Yes. Oh, and there's lots and lots of people using the train routes at the airport, which is great to see. And also people waiting on the bus stops. So this station is, in fact, very popular. Let's get a bus, take it from the station over to our new bus terminal right in front of the university, and then bring it back. Is there any other bus route we need? I don't think so, because these other parts are already connected up with the subway to here. So this is working, and now I'm curious if I start the simulation, if anyone will start using the university and this small subway station. Oh yes, there are plenty of people using the station, and surprisingly many people are just going here to use the bus. So overall, I think all these connections are really great, and I love this subway station. Wait, can we actually go in here? I can't go further down, but this is everything we can see, and for some reason there's sunlight down there. So not everything is good with these stations, but things are working. Let's have a look. There are 580, close to 600 students in the university. This is growing, and the community elementary school is immediately filled up. I guess that is also great that all this infrastructure is being used. So I guess I immediately want to get in another elementary school. I don't want to put it right here next to the highway, even though, I mean, technically there is like enough space like around it. I don't think it would be too loud. But maybe let's not put it here. Maybe let's put it here closer to the nature area. Let's have a look. Maybe we go with an urban elementary school. Maybe we can make that work with this research campus. So we just get a 2-lane road here. Also have that merge in with a curve. I'm gonna drag it out a bit and add like a cul-de-sac here. We can also connect up that with the existing pedestrian path infrastructure. And I just want to continue this road straight through here. That way we have the urban elementary school. We can also provide that with its upgrades. It now has the extension wing, and it's also immediately filled up. Oh, we need to make sure that this pedestrian connection here is complete. It might be that multiple elementary students will like drive to this subway station and then just somewhat walk through these plazas here to get to their urban elementary school, and to just continue this school monstrosity. I mean, we still have plenty demand for elementary schools, but we also have demand for some colleges. Let's see, we have this like one massive college that I guess it would fit in here quite nice. We have the modern community college. Maybe we could also fit that in next to these parking lots here. Yeah, wait, that's about it. There's just 2 colleges to choose from. That's not much. So either we go with this big one, or we go with this small modern community college. That's actually a difficult choice. I don't know where exactly to put that. I guess I could put the modern community college like right in here. Wait, how do I make that then work with all the streets? Let's have a look. I'm just gonna put it like this. Okay. Then I'm gonna need the road right in front. I'm just dragging it in here. That way it's connected up. Let's also have that curve back into this road. And does that have any upgrades? We have the extension wing. Sure, let's get that. We have college dormitories. Ooh, those are nice. Let's put one here on the main road. And maybe we can fit 2 on the opposite side. And we have the sports field, which I definitely want to get in. And that is much better next to the highway. And it's great that we have a large radius where we can put that. Oh, this is starting to come together nicely. I do like the sports field that we have over here. First, let's make sure that all the pedestrian connections are still working fine. There is one gap between these 2 buildings here. I'm immediately gonna use that for a pedestrian path. Let's just get that through. And some people might want to use that as like some shortcut. And this whole area, it is looking packed, but it also has a variety of building style. I wonder if this will fill up instantly as well, because there is lots of space. We now have enough college availability. We have this nice sports field here. I guess we need to fill this weird kind of empty space where we have this college dormitory. How about we add another one here on the opposite side? That would fill it. For that, we need once more the bypass validation results. And I'm adding another college dormitory right here on the opposite side. Could I add another one like right here? Maybe I can make that work. I don't really need the capacity, but I want to fill this entire space. I think this actually does work out. And for some reason, it's also connected. So these might just be fine with pedestrian paths connecting them as well. So then we need pedestrian paths just to tie in this dormitory a bit better. Also get a pedestrian crossing here. Same thing on this side. And the space in between these 2 buildings. Let's give it that. Some sort of decoration. In the center, just a pedestrian path. I guess the left fills with concrete. And then here on the right, I'm gonna do my usual strategy of bushes, just lining everything for visual beauty. These surfaces here are really odd. Let's see what we can do here. We just need to drag them out under the pedestrian path. And I guess like that, it already looks better. Same thing with the bushes. That always helps. And I wonder if there will ever be like a sports event. Oh wait, there are people here. There are people like walking and running. No one is running on this path here, but there are people like doing push-ups. Why are you all on top of each other? Isn't there enough space here? Like, come on guys. No one's playing tennis, but there are people sitting there. And no one's playing football, and they have some really weird goals. Why are these goals not square? But I don't know, I guess it does work. And the area is looking good so far. I don't like that these people are parking here. So maybe we can extend the main like road here with some trees. I wonder if that stops people from parking here. Oh, it does not, but at least we have trees now. What if we make the sidewalk wide? Oh yeah, that works. So wide sidewalks it is. That way no one is allowed to park here anymore. Plus we have the trees. You can even see that from far and it's looking nice. We have plenty of parking lots here at the Medical University. We have one parking lot here. So if people want to park here, they can. Maybe I get another one here. If I can fit it in, I guess this one would make sense. Let's just put it here like that. And just to fill the empty space, take some bushes. I'm just spamming them everywhere, but I'm only doing it because it works so great. So the stadium is good. This weird tile here, like whenever there's a weird tile, just... Oh, first fix its surfaces. This is much, much better. And then some bushes, more bushes, even more bushes, more bushes, even more bushes. And if you want, you can even do something to the center. In my case, how about a bit of a different grass texture? That way we have something decorated, but this here is my issue right now. What to do in that area? Like some shopping opportunity would be great, but all the like great shopping malls are like these signature buildings of which many we have already built. We can have some office buildings here. Wait, maybe we can make this work. So what if we have like one office complex here? And then I have this Frankfurt Court building. I could just put that in here as well. Okay. And then I just need some other buildings. I mean, this here can just be like an inner square. We can connect this up with a curve, and then that just goes back here. At least it's interesting. I'm gonna add some more pathways just in these places. The Frankfurt Court building is a great one because it can be upgraded with a skyscraper, which I'm not gonna do that here. We have the Brunswick Corner building. I'm gonna keep that as is. And then the centerpiece, that's gonna get a canopy park. It's gonna get this kind of park. Okay. And then you already know what's coming. Just a bunch of bushes and everything is fine already. Now we have all these pieces here. How about we throw some Old Town mixed-use housing? Honestly, that could work. These are like some university shop type of buildings. Just put those next to here. Add some more pathways, which, by the way, also have the benefit of controlling the zoning. Can I squeeze a pathway through here? Oh, yes, I can. That's great. Get a few more Old Town buildings. And that fills out the area. This time it's not bushes. I'm gonna throw in a bit of hickory in like various places. And wow, like it doesn't look like this area is empty anywhere. I'm really surprised by that. If we look at school capacity, we're only lacking elementary school. Maybe we can fit another like community elementary school somewhere here. Probably on this opposite side would be fine without issues. Maybe we just do that. Small building, another sports facility, and this time get the extension wing. Plus additional pathways are always great. I'm really trying to make sure that these look natural in types in like the curves they have. I think this is looking great, and if that's not a nice school district, I don't know what is. We could get another pedestrian path to this parking lot. I'm still surprised that there are like honestly not that many people who want to park in this area, because technically there are lots of buildings here and we have like 2,000 university students. We have like this community school filled up. We have the community college with 2,500 people. We have plenty of people working here in these media buildings, but it seems like most people are walking, and I mean, it's a great thing. Look at that. Look at how many people are walking here. Still so many people are doing sports, which is hilarious. And tons of people are waiting for the buses and using the subway station. These subway cars, yeah, they're not even fully at capacity, but it's also running at good efficiency. These elementary schools fill up immediately, and I'm hoping that this will also result in the uneducated rate going down, and at some point that might reflect in the taxes we generate. It's crazy to think that almost everything here is about education. We could extend education a bit here on the other side. Maybe that would make sense. Do we have another like elementary school that I would like to build? I mean, we could get like another big elementary school here like that, or I guess it's like the smaller rural type. Maybe see if we can throw this upgrade in here with just a pedestrian connection and do the same thing with the playground. Then get the 2-lane roads, just some easy intersections here, connect everything up, and then do the rest with pedestrian paths. I'm lining the whole school with those, and on both sides also some cul-de-sacs. Yeah, I guess that looks fine. Complete the pedestrian paths we have here. I'm adding some small ones to connect like with this fire station here. And then I'm just throwing in some more oak trees. And that's another elementary school right there, and I think it connects this area a bit better. Now everything is fading out, and now that I learned this episode that you can build these extension wings without actually connecting them up to the main building and just with pedestrian paths, like these buildings have become way more organic. I love it. Like I was never able to build something like this before. Let me know in the comments if they changed that or if it was always like that. But that's the education district. It's well connected up with everything. Demand for this stuff is way better now. So now I have 2 more things from the comments I want to like work on. One is like a nature reserve. I had this guy asking for multiple episodes, and what I'm planning to do is like, if we look at this entire delta here, I'm just selecting the relevant tiles. I think all this should become protected nature reserve. I'm immediately going to give that a district. I'm gonna run it here along the edges, and like pretty much here up until the highway, or maybe even all the way up to like Wellham Park up top here. This is going to be protected area, and as requested, I'm gonna call that Tuna Bay Sheep Reserves. That's that. Unless there is any good reason or any great corruption going on, nothing will be built in this area. It's just gonna stay nature. I think it's nice. It's next to Devil's Field. It's near the downtown, and I'm sure there's lots of plants and species here. Sadly, I can't put animals here because, well, there are no animals in the game. And then there is one other comment that like I want to look at, and it's regarding drawbridges, because currently I have this train station over here, and it currently just runs underground, and then it goes across the bay here. So the idea was to build a elevation like bridge here for the trains, which I do like. I do want to have my infrastructure like above water if possible. And like if we look at it, I go to trains, there are some options. Two-way like track lift bridge, double train bridge. Like I think I would need this one. The problem is, for one, it doesn't work because of overlapping items. I could build that here, but the ship traffic is just too enormous. I mean, look at how many ships are passing through here. I think you build like this elevation bridge if there's one ship every once in a while passing through. I think it's like this bridge. This is an actual lift bridge, but it doesn't have to lift because these boats are too small. So like if there's ever a bigger boat that wants to pass through here, like it can happen. But if I have to stop the traffic all the time here, the boat traffic, I don't think it makes sense to build it. In that case, when there's so much traffic and we have this main harbor here, it probably just makes sense to build a tunnel for a government, spend the extra money, but we're not holding up any traffic. I would really love to build a drawbridge somewhere else in the city. I'm not sure where though, because we have this location here, but it's again only a ferry that's passing through. We have this location here, it's bridges, but these are still fine for ferries to pass through. So where should I build drawbridges? It can't be too much traffic in that area anyways. The city of Tuna Bay is losing money. And what better way to make money than from all the oil that is situated under this island? And the good thing about it, the citizens of Tuna Bay are not even unhappy about oil. They do want more industry, and there's still plenty of empty area around the nuclear power plant. So today, let's turn this deficit around by turning this island into an offshore oil hub. But to make money, we first have to spend some money in unlocking these few tiles over here. I think for this project I will need all of those. It costs $5 million and it will cost an additional $300,000 a month. So at this point we're losing over $1 million a month. That is a lot to manage. And by the way, we have a massive oil deficit in the city. 800 tons of oil. That's a lot. But there is also lots of oil under this place. So let's get everything started with the offshore oil port. Let's use this natural harbor that we have on this island right here. I'm gonna put the port on this coast here. And before figuring out all the infrastructure, how this connects to the highway, to the atomic power plant, where we get the workers, let's see what we can do here in this offshore oil port. I'm sure we will have to facilitate some boats. So let's extend this oil pipeline to a point where we do have plenty of options. So there's two places where boats can dock now. There are these small oil platforms that get connected with the pipes. And there are these big oil platforms that have to be connected by boats. So I think the closer we are, we should use pipes. And the further we go away, we should use these oil platforms. The issue is that here close to the shoreline, there is no place where I can fit these oil platforms. But there is a bit more oil offshore here as well as over here, which I think has a great distance for some of these platforms. But that also means we do have to unlock even more tiles. Let's first get these for 1 million additional dollars. But with it, we can finally start placing down these oil platforms, which, by the way, are free. Let's just start with 3 right here. Apparently, each one of them will already make like 300 tons a month, which should fix our deficit on its own. They all need to be connected up with a seaway, and then I'm bringing all that back to the oil terminal. And from here, it is as easy as drawing in an oil tanker route to pass by all these oil platforms and have it run back all the way here. Just like that, we should have an operational oil platform. Let's just draw in some preliminary route to connect this to the outside world. So now oil trucks could also arrive here. For now, the oil here is empty. And let's just see if any oil tankers want to arrive. Look at this oil tanker. It is just about to complete its first trip. Sadly, it doesn't show how much oil is on the tanker. Oh, but I'm also noticing I forgot to add sewage and water plus electricity, but all that is quite an easy fix. We already have all these services here at the nuclear power plant. And the good thing is this terminal already has some oil in storage. So we should soon be able to cover this deficit. But it is not all about just covering that deficit, but also about building something that looks nice. So while this petroleum company is starting to make money, it's making its first profits now, let's start to work on making this entire area look nice. I want to have like a very defined coastline right here. So let's just take out this street all the way up to here, maybe do something like that. And then I just want to level the terrain to exactly that level, wait for all the water to flow in and delete the trees that are here in the water now. And then I want to replace this wall with a key wall. Maybe I can just do this. Does that work? No, it's not a key wall yet. Let's see what's the easiest way to do this. I'm just drawing it in fully renewed. Now we have the key wall at least up to here, but the depth isn't what I wanted it to be. So we do need to continue with some more terraforming. Let's get this height down here, which is pretty much the same depth as like this shipping lane, and just extend that to the entire area. That should do the trick, and the quay wall already looks way better. I'm not sure why there's still dirt over here, but I can be fine with that. Now we just have to fix the other side here. Man, quay walls are just so annoying. But I finally managed to get it to a point where I think it looks nice. So we have all this new area where we can build out our oil terminal. Let's start by building some massive oil tanks. And maybe I line them with some of these pedestrian streets because somehow they look quite industrial. They have like this different surface texture. I mean, honestly, this looks quite nice for an oil terminal. I guess this area would also really suit a harbor. How about we just get like a small port gate? Can we just put some cranes on these walls? No, it would have to be port walls, but that would look great. And we would immediately have a place to export oil. So let's see if we can actually rework this. So again, change the quay walls, turn them into a port quay. That already looks different, but I like it. Let's put like this entrance gate somewhere up here. I think visually this looks really good, but it's complaining that a gate bypass exists. Not sure if that's a problem or not, but it finally allows me to get in some cranes, 2 big ones like that. I mean, we can fix this bypass, even the crane is now complaining. Wait, this auxiliary gate also doesn't work? I just played around with everything a bit more and I ended up with this setup. It now just has 1 crane, but the gate is not complaining about it anymore. With it, we can also get in these tank farms. For now, I'm just giving everything a rough layout. This is not how it will look at the end, but I also want to get this port operational. So after buying just one more tile, we can draw in the boatway and connect one to the outside. And just like that, have another cargo ship route from the outside to a port and all the way back to the outside. So this should be able to export the oil we have. We already have storage here. And to make sure we're really making enough oil, I'm adding some more of these small platforms and connecting those up with the pipelines. With all this, we should now be producing a lot of oil. The game is still paused, we're losing 1 million a month. Our deficit went down a bit though. Let's see if just waiting a bit can help with our situation. We can see that the port is quite busy. Vehicles are driving around. Let's actually have a look. The port is pretty much filled up fully. Are there any vehicles that are bringing stuff? This is an oil truck without oil. It's going to the port. What is it buying? Chemicals. I guess that's fine. This oil hub is making a bit of money, but not more than before. We have oil in storage, but maybe we need more. We are officially in the negatives now, but our oil deficit is slowly going down. So we are making progress, but we still do have massive money problems. How about we fix this by just producing more oil? Maybe I can put some oil platforms over here, closer to the nuclear power plant. Oh, these oil platforms are free, but the oil pipes are not. So I need to go ahead and increase our loan to a couple more millions. So we have some more money in the bank. With that money, we can connect these oil pipes and we can just bring them straight back to the terminal. That should help with even more oil production. I'm a bit confused that this ship, for example, that just docked right here is not exporting any oil and that there is no like overproduction of oil here in the port, but maybe it first all goes into this large oil tank storage. To make sure that we don't just have all the oil sitting around here, maybe we can fix our problem by adding a bit more industry. So I'm just building out these roads and I'm adding some of these pedestrian roads in between to add some contrast. Let's see, maybe we can fill these areas just with a lot of industrial buildings. That should also help with the tax revenue. After all, unemployment is close to 20%. Can we add industrial buildings in the port? Let's actually have a look. Yes, it does work. We can add industrial buildings in the port. Not sure if I want to do that though. But like this oil terminal area, I really do like how it's turning out. I want to add more storage here, where it's currently green and empty, but I want to also get started exporting oil, and maybe for that we have to make sure that our storage is filled up. So in the meantime, they have a lack of workers over here. The wind is blowing downwards and there is no major pollution up here. Oh, but I'm noticing one of these oil platforms is not connected up. Let's fix that. So as I said, the wind is blowing down and there's not really a major pollution. So maybe we can use this area up here to house some of the workers. So let's continue this 2-lane road. And then I want to have some homes for workers right here. I am trying to get in some sort of interesting road layout. Let's see if we can do something interesting here. I want to get some low-rent housing in the center and some medium density on the side. This could be a small, lovely neighborhood, but it's only for the workers. Add a small cemetery. And we have immediately lots of people moving in here as well. And that also fixes the workers problem in our oil drilling area, and for some reason it's now making $150,000 a month. Maybe we have started exporting, and $150,000 a month is definitely a great start to fix our deficit, which is still around 800,000. Traffic is definitely picking up in this area, and to make sure that all these services are working, let's start by putting everything here into one district, then assign the small cemetery to this district. We also need a clinic. Let's put this clinic right here next to the port. After all, I think most accidents here might be work accidents.
assign that to this area as well. And let's continue this loop here for the residential area by just continuing the road, having it move into the main road here, and then just throwing in a large roundabout. And maybe this intersection here might also need a roundabout or a bigger interchange at some point. I'm just gonna make it a roundabout for now. That should get the traffic flowing. And this whole island is turning out lovely. We have a nice neighborhood here without all these annoying icons. It actually looks quite nice. We could add a few shops here on the side, because these workers might also want to buy some things. Of course, all these turn into gas stations, but here at least it makes sense, so I'm gonna keep them. And now it's time we finish this port and the oil area. Let's start with the port. I just want to fill this inner green area here, but at the same time keep everything quite simple. So I'm just adding more container storage, a few more of these oil tanks, deleting more trees, and adding a warehouse, plus some concrete surfaces instead. The end result is a small finished port with lots of concrete, a bit of infrastructure, lots of busy things driving around. It has one entry gate. Oh, and I think we're finally exporting oil. We have a surplus of crude oil stored here, and that also seems to reflect in the deficit we have. Next up, let's finish this oil area. First by building a new road, using this place to add the special building, the fuel plant, plus a few more special industrial buildings, some more normal industrial buildings, some trees. These here are perfect for greenwashing the fuel manufacturing going on right in the building behind it, and another small forest right next to it, some decoration with pedestrian paths. These always look great. It's basically a custom park right now. And where we can, I am also adding more concrete. While doing so, I completely broke the surfaces, but I somewhat managed to get everything back. So this entire area is concrete, some decorations never hurt, and we can just cover up all the mess we made with some decals and a few containers here and there. And for some reason, we are already making money. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but we are profitable now. Our oil field is making 200,000 a month in profit. The port is exporting oil. Let's have a look at this ship. It has 60 tons of crude oil loaded, so the port is working as intended. And I think with that, we can go and try to complete this oil storage area by putting in more and more storage options, just for a bit of visual variety. I think these look good. Let's throw in this iron press building maybe as an administration office. Looks kinda nice. And the rest will just be surrounded with industrial zoning. That should fill out the entire area. Oh, maybe they're not so good for administration. They are literally complaining about everything. Do we have anything else we could put here? Not really. I'm just gonna leave that building as is right now. Maybe we throw in one park in the back here to hopefully make it better. So the harbor is good. This oil part is good. So let's look at the production tab. Yes, it not only does look good, but it's also functional. By now we're producing most of our oil ourselves, which is really great. And now all that's left over, wait, what? For some reason there are blue skies now. Wasn't everything just very, very clouded? But all that's left over now is to just tie this entire part of the island together. I'm going to leave this side empty. I'm always open for your suggestions what we should add here, but of course we do need to do some decoration and just making sure that everything here fits well together. So let's just start here from the entrance with this roundabout. I just want to take this here and add like a sand surface texture in the center, just to add a bit of variety. And I hate this tree, but it's so small, sometimes they are hard to delete. And this alleyway right here with these shadows, doesn't that look amazing? I think it looks pretty great. This park here, I'm gonna leave it as is. And then these places where we have buildings, those are fine. So now we have this port right here that we somehow have to connect with the residential area. And maybe pedestrian paths are fine. I wonder if those also count as a port bypass. I hope not, because, well, this here seems really useful to just have a path there. We have like the medical clinic here. Let's get rid of all these trees, and we can also use the rest of this area here. Well, maybe a bit for some industrial buildings, but then the rest, let's also just go ahead, pick the sand surface, and let's see what happens if we fill all of this with sand. Usually everything is green, so I think if things look yellow, that might be a very interesting improvement. Sometimes textures are very annoying to draw in. You have to watch out that you don't like remove any of the existing textures or remove some of these buildings, but I think this looks fine. Let's speed up the time to get these buildings built in. And at the same time, how about we add a few trash piles here and maybe some oil processing buildings. After all, this is a port that mostly carries oil. Some more containers. And I think just like that, this is pretty good. And the yellow surface definitely adds something different. You can see it from far away that there is something happening here. But that is different from the rest of the things we have. And maybe I'm also gonna extend that yellow surface to this side. Once more, delete all these trees, grab the sand texture, and maybe we do this. I think it looks good, especially from far away. If you go closer, like these shadows here still look really weird. But I am just gonna keep it as is. This side might need like a lighthouse. Let's just put that here. And we just get everything connected up with a gravel road. The in-between area, it's easy to fill just with some trees. Quite dense, but it's also shielding the noise from the port for this like residential area. Do we add anything here? I mean, we have these shops here. We have the cemetery, that's good. I guess this area is perfectly fine. One thing we might add though, I assume people would like to go swimming in this pond even though it's close to the oil area. But like the old worker after work, why not use this place? And then for it, let's have like a pier. Wait, is this too big? Yeah, this is too big. We definitely need the smallest one. Let's just get this. Drag it into the path, and that way people can go swimming here, they can go fishing here. Guess that's nice. Let's add a few small town mixed use buildings here on the side where we just start into the town just to have a small transitional area. Maybe we do the same thing on the other side here as well, and that also adds a few more shopping opportunities. Add a parking lot because why not? And then I'm not gonna fill the rest here with trees. I think this is all pretty much fine. All these intersections, they are still working. I'm happy about that. Let's check out this recycling center. It's busy, but not too busy. At some point, we do have to assign some districts to all these things, but that's a future problem. How many people live here? 1,500 residents for 1,100 employees. I guess that's a pretty good mix. So this very large industrial area with all this traffic that we see here can basically all be manned from the people living here. So I think we have a great ratio of industrial buildings and area where people live. Maybe we add some bus stops right here at the port and smack in the middle of this new residential area. Then we get one clockwise bus and one that runs the other way around. That way not everyone has to use a car. This is just a nice service. I mean, traffic over here is perfectly fine. Oh, but there are no vehicles available. So let's also get like a bus depot in this area. Where would it make sense? Where do we have space for it? Maybe we can get it here in like the small park area we built. I mean, we have some empty space here after all. And the building is quite green, so that's good. Ooh, and we can make it look very much integrated by adding the extra garage over here. So the building style is obviously identical, but it's not fully connected and there are these pathways around it. So we have buses operating in this area. I'm very happy about that. Money is still going up, and since we have a massive loan, we can just start paying that back, and that will lead to an even better monthly balance. After all, we're paying $1 million a month right now in loan interest. So by just keeping this profitability going, I think we are in fact in a really good position for this area to be important for the city. A quick look back at the production data shows that our production is still growing. I think at some point, even if we don't do anything anymore, we will have a surplus of oil, which is really great, and that can soon be transported over to the entire city. We still have lots of space in Tuna Bay. We also still have more space on this island. This is an empty island where on one side we have a massive port and the oil industry. And on the other side there is a perfectly protected lagoon, which makes it perfect for the fishing industry, which not only has plenty of fish available, but also has a great export opportunity right here at this industrial harbor. So today we are going to turn this small island into the biggest place for producing fish for our entire region. And this is honestly going to be challenging because this island is really small. To give credit where credit is due, this idea comes from a combination of these two comments from my channel members. If you also have ideas what we should build next, don't forget to subscribe and let me know in the comments. Here we are at this island, and the first thing we should do is go to specialized industry. And there are two types of fish farms: the inland fish farm, which, well, we're not gonna need because we have plenty of water around, and the fishing and open water fish farm. Just to get a feel for how it works, let's put one here on the inside. We can click on that building, and now there are multiple options. For one, we can add this fishing harbor pier. Let's just do it like this. That adds these docks where boats will be able to dock and take off from. And once more, then there are two types of fishing areas. There is just like this normal fishing area that we can place down in these areas that are blue here, which have plenty of fish. And there are the open water fish farms, which are there to cultivate fish, especially here in these areas that are not blue, that don't have enough fish. I never thought I would say the word fish so often in a video, but I guess this is the one where it happens. And the first challenge we have is to actually connect this fishing area with, well, a road to the harbor, because this is where all the fish are exported. We have this Jasmine Street here that we need to connect over this channel. Plus we have to figure out a road layout for this island. Since this channel should definitely be used for some boats to transfer, this is a perfect opportunity for some of the drawbridges. Let's see, we have this 2-lane drawbridge. How does it look? Well, it's just a normal street, but I think to make sure that it actually works, we first have to draw in like this path for ships to go, and then this drawbridge has the other indicator of where it can make space, so we could draw it in like that. Let's have a look. Do we like this drawbridge? Yeah, I think it looks really good. It's a bit weird that we cannot build it like on ground level, because if I go elevation 0, it will complain about being in water. The lowest height we can build it is apparently 5 meters. So let's do that instead. I'm quickly gonna delete this street here. We are going to have to remodel it anyways. Then let's get the bridge just like that. We will have to bring it back down to ground level. This would work, but wait, what did I just spot here? What is this? Why is this bridge literally underwater? Maybe it's weird because I did it with 5 meters elevation instead of 10. Let's see what happens if I rework it, because by default there is no like lower gap here. Yeah, now it works better. These are the things that you would expect to be fixed by now in City Skylines 2. But at least that works, and I found a nice way to connect up this bridge. So we have this loop here, and then the existing street goes back beneath this drawbridge. So cars can now comfortably get here and drive over to this other island, where we might have to figure out a similar thing. I'll just grab a normal 2-lane road, bring that somewhere in the middle of the island, and just maybe we'll use this for a roundabout. Let's say we build a normal intersection here, and then throw a roundabout in the center. That's a good way to start an infrastructure project. The fish farm here I'll just connect up with a dirt road. This one will just go along the coastline, and we can also run it below the bridge. Now we have like this end and that end that need to be connected up. That's a perfect job for the complex road tool. Just drag a straight line here, select the connection point, and drag it into here. Do the same thing on the other side, and from far up top, we have a really solid starting point. Add a small water tower, connect the sewage under the bridge, and just like that, we're able to finally start worrying about the fish. And oh, look at all these birds here. These are just waiting for me to catch some fish so they can steal them. So let's first think about the fish that are here in the river. We have to unlock some tiles for that. The problem is we don't really have enough money for that. So I'll just get this one for now. And in the meantime, we will have to wait for some of this oil here to generate more money for us. And maybe we can also get this fish industry working. I'll start by zoning in the first fishing area here along this coastline. For the normal fish, we will expand this once we are able to unlock more tiles, connect these shipping ways, and then create a fishing route. Just like that, we should be getting our first fish, but I also want this drawbridge to be used. So I'll create an open water fish farm over here, run that along the shipping routes. This is literally going to be massive. We're using all the space we can. After all, we need lots of fish, and we really need to fix our budget to make even more money. And then we connect that shipping lane to the port, connect up another fish route. This one goes beneath the drawbridge, and I hope that this will actually draw. Here we have the first fishing boat, which just operates for the normal fish here in the lagoon. And I just saw that there is a really tiny fishing boat leaving. Oh, it just goes underneath the drawbridge. Maybe we can change the type of boat. Let's make this one that goes out to the ocean have the larger fishing boats, and the one here that stays in the lagoon have smaller fishing boats. Let's hope this actually works out. And we just watch to see how long it will take for the drawbridge to actually be in action. And here it is being used for the second time. Maybe you saw the first one in the time lapse. Look at that. How majestic everything for this small fishing boat. I really do like this drawbridge. It has this very annoying sound. We have a police car here. It waits until the drawbridge closes, and then it continues on. Just one fishing boat going through here, I guess, is a really good option. So it doesn't open too often and traffic is still fine. Plus, we have these beautiful fish farms out here. I really do love how they look, and I kind of want to have more of those. And after all, we do need to produce more fish. I'm not sure if there's any fish being exported in this harbor right now. Let's have a look. Surplus of oil, deficit of vegetable and petrochemicals. Let's also try to get a surplus of fish here by just getting a second fish farm here on the side of the island. I'm going to give it a different shape of pier, just like in this T layout, to give it some variety. For now, I'm connecting it up with a similar style of dirt road. From far up, everything looks, well, quite neat and symmetrical. And we'll use this place to get another one of these fish farms. I'll just put it down right here, create the boatway, have it just run along like this shallower path where there is the beach, run it up to the other area, and eventually have it run into the general boatway for connectivity. And since we do have money now from simulating for a bit, and profits are really through the roof, I can just buy more tiles for this fish farm for 350,000, and then it's time to also expand this to pretty much the maximum possible. Connect up the shipping routes, and now with all the space and all these stocks that we have, we might actually do a whole lot more. Let's see where these fish are located. Well, actually we have fish everywhere apart from these very coastal regions. So I'll put another cultivating fish farm very close to the shoreline in this area. And I'm continuing by buying this next tile, so I can expand this like lagoon fish farm that we already have to be a tiny bit larger and therefore get a few more fish. Let's just watch the boat traffic for a while and see these fishing areas grow. Yo, this area is full of fish farms right now. I really love all these colors that we have here. It's just so different having all these things here in the water. Like, this is with stuff in the water and this is without, so it really adds a lot. But the fishing areas are not done yet. For one, this one does not have any more water, so I'm just gonna throw a water tower here. But they also do have space for these storage buildings. Quickly before I build those, I wanna check the harbor. Oh yes, we are now exporting fish as well. 210 tons, so we have a surplus. I'm really happy about that. And I actually think this truck right here, it is going to export the fish. So fish is now making us money, that's really great. But to incentivize local consumption and also because they look kind of nice, I'm also gonna build some of these warehouses. After all, we also want to build a nice looking island. This is a pretty neat road layout. Maybe we can fit in a few more storage spaces and make them fit like naturally. Let's squeeze in one of these small ones and even another one over here. And now I think if we delete these trees, grab this building and do some surface work. This area looks pretty clean and neat. We just need to fill these empty concrete areas with some props. For fishing, like some rope stacks are good, but they're kind of too small to see from far. So some of my favorite things are like these barrels, as well as like these towers, maybe for some fish fodder, a stack of containers as well, and maybe one of these kiosks that manages something. Plus for the empty areas, some decals are always nice. And now from far away, this looks way more detailed and nicer than before. This is a really great fishing area. Let's see what we can do with the other one. Probably it will get something similar. I put some warehouses as well, connected them up in a similar style, and all that leaves me with like this one empty square right here. I'm gonna delete the trees, get a concrete surface. This is a brighter one, but I guess it's fine. And I'll just throw this big facility. Not sure whatever this is, but it looks good. And there's a bit of grass here that I don't like, so I'm just gonna extend the surfaces. And we have a second pretty nice looking area. I'll make sure that this looks like it all belongs together by lining the respective paths with some trees. Oh, this is turning out quite nicely. Maybe I can do something similar up here. No, there's not really space for it. Then let's have a short look at the wind direction. It's going in this direction. I do want to add a bit of housing for workers here. Or we could also add more industry down south. Let's see. Maybe we bring this road all the way to the water, to the point where we cannot build it any further. Then I'll grab like an alleyway. Bring that up to here. I can't connect it straight because apparently there's water, but something like this might work. Get rid of this bottom part, and that would provide some space to add additional industry. Let's see what we can do. I'm getting some new gravel roads. I'm not connecting it with the fishing area though, because this is its own area. It all belongs to like Frank's Fish Factory, but let's build out some grid type of roads anyway and connect those up with the main street. I'll make sure to control the zoning here so that everything looks neat and clean. I guess this would be solid, and then I can just fill it all up with industrial buildings. This is quite dense to be fair, but the industrial port is very close, so it might also be needed. I'll delete some more trees and throw in some orderly ones next to the road. Plus maybe some pedestrian path would be nice. That also always adds a bit more detail. And then this is the main core industrial area we have here. Up north in this small forest here. Let's use that to add a bit of housing for the workers. So I'll also extend this road, grab the alleyway and run that along the coastline as best as we can. Everything's a bit wonky here, but like I don't like the street. So how about we try something else? More grids. This should work quite well. Everything is very dense here, but again, if I control the zoning, the grid looks okay. I'll keep this inner part empty, no zoning there. And then I make sure everything zones on the alleyways. And then I'll get some medium density mixed use here in the center and some normal medium density here on the side. That should still... Wait, what? Oh, did I zone high density? Oh, small arrow. I don't want these insanely tall skyscrapers here. I just want some medium density. This looks way better in terms of the height and could be quite a nice neighborhood. To connect these taller buildings with the fishing area, I'm gonna make use of the Old Town mixed-use buildings. These always look great. Use some pedestrian paths for better walkability. Then this side here already looks solid, which leaves us with this massive area here in between to fill. Since this is Fishing Island, I'm gonna add even another pier here that we can use for some future expansion. I'll just keep this one shorter, but more boats will be able to dock here in the future. To keep the style with the other ones, I'm also gonna keep it on a dirt road. This one will just connect straight. And now for some reason this building is flooded. Why is this building flooded now? That makes no sense. Maybe we rebuild it? There's no issue just placing it here. This works fine. Oh, and immediately it has water damage. This game is so stupid. Maybe I build it further here on the left? Possibly like this? And it also immediately gets flooding. What is this game? Let's try to get it as far inland as possible. Do you want to get water damage? I mean, you are a building that needs to go on the water. Maybe we try like a weird angle pier this time. And it is looking better. Grab the road, connect it up, and it looks good now, which still leaves us with a massive empty area. And now I might want to use the inland fishing farm because, well, I could just put that here as well and then fill out the entire square, no matter its shape. I can just do this and connect it up. This looks good, so we have more and more fish here. I hate all these no waterway connection symbols, but you don't actually have to get ships going there to get rid of those. You just have to connect up these waterways in any way. It really doesn't matter which way, and it doesn't even have to go anywhere. It can just be empty, but just like that is fine. Whoa, there are many waterways now. We have this inland fish farm here, which by the way also wants to make use of more warehouses. So just for the optics, I'm gonna build another inland fish farm, but this time not really to produce fish, but just to build out like the warehouses. I can line this with an alleyway. Oh, we need to get rid of these pedestrian crossings, like these look ugly. And then I can once more just throw in these warehouses literally on all sides. They fill plenty of space and they also look good. This is the area built, not fully symmetric, but I think that also makes it look more natural and better as a whole. I don't really like these janky edges here on the side, so I'm gonna take the landscaping tool, vegetation, grab like these dark oak trees, small variation, small brush, and just get in a few more oak trees to hide that circumstance. Then we have this dirt road that went under the drawbridge, which we can just take and connect it up to this area that we have here, this inland fish farm, which is literally just tons of warehouses. And that leaves me with another small area where I guess I could build a few homes here. Let's have a look. What's the air pollution? Pretty low. Ground pollution? 0. Noise pollution is kind of high. So I don't think I want to get homes here. So maybe it will just stay empty unless I can find like a massive park that looks good. Sure, Neo Barracks would fit well in here. That fits the style. The roof is red, but I don't think that's a major issue. And why is this connection so difficult? Why can I not connect this up? This pathway, that's stupid. What do you mean I can't connect it up? Do they want me to literally get like a road here? Like probably do this, connect that up here, and then throw in a parking lot. Is that what you want? apparently. But then I'll still take this pathway and bring it straight over to where it connects to the bridge, so pedestrian can immediately cut over here. And then this is, of course, another perfect place for some shopping opportunities right here on the main road. Let's get these Dragon Gate ones so I don't get everything filled with gas stations. How about we do this, throw some offices in between, and then a bit more Dragon style commercial. Oh, I really hope this turns out nice. And it does look surprisingly good. I like these Chinese buildings, these offices look good, and these Chinese buildings look good as well. Finally, no gas stations. This path here is still empty and probably has lots of sun. So this is another place for just a few more trees, which will also make it look kind of nice. Maybe we can also get in one more connection in here. Oh yeah, this gap fits perfectly. And we can even get it in between one of these trees there. Make sure that this side also has trees, so everything looks like it fits together. And are we now missing anything on this island? Does anything look weird? Does anything look off? I don't think so. We have a large gap to the industrial harbor, which is nice. We have people living here, which is nice. They live like in these big, massive condos. We have a park here, we have lots of jobs here. So let's turn all of this into a district. I might actually include all these fishing things here in the district, because I think they actually count to it. Get this drawbridge in here. This is currently called Maple Peak. No, I don't like it. For now, I'm gonna call it New Buxton, because if you have been watching this series from the very beginning, this here is Buxton Town. This is where our entire build started. I'm pretty sure in the second episode, we built this fishing port. This district is called Buxton Town. This is our previously old fishing area. It's way, way smaller, but I'm pretty sure there might also be better names. So if you have a suggestion, let me know in the comments, and also don't forget to subscribe if you're there. I'm pretty happy how this island turned out. If we look at the financials, we're doing great. So good, in fact, that I'm just gonna spend a bit of money repaying the loans we have, which will make our budget even better. And if we have a look at production, we are producing 1,200 tons of fish, and we are exporting a lot of fish. I'm pretty sure most of that fish is immediately going out here through this harbor. 210 tons of fish are going out here right now. We have the straw bridge, which is being used for all these fishing boats going through here. I am in fact really happy how this island turned out. This city has $100 million in the bank, but today we are going to spend it all. However, we are not going to spend it on a regular city expansion. We are going to spend it all on tourist attractions, building the Disney World of Tuna Bay. I have no idea what the effect of this will be on our tourist numbers, but let's find out together. Starting with the first major building, we have had this empty island from day one of building on this map, and so far it has just been empty. But today is the day where I am going to purchase it. These two tiles, we're spending the first $400,000, and then what I want to put on here is the medieval castle. It costs $4.5 million, and it's pretty much the size of this island. But I'm sure there is great lore behind this. The royal family of Tuna Bay originally settled this island with a great fort, and look at this. This island is really good for the defense of the city. You cannot attack it by land, and it sits right in the entrance of Tuna Bay. If anyone wants to go into the lagoon here, it has to pass by this castle, so this is a great point of defense. Later in the video, we will build out some royal gardens here and the ferry stop of how the tourists will be able to get here. But before that, let's focus on the other major location I want to build out, and that is this island right here. This is the area that I want to call Disney World. Maybe you have another naming suggestion in the comments that would be in line with the law of our map. But for now, this island will be Disney World. We can see we already have our harbor right here. It has these passenger ships, which I say are cruise lines. They are driving, well, to a lot of different places. Basically, once around the map, this is where the tourists that are visiting Tuna Bay can literally enjoy their holiday and then of course stop by this Disney World. And I think what would be perfect here would be some big tower, either this observation tower, this is pretty big, or this building that I can't pronounce. It is not as big, but I do think it fits the area better. Let's just put this right here next to the highway for now. And the great thing about it, if you are a tourist in the city, you can go up here and you have a great view over the entire bay, the neighboring islands, and in the distance, just look at that, you will be able to make out the castle, which is for sure the most historic site of the city. You can see the statue there, and then there's downtown. It's literally a really great viewpoint, even the nuclear power plant. Everything can be seen from this location, and of course, you can look at these cruise ships, how they pass through these bridges. So now that we already have one of the main buildings of this island, we have to make sure to connect it all up. Of course, it requires electricity, sewage, and a road network. So let's first connect it up with the harbor over here. Maybe we can get somewhat of a nice curve to make it look good. I'll just grab the curve tool, bring it up to here, and yeah, I guess this is solid. And then the road just ends here in nothingness, but that is fine. The key of this entire area, after all, will not be roads. It will be pedestrian paths, because everyone that is arriving here is arriving by boat. So let's make sure that the shortest and most attractive way to our new building here is just a cozy pedestrian path. And then we also do have to make this area livable. So I'll definitely throw in another small park right here. But that's not all yet. I'm sure a lighthouse will be great. After all, close to the harbor, that would be nice. And sadly, there is no major sports stadium in the game, but maybe we can build some sports facility anyway. I'll just put the soccer field over here. Oh, that was the football field. I guess I'll also add a soccer field right on the opposite side of the highway. I'm just kind of rerouting the electricity lines right here. Not sure if it looks the best, but these sports fields are really important, so we can have more events here, and that will also bring more and more people over here. So now we have to connect these things up as well. The lighthouse should be quite easy. Maybe I can just connect it up with a pedestrian path. Does it need cars? Oh yes, it does need a car. So I'll make it an alleyway that goes straight into this road. That way electricity, water, and sewage is connected up immediately. Then next to this lighthouse, this side I'd like to add a park, but yeah, I'm not sure if this looks too good. We probably have to hide it behind a bunch of oak trees. Let's just place a lot of them right here, some pine as variation. That way there is a lot of shadow here. And then right in front of this viewing deck, let's get a park cafe. People want to go up here, and after they enjoyed the view of the entire bay, they can go to this park cafe. And as everything else here, it needs great pedestrian connectivity. Then let's focus on these sports facilities. They will just get normal alleyways as connections. After all, they are not used every day. And then we have a difficult path right here. We have to curve it along the water and bring it back into the main road. I think this looks pretty natural. And then this other side also needs a connection. This one is more difficult though, because sure, we can just go ahead and connect this road into the main highway, but I don't want people walking over here just crossing the highway. That would be very, very annoying. So what we do have to offer is some pedestrian crossing, and I will do it by using these pedestrian overpaths. We can just get 2 right here, and then it should be as easy as just picking any pedestrian bridge, get it at 10 meters high. Oh wait, that's an oversight. I can't connect the pedestrian overpass with a bridge. Imagine how nice it would be if I could just go here to the left and connect a bridge with it, but okay, apparently this does not work. City Skylines 2, you could have done so much better. Why did no one else think of this? But I'll just get this bridge anyway. It still looks pretty nice. And then I'll just bring it down to ground level myself. This is really not the easiest way, but if this is the way it works in the game, I guess we will just have to go with it. But on a tourist stance, this bridge looks kind of nice. The only issue is that it's not really that usable because, well, yeah, these paths are very, very long and the bridge is really, really high. But at least it looks good for the tourists. And to make it more usable, let's add some car parks. I don't want car parks over here at the ferry terminal because I want the tourists arriving by boat. But here at the sports stadium, I'm sure people will want to arrive by car because not only tourists go to these events, also the normal people that live in the city. So let's get a massive parking deck. I'm really trying to use the space with utmost efficiency. Let's connect this one up with an alleyway. And I'll also just bring that into the main street here. And the rest I can just fill out with some normal parking lots. So we definitely have a lot of capacity right here. Then I also want to make this area over here usable. I might just get in this dockyard lounge park. That seems fun. Like, I can probably squeeze it in here like this. I really do like buildings with interesting shapes. Then get another alleyway connected up to here. And honestly, this worked perfectly. Look at this building. Sure, there's a parking garage next to it and there's a highway next to it, but it fits this unique space very, very great. So this is literally perfect. The rest of this area, I'll just be lazy and fill with hickory. But on the other side over here, I want to be a bit more purpose-driven, doing some decoration with bushes. I also played around a bit with these surfaces, and I mean, yes, it does look lively now. And this area is also pretty nice because it fits with this construction site. So we have some trains that are being built here. I could really imagine that someday there is a plan to build a train station right here. Maybe we can even get that in already. I don't want to connect it up, but we could just place a train station like right here. And it is going to stay empty, but I do think it looks kind of nice. It adds more detail. Does it have any interesting upgrades? Ticket machines? Sure. Maybe they were splashing when they built this. So that is really nice. There's one more building I want to add in this area before we go all in decorating, and that is this park maintenance depot. After all, look at this. We're going to have lots and lots of parks and they are all going to need maintenance. I just don't know how big it is. It's not that big. We could fit it right here if we change the location of the transformer station. And actually, I do think we can do this. So this transformer station is actually taking the high voltage and bringing electricity to this entire island. This is the only electricity connection we have here. But this might also fit in nice, like somewhere over here. Let's figure this out in a second. I'll just delete it for now. Then let's first take care of the park maintenance depot. The reason I don't want to put it here, because if you imagine you are a tourist, you are arriving at this location, and the first thing you see when you exit from the terminal is this park maintenance depot. No, that wouldn't fit well. So I definitely want to have it here on the left. And this space fits quite nicely. I'm gonna put it as far down here as I can. I think this is good. It has some upgrades, extra garages. These would have to go to the outside somewhere. And extra supply storage. This one would go on the building directly. No, I want to leave it as is so we can see the vehicles. But I'm gonna get the extra garages and I'm just gonna place them over here on the opposite side. Maybe 2 garages. I think they look pretty neat. This is where all the service for this area is provided. I guess I should also take care of some terraforming here because this slope looks really, really bad. I didn't even know that the terrain here was so mountainous. Maybe we can keep all this elevated. I actually had to change the location a bit further up because it always curved down here. That was really annoying. So now it looks way, way better. Then let's figure out the new location of our small transformer station. But I think we can fit it in here quite naturally, just next to these bushes. This seems to work. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Rework the high voltage power lines. And just like that, the left area here has all its buildings. Let's run a quick decoration time lapse. With just a tiny bit of decoration, I'm actually really happy with this area. I added some no parking spots here and a few containers. And it's really nice. We have this park maintenance depot over here. You can see this trash collection when driving by, and the same style of buildings over here, just for more additional vehicles. And with that, all the parks we're adding here should always be of the highest quality, which now leaves us with the main area out of this harbor, which we do need to fill as well. One crazy idea I had was building a welfare office, just imagining that there are massages. It could also be the citizen service center. This is more modern, and I think we can still squeeze it in somewhere here like this. Just imagine you arrive here and then you can get some of your massages here. That seems nice. I'll do the same trick over here of just lining everything with bushes. This is just a really, really easy way. to make things look more beautiful than they actually are, then I'm gonna keep that the same. Sadly, this building does not have any upgrades, but I guess everyone can go here. And interestingly enough, this is not a special building, so you can build this as often as you want to. But of course, we only need one here. Next up, we need some nice parks. And what we're definitely missing is like a Ferris wheel. Sadly, this Ferris wheel also requires a road. I would have wanted to put it a bit more recessed here. Let's try if we can still do that. Maybe we use an alleyway and just have that run into here exclusively. That way we have another tiny space where we can maybe add like a shop building right here. We could even build one here and another one here. I'm just building the old town style housing. I think in Disney World, you build houses that look old, but that are still beautiful. But now we also have this Ferris wheel. Of course, that has plenty of options for pedestrian paths. And this is just for people to walk wherever they want to. And I think this is pretty solid. There are lots and lots of activities to do here. It is looking nice. Sure, the highway is very, very close by, but that also helps with the sports parks where people can use these parking spaces and go here. What is still a bit empty is this side over here. Is there anything easy we could put there? Maybe a color plaza? Why not? I'll just drop that in here, connect up the roads, and then I'll just have a bunch of oak trees here. After all, we don't want the noise of the highway getting here. So I'll just add a dense forest. I might even also add it on the other side, just so it doesn't look too unnatural. And honestly, I am happy with how this island looks from far. We have the construction side, we have the port. Now we just have to wait and see if anyone wants to go here. Sadly, it seems like not too many people are using the Ferris wheel. There are a few people walking around though, not many. Kind of sad that even when you have such a big, nice building with apparently 183 attractiveness, not many people want to make the trip here. So that's also maybe something for Paradox to adjust. And I also don't think that there's anyone using these parking lots. Like, no one wants to come here, use these football fields. I think the only way to adjust that would be to add like a few more options for businesses over here. Businesses do create a lot of foot traffic, but for now, everything here is supposed to be for tourists, and for some reason the tourist numbers dropped hard. Not sure why that is the case, but for now, we'll just move on over to build the castle, which is the thing I've been looking forward to the entire time. And yes, this island is very, very small, but that will also make it challenging to build something nice. For sure, such a castle will be a major attraction. Just look at all the details here. And we have like a place inside where there's some cafes. So the first thing to figure out is how do people arrive, and they will surely arrive on ferries. The water here is not really deep enough for the big boats, and as we can see over here, this also had some channels dug, so I don't want to do that over here near the historical castle. Realistically, we have two options. We have a ferry terminal that we could put here, or we could put a normal ferry shoreline stop. I think a ferry terminal would be nice for such a big attraction. I'll just put it here somewhere on the side, and it also looks really nice because I do want to have some custom gardens over here. For this ferry stop, we have to draw in like the pier. I don't want to go straight out, I want to go to the side, and that way we can pretty much immediately go ahead, get the narrow boatway, and just take that straight over here to Buxton Town, connect that up, and I can draw a new ferry route from this stop in the town over to the castle, and then have it run all the way back. For now, I'll just call this Castle Line. If you have any great naming ideas for this, as well as the castle as a whole, let me know in the comments. Funnily enough, the castle does need electricity, sewage, water, labor, and high skill labor. Why would you need high skill labor? 7 educated people are needed. So we do have to create a road, but here I just want it to be a gravel road. I'll run this along the side and then just curve over so it can move to the ferry terminal. But from here, I'll also run it to the coastline. Let's try to build something nice here. I put in a big cul-de-sac for people to turn around. And this will once more be a good location for a lighthouse that will show ferries where to go. Ooh, and I'm really happy with these colors, red and white. That's literally the perfect lighthouse colors. That is good. I'll add a local water tower somewhere here in the forest as well. That should cover the water for this island. But of course, I won't be able to handle sewage over here. So let's export that to Buxton Town. And I also want to bring in the electricity, or maybe would a small windmill be enough? 0.3 megawatts. I don't think this will be enough. There's no wind speed over here. So I am forced to also bring in electricity from the outside. But with that, we have the basics covered. Everyone is happy here for now. We might soon have people arriving to work here. The ferries right now are still coming from the ferry depot. So those will be here soon. And then in the meantime, let's build out a royal garden. We have this largely empty area over here and I want to use it. First, let's fully clear out these trees. And then let's build the rough structure. Of course, we have this main entrance over there. I am gonna build it the same way with like a surface. Honestly, I could just continue the surface that we already have over here. I guess this start is looking solid. Then I'll just run this straight down. And here at the end, I just want to have a nice big fountain. Let's see which one is the biggest fountain. We have the square one. I don't like it. This is apparently a small one. Ooh, large fountain number 3. Oh, this looks like a perfect royal fountain. Let's put that in here. And then I'll just extend the surface around it. It's actually really sad that all that I'm doing right here is decorating. These surfaces are not actually usable as paths, but they do look really, really great as paths. Right now, I'm just looking to build out the rough shapes for everything. That is looking good. But then I also want to get in a few functional paths. I'll run these parallel. And they'll connect right here at the end, where maybe we could also just connect the main thing with a pier. Why would this not work? Come on, game, let me build a nice pier. Okay, and just like that, it looks pretty nice. So this is the royal pier. We can give it a nice sailing boat. Why not? Wait, can we put castle ruins underwater? Would this work? Could I like go behind this castle here and do this? No. In water, it does not work, but maybe if I activate bypass validation results, how would that look? Actually, I'm kind of happy with that. It would be a funny Easter egg. I'll just leave that in here, because why not? And without these annoying icons, it also looks funny. So maybe this is just a sand dune. Oh, it just got destroyed, but I'll leave this here. This is a castle ruin. Maybe the island moved somehow through the winds, the sand moved, and then this moved over here. But for now, we have to continue building out the gardens. I'll add in one crossing path, and then let's see what we build. On the sides, I want to get in some nice linden trees, just so we have some great shadows. Then the center path, I just want to line it with some small bushes. These look kind of cute. And with those, I can actually close out the whole area. That's kind of nice. And then we somewhat need some flower fields. I'm thinking I'm adding some squares right here. And then I do need something colorful to line these fields. Sadly, there are not many colorful plants in this game. I think this wild flower bush number 2 is the only real option. Ooh, or maybe this cultivated flower bush could also work. Let's take that for its nice pink color. And now these will be planted quite dense. I want to do the curves manually, so I'm just drawing in the sides. And then I'll just plant these in the corners individually, just so we get in some nice curves. This is looking good. Now we just need to do this 3 more times. You know what? This is already looking way better than I expected it to look. Doesn't this look like a royal garden? Really, really nice. I'm pretty sure the next thing we're missing is something modern, not originally royal, or maybe it is, but we do need some benches. Did kings usually put the benches here themselves? I have no idea, but I want to put them here in between some trees, just on the side. Every second tree. Also on the other side, every second tree. And I think this is coming out really, really nice. Now, I would love to have some like flower surfaces here for the side. These don't really exist, so I have to do something creative. So here on the right, I'll just put an old cemetery. And I mean, that's already pretty much it. I'll also line it with some linden trees. I'll just continue from here. So we have a somewhat square shape. I think this will always look nice. And then the next best thing I found is like these old mill ruins. Maybe those would fit in here as well. This is just like an old home like it used to be in the old times. I'll just throw some stones around it and that will be its decoration. At the end of this fountain, maybe we can also put some tombstones. Maybe this is the whole purpose of this park. This is where the old royals lie. I'll put some of these weird stones and faces. Not so sure about those. Maybe it is too much. I'll remove them again. I think it's better that way. But I will adjust this path so it looks like that it's leading to the pier. And that's pretty much it. This castle now has 30 employees. So apparently they're all working around somewhere. This ferry terminal also has 24 employees. There is this ferry going, which has 3 people in it. Let's see if it wants to pick anyone up. But there is really a ferry jam right here at this place. Let's have a look. Does anyone want to go to the castle? Oh yes, 4 people. A ferry for 4 people, but let's just say it's off season right now. I'm honestly really happy with how things turned out here. And let's not forget, we also built this entire thing over here. Finally, I guess it's time to check if our tourist numbers recovered, and yes, they did. Apparently, it's going back up again. So it is looking up for tourists in Tuna Bay. So today, I'm doing what every responsible rich person and mega corporation does, building polluting industries and destroying pristine nature in the process. Right now, we're making $9.4 million from industrial buildings. Those are rookie numbers. So let's destroy some trees to get even richer. To get started, let's buy some tiles of pristine nature. There's nothing here yet. And oh, just 2.3 million. That's very cheap. We'll just get that. And the great thing is, I already have the perfect buildings unlocked for this today. The steelworks, the concrete batch plant, fabrication unit, gravity separation unit, even the blast furnace. So we have some great buildings to build more industry around. The key piece will be the steelworks because it is the largest building of the bunch. Let's put that right here next to the lagoon. Sure, a few trees will have to die for this, but it also gives jobs for 400 employees. Would you rather have these 400 employees right here or these 400 trees next to it? It's your decision, and here the decision is to go for the jobs. Before we expand this area even further, we have to figure out the connection. Of course, it's really great that there is a port very, very close by. That way we can import and export all the resources that are required for this industrial area that we are going to build next. But we will need a bridge above this small river. So I'll continue this road that we already have in the industrial area. Maybe we can get a beautiful bridge right here. Yeah, this one looks solid. We have a really nice arch. What a great visual. And now we have the connection over this river here. So first, let's connect the steelwork building. The connection for it is right up top. Sadly, there aren't even any industrial roads in this game yet. So I'll just have to stick with the normal 2-lane road and just connect everything up. I built a roundabout and I lined it with this alleyway right here. I think that is a good start to an amazing grid. We'll need to add basic services, sewage and water, plus an extra electricity connection just to be sure. After all, these industrial buildings draw lots and lots of energy. And with that, we can also start fulfilling some of the normal industrial and office demand we have by just building out a small grid from alleyways. Then we can fill that with some industrial buildings, a few offices, and already we have plenty more jobs. However, we still have plenty more special buildings that we need to get down, so let's continue filling out the southern end. Looking at the contour lines, we do actually have to do a bit of terraforming here to make everything really clean, but for this build, sticking true to nature really isn't a problem. We can just move all the land masses however we like. And with that, let's find a nice place for our blast furnace. Also right here in the trees, connect that up with some roads. I also added a nice curve here at the bottom. That way it at least looks a little bit like we're respecting the nature. Then I'll loop everything back up. Add a few subtle curves. And just like that, we have a new area that we can fill with industry. And after a bit of adjusting the grid, we have a lot more amazing space available to fill with industrial buildings, sprinkling a few offices in between. And then for realism, I'll add an urban fire station just for this industrial area, giving it all the available upgrades, a small police station making sure that everything is secure here, and a plaza with lots and lots of concrete that fits in here perfectly, just to have some space where workers can relax. And I'm removing a lot of the available green surface area. After all, we don't want too much of this ugly nature around here. With this bit complete, we so far added $500,000 to our monthly balance of industrial taxes. So we are doing good, but we need to do better. So next up, I'm adding one of the biggest polluters, the chemical plant. I'm putting it right here at the edge of the lagoon. It's a perfect place to dump some toxic waste. That way you don't have to pay any of the annoying recycling fees. Let's get this one connected up as well. And the empty space in between is perfect for a concrete batch plant. I'm not happy with this one just having green surface around it. We need to extend this gravel area right here. Luckily, we can just drag it out. And just like that, we get a perfect tile that is justifying the nature all around. Wait, can I also do this with the steelworks? That I draw a whole surface underneath it. Let's just take this concrete surface, drag it out just all the way. I'm not sure if having everything concrete is incredibly ugly or if that fits this area perfectly, but you can let me know in the comments. For now, let's add on the upgrades on the steelworks. This makes it look even better. I really do love this massive red building. Then we have an upgrade for the concrete batch plant. This also makes it look way nicer. And then there's also one for the blast furnace. It just adds this extra building right here. Oh, and it has the same gray stone texture below it. But now seeing how it worked up here, I am in fact really annoyed by all this green in this industrial area. So I have to delete some trees. And then rework even more surfaces. It turns out it's actually really hard to get rid of all the green because most of these buildings have at least a bit of greenery. But for us, this isn't a problem. We are doing everything for maximum profits. Speaking about profits and taking away greenery from nature, there is one perfect thing for it. It's car parks. Let's see, maybe we can fit in some nice ones here. Big parking area. just in the middle of nowhere. Well, not really, just in the middle of industrial area. Plus another one on the opposite side right here. And just to pretend that we care for nature over here, I'll plant a bunch of oak trees. These are planted for the purpose of getting carbon credits, so all this industry can offset their emissions. So all this here is not even polluting. No, don't look at the pollution stats. That's not what this is about. This is all about a green, really nice development. By now we're making 11.4 million from industrial taxes. That's 2 million more than we were making before. Is this enough? No, of course, it's never enough. Let's build out some more roads and see what we can do. Space isn't a problem anymore. Ooh, but actually I'd like to get some similar curves to what we had before. Look at that, doesn't that look so much nicer? And now with this space, let's finally get all the buildings we have left over. The fabrication unit just over here next to the chemical plant, a gravity separation unit. On the opposite side of the road, we can fill this all with dirty textures. And then we have the biggest building left over, the SwitchCon. It provides plus 2% industrial efficiency, which is literally insane, but it's also really, really big. And we do have to adjust our road layout for this. Let's make a bit of space, get it in right here, adjust the roads around it. And that way we can actually fit this massive building. I'm quickly buying one more tile over here just so this entire area isn't so squeezed. That way we can also make sure that we have some nice curves here. For now, that's all the special buildings I have unlocked of the industrial type. So let's make sure to add all the other services we need in an industrial area. For sure, garbage will be produced here. So let's add another whole recycling center, add all the upgrades to it, and add some of the upgrades outside here. This is also perfect for the visual style of the whole area. Then let's add some post office to make sure that everyone is well connected. I never knew that this one even had upgrades. For sure, we'll also need a telecom tower over here to provide internet for all these businesses, as well as a few opportunities to do some sports. Let's get the Apex Climbing Center and the Basketball Center so we can tell people to take care of their work-life balance. I'm connecting all these up with pedestrian paths. This is basically the service and lifestyle area of this entire industrial park. And honestly, for that, it looks really, really solid. Then let's make sure that this plant here doesn't have too much greenery around it. And maybe a way is to add just a bunch of stones. Let's see. I'll just put a lot right here. Does this look good? Ooh, it's definitely an interesting texture from far away. Look at that. It just looks like there's lots of rubble on the ground. I'm repeating that for this area over here because why not? This is really to separate the industrial area from the rest. Then let's finish the industrial zones, just zoning areas wherever we have space. After all, this is for maximum profits. And then there's just one thing left over. We have so many jobs here that all these buildings are complaining about a lack of labor. So we do actually need some more people here. Preferably uneducated poor people. Look at that, 12 poorly uneducated, 6 uneducated people. To fill these positions, let's get yet another tile and I'll build a very small neighborhood around here. These guys are hiding here between the trees. I'll keep the design language of all the round corners. And then we can fill this area with just a bit of low rent housing, with a bit of old town and medium density sprinkled in. Let's add a few more oak trees around here. And now I'm expecting this to become quite a crazy looking neighborhood. Now that everything is built in here, we can see from the right a nice transition from these lower homes to the higher ones, but then here to the left, I might actually need another bit of transition with a few more old town buildings. And that way, I think the neighborhood is literally perfect. It's always a bit difficult to figure out what to do with these empty areas around here. Paths are always a great way to fill things. Sadly, it always happens that buildings get destroyed, but that's City Skylines 2 for you. And then, since all this green might just be a little bit too boring, I'm just gonna try the same strat again, filling everything with stones in here, because why not? And that might be the style of this whole area. Sure, why not? Maybe we can also make it more interesting by adding another bit of a different grass texture right here. I guess from far this looks solid and it adds a bit of contrast to the entire thing. Then let's put everything into a district to see the summary of what we have built here and if they need anything else. Feel free to let me know a name for this district in the comments. In summary, we have 500 households here, almost 1,000 residents. The average wealth is poor, but okay. However, it doesn't tell me much about the industry around here, even though most of this area is industry. Let's quickly check. Traffic is looking good, actually surprisingly good, seeing we only have one entrance to this entire district, but this bridge is doing well. This is great because there will probably be lots of trucks driving to this port, exporting stuff. And we can have a look. Here are some trucks. Let's look at this dump truck, or it's going to the cargo train terminal. Oh, where are you going? Which cargo train terminal? Oh, the train terminal, not the port. He's driving all the way over here. But I guess that is fine. For reference, well, this is here near the nuclear power plant, and what we just built is all the way here up top on the screen. It is a really, really long drive, but it also has a great highway connection, which is a really, really big plus point. Is anyone exporting to the port? Let's have a look at some more dump trucks. This one is going to the small port. Wait, where's the small port? Which small port? Why are you driving all the way over here if you could also just have a port directly up here? What is your issue? Let's have a look at this. Ferries, boats, cargo ships. Oh, I guess I found it. I never connected up this port with cargo routes. Of course no one is using this port. Let's quickly fix that, get a cargo route from this port to the outside of the city. And you know what? We might even do a cargo route from this port to the cargo port all the way over here in the city. Would this work? Let's try it out. I'm not 100% sure where they will drive, but we'll take a look at it in a second. Let's first wait and see if any cargo ships will arrive in this new area. Oh yes, here they come, and it's actually a lot. So this ship just dropped up lots and lots of cargo. This ship picked up 60 tons of cargo, 40 tons of unsorted mail, which is now going, well, all the way along the outside and then over to our main city. So lots of people are apparently sending mail over there. This is working great. Now we just have to check, are people using this new port? Oh, it seems like they are. Look at all these traffic jams right here. Just because of this one stupid truck. What are you doing here, dude? Oh, apparently he had a traffic accident and there is a road maintenance vehicle right next to it. You better get rid of your truck. I hear the sirens somewhere, but maybe they are also stuck in traffic and this is just creating the massive traffic jam. But let's use this time and check. Here's another dump truck. It's going to the cargo train terminal. Oil truck is going to the small port. This is also going to the small port. Which small port though? Oh yes, it's going to the small port that we have right here. This is perfect. Let's call this the industry port right now. Let me know any better names in the comments. And with the traffic jam resolved, the traffic is flowing again. In case it turns too bad, I will fix it in a future episode. As always, the next episode is already live for my channel members, so thank you for all the support I am getting there. Otherwise, Tuna Bay drops every Wednesday. This is an overview of the whole industrial area we built this episode. Our goal was to make lots of money with it, and oh yes, we're now making more than 11 million from industrial taxes, and this will rise even more as these buildings upgrade, as they get plenty of workers. And look at that, it's even running at 211% efficiency. Every growing city faces the same issue: traffic. 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 Traffic, traffic, traffic. And on the whole island of Tuna Bay, it's currently even worse, because the largest streets we have are these normal highways with just one lane. And as everyone knows, that means we need at least one more lane. So today we will take the core traffic choke points of these highways and rebuild them for better traffic flow. That's once here, entrance and exit to the city, as well as all the junctions you see on screen right now. We have right here an area where everyone is coming from, the industrial harbor and industrial area back there. this road over here that leads all the way to Buxton Town at the end, so to this entire island chain. And then it also leads to downtown. But as you can see, all these roads, they have lots of curves. It's many inefficient intersections. So today we'll engineer an interstate system for exactly these problematic parts. And once we're done with that, we will stress test the new system by expanding another rural neighborhood and seeing how the new intersections handle all the new incoming traffic. We have $12 million in the bank. I hope this will be enough. To start, I want to resolve these 3 junctions. So first we will have to buy all the tiles to have space for our new interstate. In total, it will be these 4 tiles at a total cost of $4 million. So this infrastructure project will also be really expensive. Then let's pause the time and figure out what we want to do. All these separate individual highways, these small ones, should stay there, but they should become easy on and off ramps of a larger highway. So I'm gonna get out the bulldozer and start deleting parts of the highway, this entire bit. I'll just make space in every direction. The general connections will stay the same, but we have a lot of work to do here. These 2 highways, where they come together, I think this is where our entire highway system will begin. So we will have some sort of 2-way highway going in every direction. The question is just how to connect up these 2 highways to the larger highway. For now, I'm just gonna freestyle this connection and see if I can make it work, how it would work in general, and if there's any chance I can make it look good. Technically, this is how the start of such a highway could look, or at least this is a way where it would actually function. Now I just have to clear up some of these weird curves to actually make it look clean and nice. The one here to the right, I think this one is already quite solid. So we just have to do this Moosewood highway here. That was a lot of building for something that almost looks the same, but honestly, this looks pretty clean. And on top of that, I think this intersection will work great. Now we just have to clean up a few of these unnecessary trees here. We don't want them just hanging over the highway ramp. Plus, maybe a little bit of surface work can make this look this extra bit interesting. I opted to go for some mowed grass, then I added some of these side barriers and also sound barriers as barriers on the other side. I don't want anyone dropping out of these curves here. And this also adds this tiny bit of extra detail that makes it look interesting. So this is the first intersection and the start of our highway system. From here, we'll just grab the 2-lane one-way highway, activate parallel mode, and just continue moving this along. First a bit straight, but then eventually we will have to get some sort of curve that goes towards the right and continue it somewhere straight on here. The goal is to connect these 2 highways with interchanges and then continue the main highway just along the coast here. So let's immediately get more of these tiles. At this point, we're literally spending all of the money we have in the bank account. This expansion already cost us $10 million. I'll get rid of the highway we have right now and I'll try to get in the new one basically in the same place. So it would go just like this. Then let's see if we can make a beautiful curve. This here could work out. Probably it will be something like this and then go straight into this other highway. Let's have a look at it in cinematic mode. Oh yes, this definitely looks like a good highway. The interchange is still looking good. But now we come to the actual challenge, which is not just laying these highways here. The actual challenge is connecting on these highways that come here from the sides. So let's first take this one. It comes from Welland Heights, adjust all this big downtown area. It's a connection for people that go to this highway to the outside of the city. So it's a very important one. First, let's drag it straight over the river and then let's figure out these connections. The first one might be quite easy. It's just an on-ramp to the existing highway, and to make it look better, I'm getting a 3-lane highway just for this tiny bit here, so there is an on-ramp. It's kind of a small one, but at least it's something. And then we have to do the same thing as an off-ramp, same 3-lane upgrade. And with that, we already have half of the equation done. But maybe people coming from this side don't only want to go to the right, they might go here to the left. So we have to open up another interchange. I'm just gonna freestyle, see what it turns out, and then make it beautiful again. Okay, so technically this is something that would work, but it is really ugly. Maybe we can get some nice circles here and then it will look like the optimal shape you can build. Let's try to get this functioning. Okay, what do we have here? This does not look like the most beautiful interchange I've ever built, but it should definitely work. Let's do a similar thing with a bit of decoration and deleting trees to be more functional. This is what the finished interchange looks like. A few more walls. I especially added those here in the curves, that if you're driving fast and you lose control, that you don't just go towards the right and you're like hitting some sort of these trees. So this is good. That means we already have one intersection, but then there is immediately a second intersection that we have to get in. And here we don't have all the space here on the left to build these, let's call it balls. We have to figure out some other way. And I'm thinking maybe we can figure something out with a roundabout. Let's get a few lanes right here and then just throw in a small roundabout. From this roundabout, we can just have the small knob of 2-lane, 2-way highway, grab an off-ramp, run it in there, as well as another connection. That should do the trick. Same thing with an extra on-ramp or off-ramp. For some reason, it's not really working over here, so I'll just leave it as is for now. And I also don't get why this is so weird. Like, what are these lines doing here? But okay, let's just leave it at that. So technically we have a functioning roundabout right here at this end that we now just need to connect up with the highway. But I think we can make this work quite easily. We'll just get the highway from this roundabout, bring it back to where it needs to go. Wait, this doesn't look good at all. So we for sure have to figure out some other way. Let's remove some of these curves and just have a look what we can do. This interchange now looks at least semi-decent, to the point where I am actually okay with it. Let's see what we can do with some extra lanes. This one's looking good. Another on-ramp right here, which nope, this one looks horrible. Sometimes this game is annoying. It's not really the sandbox I would like it to be. Here it actually works great. This is exactly how I want it to look. Let's see if we can repeat that one more time, like somewhere over here. Yeah, there's one line missing here, but I guess this can be okay. Then we have to make sure that this highway is still connected up. I want to give it a simpler, tighter radius curve. I think this connection now already looks much, much better. Maybe these interchanges are too cluttered, but we will see if they work in a second. I'll also just continue and clean up this highway right here. I think right now it has too many curves. Let's just go and kind of see what we can do here. I'll just continue this one straight. And then we'll just get one curve that is very deliberate. And now this whole connection is already much, much better. For now, to see if these interchanges work, I'm just gonna connect up this highway in the easiest way possible. It's not really clean, but it will be enough to monitor these interchanges. And now let's have a look. As we can see before, there were traffic jams on both of these intersections. Let's hope that this will now be resolved. Oh yes, how beautiful is this? This highway is working flawlessly without any issues. We can also check out this other intersection where the highway begins. This is even smoother. Honestly, so far I like this one here the most, but we already cleared up the traffic jams we had at these two intersections, so this new highway is coming in really, really handy. We will get much more traffic on this highway, as soon as we expand this rural area back here later in this video. But before that, we have another really problematic intersection to take care of, which is this one over here. Back here under the ocean is the entrance to the city, so there's lots of people coming here and they're just stopped here by this roundabout. And not only do I just want to build another random intersection, I want to connect this big highway that we just built for reference all the way over here. I want to connect that all the way to the entrance here so that we really have a massive interstate system going. If you enjoy this episode so far, hit that subscribe button and leave a comment. It just takes 1 second and helps out a lot with engagement. And as always, if you love this series, the next episode is already live for my channel members. But let's continue building our highway system. First, we have to figure out how to actually get the highway over here. Of course, the easiest step would be to just replace the small highway that we have here on the left with a bigger one. But I'm not sure that will be a good solution because we have many other interchanges that we would have to solve in that case. So I'm thinking of continuing it here, taking it along the sea and just cutting across the countryside, then running parallel to these train lines and then having the other end of the big highway somewhere here. But that would mean we have to connect 4 different highways. The main highway, the one to the left that goes here to the city, the one to the outside of the world, and the one that goes here to the nuclear power plant. Are there any pre-made intersections for 4 connections? Yes, there are. Maybe we can get something like a partial cloverleaf in here and then just work on it to make it better. Or a dumbbell interchange might also do a really great job. But no matter what we do here, let's pause the time. Get the next big tile for another $2.25 million. We're really running out of money, but we now have lots and lots of space where we can experiment with these roads and interchanges. Right now, the dumbbell interchange is definitely my favorite option. Maybe we can get it in like somewhere here like that. It looks really weird right now, but if we like remove part of this interstate and then just connect it up to this roundabout, then do the same thing on the other side over here. We'll probably need a bridge or a tunnel here. Sadly, I don't have enough space, so we might have to do that with the train lines. I'll just build the roads first and then reconnect the train line. We could just take this straight through here and then have a very slight curve that just connects up these roads. That way, all this is pretty clean. Let's remove all these streets up here as well as the roundabout and get in a new bridge for the trains over here where they can go above the highway. And just like that, we have a new train bridge with the highway underneath. That leaves us with this side over here that we have to connect up to the outside of the city. For now, I'm just gonna bring the highway to the centerpiece of this and do a very simple connection. This should pretty much work out. And if anyone wants to go straight, they now can on a really great highway, which we still have to build. So let's bring over the highway all the way from over here through here to the big new intersection. We know that this temporary end piece is working. We will have a new intersection somewhere over here, but first we'll build out the infrastructure. I'll try to stick very close to the path where it was before. We'll just go along here with a slight curve, and we'll probably have to get another tile right here to cut through perfectly. And with that, we are really close to making a good connection. Once more, we have this train line in the way, but maybe this time I move the road. That way I might also be able to hide the difference that the gap in this street is not as wide as the gap in this street. So let's take our road, bring it underground. I just hope that we will have enough space to also bring these up again. I'll do that now one by one. Underground, it doesn't look the best, but no one will see because above ground it's actually pretty clean. You can see it doesn't fully line up, but you can imagine that there is a clean curve in between. That way the big highway, and by the way, I'm calling it the big highway. It's called Anchor Highway. Please let me know a suggestion for it in the comments what we should name this. but this is cutting through the entire countryside, and we have one connection left over here that we have to figure out. Maybe we can use this to try out another pre-manufactured intersection, the teardrop roundabout. That way we can also continue having another road on the other side of the highway. I'll just drop it in for now and connect up the highway with a slight S shape. Same on the other side. That way there's one connection. Get a smooth curve going over here. And then a wide S curve that should almost finish this highway. This one is a bit wonky again, but that's fine. I'll change this on-ramp here to one of these normal highways, drag it out a bit more, and now we just have to finish it off with a normal curve. And that side is complete. The convenient thing, now if we want to have another village somewhere on the shoreline over here, we can have that without any issues because we already have the pre-made intersection. So this highway is connected up. We have the edge of the map connected up. And now the big question is just if the traffic jam we have right here, if it will go away, or I am a bit afraid that it will just go over here to this roundabout, but maybe enough people will go straight. Let's monitor this interchange and see what happens. Oh, would you look at this? This intersection is literally working so perfectly. I never had a city where the city entrance does not create a traffic jam, but this here is literally perfect, and partially the reason is because people have multiple choices now. Some, yes, are still going to the right towards the main city, but also many are going straight on the new highway. This is so perfect. Here on the left, there's also still no problems with traffic. I wonder how these other interchanges are handling it. This peanut interchange here, is it called that? This one here looks like a peanut. Oh, apparently it's a teardrop. I'll just call it peanut interchange. This one is working great as well. And let's have a look at the other interchanges. No traffic jam here, no traffic jam here, no traffic here. So this sets the perfect groundwork to continue expanding our rural area. I'll do that with the game paused, so everything can develop in at the same time. And that way we can stress test all our new interchanges, if they will create new traffic jams or not. For the last time this episode, let's spend some more money unlocking a new tile. I might just get both of these, and then we can continue building out the city. We have the main street. Let's make it go a bit straight here. Then we'll have another bit more curvy piece. And at this point, it might become very rural over here. I want to get some higher / medium density going right over here, because with a straight road, we can basically develop a whole new grid. I'll try to make it interesting by adding some back streets kind of as alleyways. Same thing down here, and some dirt roads on top where we might add some more farms once we get there. Same thing down here. And I love adding cul-de-sacs at the end. This just makes everything look really nice. Also, we have this river here. I'd love to add some sort of bridge across it. So let's have something like this. Bring everything back down. And then we have a curve back into the main street. This here might be the historical road to the city. So over here we might have something like an old town, but we'll check that out in a second. Let's first figure out the zoning here. I want to have everything as much as possible on the main road. I think just like this we are pretty solid. I'll add Old Town mixed use up here, medium density in these smaller tiles, a bit of Old Town, and maybe some row homes. I'm really excited to see if this will look good at the end of the day. And to close out the area, we will need a bit more grain farming. So I'm just trying to fill out as much of this area here as possible. Get a big oak tree here in the corner, some pedestrian paths along the side of the field. And since I want to let everything zone in at once to generate some traffic, I'm already doing some of the decoration before everything is even zoned in. I'm really hoping that it will all end up looking good. I'll add another bit of vegetable farming up here. And just like that, the main expansion should be done. I want to get another bit of Old Town right here. So I'm also just gonna fill this with some Old Town mixed use homes. And now let's just see what will happen here and what will happen with the traffic. It turns out there are actually some issues here. Maybe we can solve some of that by adding another lane here on the on-ramp. Maybe something like this. That way the merging should be easier, and then there is lots of traffic continuing here, all going to this roundabout. One solution I have for this one is possibly making it bigger. That usually helps. I might add a few more lanes to it, possibly here as well, and that way traffic should be flowing better. I'm most concerned about the merging here on this highway, but let's just continue running the time lapse and see what happens here. The good thing is, traffic is flowing, and it's flowing on all sides, so there's no side where anything is stuck. Ooh, and maybe we have even reached the end of this traffic jam right here. From one side there are still plenty of people arriving, but this other side is almost done. So I think once we come back in just a few minutes, this traffic jam should be resolved. But we have a few more issues over here in our town because, well, they don't have all the services. I think this is also still lacking a district. So let's first assign one to this. As always, I am looking for names, but then we also have to figure out the addition of some city services. I'll continue this anyway of the old town. And it's so funny, I just built this road and that way this house doesn't have pedestrian access anymore, even though they aren't even directly connected. This game is so weird, but I'll just continue building out my roads here. And let's use this for some services. We definitely need death care, so I'll get a small cemetery and select the operating district just within here. Same thing with a medical clinic. I'll put that at the end here, throw in some upgrades, and also set the operating district. The good thing is we can click on a district and check the happiness. People are unhappy about high crime risk and walking distance to elementary school. These are rather easy fixes. I'm just gonna add an elementary school back here as well. Don't forget to select the operating district and maybe even add on some upgrades. Plus, I'm gonna add a police station, and then I'll fill the rest of the space with some basketball courts. It literally fits perfectly. That's just by coincidence. Add some cul-de-sacs here, some pedestrian shortcuts. Oh, and seeing all these cars parked here on the street, I don't really want that here on the main road. I'm also sure I will need some car parks. I'll just add these directly behind the elementary school, but in a way so that the traffic doesn't drive in front of it. So just a big one like that. We can keep the pedestrian connection, plant some trees, and it seems like that this car park might fill up quite soon. I'll add a wider sidewalk on these streets here. I don't want anyone parking here, and I think this will move lots of cars on the parking lot as well. And in addition, they will also pay a small parking fee. Quickly checking in with the intersection. It's not too much better. What's happening here? Why are you guys standing here? Sure, there's no U-turn. Okay, there's still a bit of traffic here, but there's no need to stop right here. Something is weird with it, but okay. At least all the problematic indicators are gone in this city. I think for the rest, I'll just go ahead and add some normal dirt roads, have those connected with the old town as well. But at the end of the day, all this over here will just be low density housing. Get in another small roundabout, and then I'm just zoning some homes here and there with not the highest density, just a few. And then even while these are building in, I want to give some visual contrast, and that means that I'm just gonna fill this entire area with some hickory trees. These are brighter than the oak trees, and this should provide some nice visual contrast, especially from looking far away. Oh, and now look at this. I really do love the transition from like the forest to like this different colored forest and the low density homes to the rural community to a bit of higher density and farming, and then it slowly transitions over to the port. I'm honestly really happy with this part, so I'm really looking forward to a great name suggestion for this. I'm extending the district because of course these guys also need access to schools, healthcare and all that stuff. but this is really a beautiful district. And that means that this entire like half island is already filled. There are still traffic issues, but these are all clearing up as less people are now moving in here. The port honestly is really busy. Maybe someday we need to build something to fix the traffic here, but for now all this might take care of itself once fewer people move in, because at the end of the day this looks like a small village, but it's 5,000 people living here. That's like 6% of like this entire island. It's really great. And a quick check back at the intersection shows that there are no traffic issues. We did a really great job here. This entire highway is working flawlessly. Look at that. And even the intersection right at the entrance of the city is working great. For some reason, the network color is orange here, but that's just because there are many people driving here. Like, it's red, but this part is definitely not a problem. I really love the interstate system we built this episode. Some people like cars, but the engineers in this building like to think big. They want rockets. To the normal citizen just following their normal life, this sounds crazy, but it actually makes sense. Tuna Bay has a large shipping industry, which relies on accurate GPS data. The tourists rely on accurate weather forecasts, and that is why the island of the government decided it makes strategic sense to invest into space. Finding a good location for the spaceport wasn't that easy, as it cannot be too close to existing population centers, and many areas have already planned future residential expansions. However, there is a site where a previous train construction failed that is now still empty, close to water and far away from any other residential development. So today we will build a spaceport right here, add some surrounding infrastructure, and once that is done, we will redevelop some of these stone mines into a more valuable area where the scientists, the rocket engineers, and also tourists can stay. And with that, welcome back to Tuna Bay, where the first thing we have to do is get down the spaceport, which can be found under airplanes. It has crazy citywide bonuses, but it also costs close to $5 million. But luckily enough, it is not too big. I want to make space for it somewhere here in this kind of swampland. It is hard to build anything else here because these water levels have been changing constantly. And I think the best way to go about this is to go grab a higher ground level, some place that we know will stay above ground. So maybe a level like this street right here, and build out the platform on a height so that it will never get flooded. After all, it is a really expensive building. Let's kind of see what happens if we build it out right here. This just about fits the station. What is somewhat important is that we get the rocket pointed somewhere over the ocean. I don't want it flying directly over the downtown. In case anything goes wrong, it can just go down over the ocean. With that, we have a base platform. The road connection is on this side over here. For now, I'm just going to keep this higher ground level, add a basic road to it, as well as some parking lots for the employees. With that, we already have the centerpiece of our entire space station. But of course, a space station like this does not work without the supporting infrastructure. We're gonna need a satellite uplink to communicate with the satellites we put in orbit. We need a server farm to handle all the data transfer. We need to connect the roads and provide services, so there are still plenty more things to do. I want to start getting this road connected up, and to make sure that it will never be flooded in this challenging terrain, we're just gonna continue the same thing, having it on an elevated level. The question is just, where will it connect up to? We have this very small settlement right here. I don't just want to kick them out. They have their pedestrian path right here, which is just connecting up to the highway. So I am kind of forced just connecting up the next intersection into this highway right here. And from there, let's take a top-down view and figure out where the road will go by terraforming the area for it. With that, we have a working connection. I quickly need to start the time to make the water flow in the correct place. We have these kind of side dams in different places here, but I think that is fine. And we can be pretty sure that the water won't be any issue here. Sure, a lot of soil has been moved artificially, but we can now be sure that we have a space station that will never be flooded. But now it is complaining about services, and starting with sewage. I don't want to just hook up the space station with the normal sewer grid of the city, as that might lead into toxic waste from the fumes of the rocket to go into the sewers. We don't want to have that. So I want to build up a dedicated water treatment plant for this, probably just a little bit further away here near these forests. I'm also going to raise those to the same height as the previous area, add the water treatment plant, as well as adding a few upgrades to it. Then we have the same issue as with the street. This one will also get an elevated option, just kind of snaking through these wetlands. With that, we should have the sewage covered, and water is actually surprisingly important for a launch platform, because usually there is like a massive water deluge system to kind of make the sound a bit lower, really just to dampen it and also take away a lot of the heat energy. So usually you want water towers very, very close by, and I think we still have place for some right next to it. 5 should probably be enough, and I'll connect all of those up. And then lastly, we're just missing electricity. For that, of course, we don't really need a separate connection. I'll just get a normal transformer station, hook that up underground to the power grid, and just like that, all these services of the station should be covered. Oh, and there the first rocket goes immediately. Whoa, what is it doing? It's turning and twisting. Let's get a cinematic view of it and enjoy the first launch. Yo, that rocket has been doing crazy twists and turns. Not sure if that is the most realistic, and there's already a new one on the pad. It came back, it almost looked like it came back to land, but okay, it didn't do that. But then there's one final piece of critical infrastructure I want to have very close by to this space station, and that has to do with electricity. I think it's time we get an emergency battery station. I don't think in this game it really matters, but in reality, wouldn't it be nice to just have a backup battery for a space station? Oh, and there already the next rocket goes. They are launching really, really frequently. Let's try to squeeze in this battery station very, very close by. Maybe like this. I hope we can fit an alleyway somewhere here. Oh yes, that works. Oh, and you can even add like a diesel generator and an additional battery bank. I never knew this. How about we get like a nice small diesel generator somewhere over here as well, and one next to the transformer station. I'm really happy with that. Plus we connect up the same high voltage power line, same underground connection, and we should be fine here. Now it really looks like we have one massive like transformer station. I am happy with that. And this looks like a solid rocket launching complex. We have water towers, we have the rocket of course ready, we have parking spaces, we have electricity, we have some diesel generators, which honestly could also be some LNG or hydrogen tanks for some of the fuel, and then of course the backup battery station. With that, the immediate surroundings of the rocket launch facility seems to be done, which means that we can soon move over to building the next pieces of infrastructure with the satellite uplink and the server farm, which I will build in this area next to it, removing these stone mines and replacing them with a village for all the engineers and more supporting technology. But before that, 2 things. We should make this entire area look nice, or at least better than it is looking right now. And also a quick word from my sponsor, which is myself. If you like these episodes, hit that subscribe button, and if you love them, the next episode is actually already live for my channel members. Thank you for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to decorating this. For some reason, I am happy with just having this wall of dirt over here. I would love to add some like stone texture to it. I think the issue is that you can't really get stones dense enough to really make it seem like a stone wall. I'll try doing this anyway. Maybe it at least looks good from far. I'm really unsure about this one. Do you have any ideas how we can improve these walls? Let me know in the comments. Remember, we're playing vanilla without any mods, so I don't immediately have any ideas. Technically, there would also be like these rubble piles, but they just like phase into the ground. They don't adjust to the surface, so I don't think that those will work. I do need to keep a lot of this area empty because maybe someday water will get back. And of course, all these trees are also a flame risk. Wait, we shouldn't have all these trees right under the flame here. So I'll at least delete the ones that are the closest to here. I'd love to just set fire to them, but apparently this option does not exist in the game, and it's really funny how the exhaust of this rocket does not just set all these trees on flames. Over here, maybe we can make it look good. Let's try something else out. Can we make it look good by just spamming some bushes on the side of this cliff? Maybe we'll see. Could this be a solution? Let's have a look. I'm also not too happy with that, but the whole structure of it, I think, is quite solid. Sure, it's just a few roads, and I think that rocket bases never look that good. This is a picture of Starbase where SpaceX launches. It's literally not much different. It's just that for rocket bases, no one cares that they look beautiful. So let's move over to the next really big project, and that is redeveloping this area to add more space infrastructure and to make it attractive for rocket engineers. And possibly even some nuclear engineers that could also live over there. First, we need to get rid of these stone mines, but instead of just like clicking delete, I think this would be kind of boring. I want to terraform the ground in a way that it still looks like there was stone mining operation going on. So enjoy this quick time lapse of me doing it. I think this is already looking good. Like, the surface texture is okay. You can see that these are big holes, but next I want to also terraform the entire surrounding area, just so we have some good flat land to build with. I think this is already solid. Plus, right now these holes don't make maximum sense, because I think technically these need some ramps for vehicles to drive on. Let's have a look if we can make something like that work by doing like this. Okay, now I have one ramp, then maybe a second ramp right here. This would technically also work as a ramp. And let's get in a third one, maybe just a bigger one right here. Then I should be able, what's the best surface texture for this? Maybe the sand texture, the dark one? Yeah, I guess if we zoom in, that one is fine. If we just extend this over the entire thing, wait, what is this? This just takes away all the surface texture. Like, I still want to see these cliffs, so I only want to replace the green. Oh, this might be a whole lot of work. Like, we could take this texture, have it start from like here, and then just draw it alongside these cliffs. But I'd need for it to be very many small points. Oh, this is a lot of clicking and a lot of work. Let's just try it until here. Same thing, then it will go down the next surface. Technically, it would be something like this. Oh, but I just hate how these surfaces look from up far. There's no shadows, there's nothing interesting here. So I think I might just have to leave it like this, but I do like the ramps. So let's quickly get ramps on all of these holes. Okay, I think I am quite happy with these holes. They might even look a bit better with a bit of different time settings. We might keep this for a while. And now it's actually time to develop this area. I want to start off by getting the most important buildings for this area, which is the satellite uplink and the server farm. That way the data of the satellites that are sent up with the rockets just opposite to the highway can be processed. We need to spend development points on that. I don't think I've ever spent development points on the server farm and the satellite uplink. Like eight development points, that's way too much. Like, what is this? 8 development points, that's like double that of a city hall. It's more than a radio telescope or some universities. Oh, but maybe a radio telescope would fit this area well. I guess we'll see. But first, let's get the satellite uplink. It is quite a small building. How about the server farm? Oh, this is bigger. Probably best to build everything around this one. I'll put it right here in the intersection of the highway and the train line. And I think once we have that, we can get in this radio telescope on the edge of the former mine. I think this could make sense. Let's have a look. I want to have the 2-lane road just going along the server farm. So this is kind of circled with this road. And then I really don't like deleting previous stuff I built, but this road here is just so ugly. What do we do about this? I mean, we can kind of keep using it by doing something like that, then getting in a nice curve. I think this could work, but then I don't really want to have 2 intersections here. So let's get rid of that piece, build a new intersection down here, have that go into both directions. And I think like this we are better off, way better off. I might just get in like a roundabout and close out this grid somewhere here with another gentle curve. That's looking good. There's one building I need to delete though, which is the sewage outlet. I can't just be dumping sewage here. And wait, what? Why does the surface texture look better from this zooming angle than when I zoom in more? It literally just gets worse. That's crazy. Like at this point, the game looks the best, but if I zoom in more, it gets smoother. Okay, I think I just have to disregard this. For now, let's continue this road here with an alleyway to connect up to the satellite terminal. Guess like this is good, and maybe we can use a dirt road to get down in this mine. Wait, would this work? Yeah, technically this works. Wait, oh, this was already a dirt road. It looked like an alleyway. It's looking very, very similar in this slide, but we can see it on the surface texture. I'm not sure if this would look okay. No, I don't think it does look good. Maybe with a pedestrian path. Like technically this can be made work, and I think it looks better than it did before. Let's try finishing this. This does look okay. No, let's also check under a different light. This is about how I play the game usually, and I think this still looks good, and it makes it look like it is a park people are able to use. Like what if we added like a stone monument here at the bottom just for people to watch? After all, this is a former stone mine, so I think this one would be solid. I'm going to do the same thing with this mine over here. Maybe this time get a wide pavement path. This one does not look as good, but I'm gonna keep it like this for now. Maybe I can rework it another day. I'll just throw a bunch of stones down here. This could be another solid place for people to visit. And then let's do this one again with the normal pavement path. I'm not sure if they still look as good as the first one, but for now this is what it's gonna be like. And I massively got distracted with this. After all, I just wanted to build out like a town here, build out some infrastructure. So let's figure out some grid to build in between all these holes. I think this is as good as it will get. So first, let's try and figure out all the buildings we do need near the spaceport. And I think one of the biggest one, and also really big for our city, will be the helicopter depot for the firefighters. This could be really, really helpful, especially if any of the forest starts to burn because of the rocket. Does it have any upgrades? No, it does not. And then the next building I would really like to get in here is like a big police headquarter building. I think we do need lots of security here. At least this headquarter has some upgrades. There is a helipad, so let's get that as well. And some extra jails. Sure, let's get some of those. Then I'll add some nice parks in the area. Then add some pedestrian paths to connect them up. Honestly, this is already quite solid. I'll just go ahead and throw in some hickory trees. These are the bright ones that I'm using for artificial trees in this playthrough. The oak trees are usually the ones that are here naturally. So this is already good. Then I do know that we will need some more schools, and it might actually be really great to have some schools nearby here, because people can make excursions here to visit the space launch facilities. It's just that the normal high schools are too big, so I need to build the modern ones. Let's get it in here by the police station. I'll also add a radio telescope to it. Oh, maybe I can only build one of those. But then this could be part of the school, which has some upgrades we can build for it. I am going to use the developer tools now to build them a bit further outside of the radius, because I think it would be great to have some more of these buildings. I just want to have them in a slightly different place. And I'm quite confident we can make these work really well here. Yes, it looks very, very structured. And wait, they don't even need pedestrian paths to work. They are apparently already working, which is interesting. I never knew they don't need these. I'll still add them here, maybe get some wide ones in between. and I'll connect them all the way up to the school. So just like that, we have another big high school in the city. I'm going to keep it simple here with the same tree type of decoration, just to make everything fit together. And I do like this new complex that we have here. It looks very structured. It has houses for many more students, and it also looks like a big research campus. How many students fit in here? 4,500. That's a lot, and that covers all the high school capacity we have. But we're still not done yet with this development. Yes, there's lots of empty space we have to keep. I'd like to make some of these a lake, but I don't know how I can do this in the vanilla game. Let's add a few homes, businesses and offices, maybe the first ones right on this main street. Let's put some medium density housing right here. I'll leave enough space between them, add a nice park, and this area is wide enough for some wide pedestrian paths, just so we have connectivity all the way around. Let's be fancy here, adding some rows of bushes. And now that this new area is done, I think it looks really desirable, especially with this new decoration. We maybe need something to line the streets, like on these places where the holes are. I'm not happy that there's just nothing in between here. Maybe some garden beds could do the trick here. Will this actually make everything look better? Sure, yeah, I think so. That way also no drunk person can accidentally walk down here. I'll just add it here close to the residential area. And just like that, we're also getting the first people into this district. I'm really happy with how this turned out. I am unhappy about all the people parking over here. So maybe we can just add a few parking lots just close to the edge over here. Close this area with pedestrian paths. And that way people might have a few more options to park. And then I want to add a few offices. Let's use this area right here. There is still all this ground pollution for some reason. I hope this will go away at some point, but for the offices I'm planning, this might not matter at all. I'll just throw in one back street, get away the zoning from the main streets, and that way, let's just use the office evolution buildings. I don't have them in that many parts of the city, but maybe they could fit in here. Add some pathway in between. Throw in some trees, and I'm hoping that by the point everything is zoned in, it will look good. So these are the higher offices, and then this area here might be great for some more shopping opportunities. We have the transformer station here. Nobody wants that in a residential neighborhood. So let's just see what happens if I add a bunch of old town buildings here. I'll just zone it wherever, speed up the time and let them develop. We'll check in with those in a second. Plus we could get some normal low density businesses. Maybe we can make them look good over here, where on the other side there's just this hole. I'll keep this area free for some nature, same as this cliff, but I'll at least add some pedestrian path. Oh, and these office evolution buildings turn out nice. Let's also wait and see how these mixed-use old town homes will turn out. Surprisingly, it turns out things aren't zoning in as fast as I was expecting them. Possibly because of the ground pollution here. I really hope it will go away at some point. So for now, I'll just leave these buildings here as they are. Or I could just use them to fill in some more commercial demand. No, that also doesn't want to zone. How about low density housing? They also don't want to zone. So I'll just leave it at mixed use and hope that at some point they zone in. And then there's one more thing left. We have all this empty area back here. I don't want it to just stay empty. So I'll just go grab some gravel roads and basically build out some circles and turns almost at random. This is going to be a massive suburban neighborhood, just all the way up to here. I'm gonna fill that with villas and low density housing, just for all like the rich engineers that work at the space launch facility. It is also to attract them, because if they can have nice housing nearby, that's of course a competitive advantage. Let's just get that and zone a bunch of buildings. And while all of this is zoning in, I'll try to make this entire area look great by adding more trees. I think it turns out that the brush strength is really dependent on the brush size. I think the brush strength tells roughly how many trees to like plant every second, but it's independent on the brush size. Like 15% brush strength on like a larger brush is like literally nothing. But if I decrease the brush size to like 10 and I click here, it spams down very, very fast. I really hate how this works. Paradox, this is another thing you could please fix. Would be really great if you could do that. Let's just get in a really nice forest here. Sure, there is color variety missing, but that's fine. This area here next to the highway, I am gonna keep empty. So I will just plant lots and lots of oak trees here. So there we still have like some sort of natural forest. Plus, to add some variety, I'm adding pine trees in both of these areas and maybe some London plane. That way, all this is really fitting together and doesn't look so boring. In the future, we might expand just further in this direction. Maybe I'm just gonna start to build out some of that road network. Right now, I'm just gonna add a cul-de-sac at both of these places and leave this empty. In summary, we have built the rocket launch facility. We have built a place to cover its sewage. We have built a place to communicate with the satellites and process all the data. Plus, a few homes for all the workers and the engineers. We have added fire services, police services, and a massive modern high school, which already has 1,400 students. Literally only 6,000 people are in high schools in this city, so it covers a really good amount of people. This city has 90,000 population, and I am done building small villages. Today, we are building the most expensive residential expansion ever. This will allow us to finally hit at least 100,000 population. However, I only have $0 in the bank, so I'm just gonna max out my credit card, and now with $18 million we can finally start spending. Oh, I really hope we're gonna make some money, because right now the city is in the red due to all this loan interest. This is the highest stakes build I have ever done. We are going to build this new metropolis in this beautiful swampy area. So I bought a few tiles, and oh no, this is already $11 million down the drain. But what choice do I have? First, I upgraded the road infrastructure around by deleting the old highway, getting in a fresh new interchange. Then I built out some basic road infrastructure. At the lagoon, I have all these semicircles here, and I think these are great for some luxury housing, and the thing that looks the most luxury is Urban Promenade's mixed-use housing. So I'm going to try to zone it like this, in all the places where it is possible, just keeping everything very clean in these 3 districts. And then as we go further to the core of the grid, I really want to add some high density, just so we get a few big towers. Maybe we can even get some tech towers right here. So I'm zoning the office spaces. Let's also try to get in some high density businesses, as well as some lower density businesses, just to break up all this height and density a bit. This is the initial zoning I ended up with, and I'm also making sure that there is lots and lots of pedestrian connectivity everywhere around. Right now, everything still looks empty, and I'm really happy about all these pedestrian connections in the soon-to-be downtown area. This should really help with traffic, but let's see some of these buildings zone in. People do seem to really like this new area. Look at that, how many people want to move in here. There's even a massive traffic jam of people who want to move into this new city, which is great. But I think it also shows one thing we haven't thought of, which is public transport and an easier way for people to move into the city. Therefore, I'm immediately going to add a subway station. I'll just place that here, and then eventually we can build in a subway line and connect that with the other cities around the map. If you're wondering why I replaced this tower here, I don't want 3 of the identical same big towers right next to each other. So I think this makes the skyline look way, way better. And I'll soon get some smaller high density buildings here instead. Then to help with the outside connections, I'm just gonna go and build like a city bus station. It's just a small one, but I guess it's nice. And I'll even add this kiosk to make the whole district look better. We will detail this later on, but for now, I'll just add a bus route from here to the outside of the map and all the way back. That way people can arrive by bus. Then I'm also adding another bus depot close by just to help support this infrastructure. And finally, I'm going to get in a tram line so the people that live here in this high density area can get very easily over to the next industrial area. And I think this should be really easy with some tram loop stations. Maybe I'll just put one at the end here, and then the tram line will just go along this main road. I need to figure out a way for it to go through this roundabout and then just cross through the industrial area. We have another roundabout to circumvent, and then I'm just gonna let it end somewhere here. I'll get another one of this tram loop station, add additional tracks that just go around the roundabout. Does it look the prettiest? Well, no, but I hope it functions at least. Then let's add some tram stops along the way. Draw in the tram route. Here we go. I'm also adding a tram depot up here. That way everything is immediately connected up. And just like that, we have a bunch of public transport set up. Traffic on the main intersections is already much better, and look at the highway interchange, it's literally empty. But one thing I noticed, many people are parking just here on the road and then going to this tram station or walking on their own. So I guess we should offer some sort of park and ride here close to this tram station or somewhere in the back. So how about we just extend this alleyway and get in a connection somewhere over here. I want to add some parking garages here. Oh, milestone 19. We're almost at Megalopolis. How about 3 big parking garages next to each other, and then some solar parking lots for electric cars, or at least we can pretend that it is this way. And then the rest of this area might just be some low density businesses. Here, if it's gas stations, it would actually make sense. And then I'll just do Dragon Gate low density. That way we're filling out the entire area perfectly. Ooh, and is that already a customer here for a parking lot? Oh yes, look at that. They do like parking lots. That is amazing. Looking at that tram, there's 6 people in here. Are people using the bus to move into the city? Oh yes, look at that. All these buses are packed to the maximum. So this is saving on lots of cars. Look at that, 80 people just in this small bus, passing through the highways, which are now way less congested because, well, otherwise it would be 80 cars. So I am going ahead and probably just gonna assign more vehicles to this bus route because that is really convenient. And since we're still only at 95,000 population, let's continue with this downtown. We need to hit at least 100,000 population. How about we get some additional high density buildings in right here? I want to add a few parks, but maybe we'll just get the parks first. Is there space for 2 of these passage parks? Oh, look at that. Isn't this nice? 2 passage parks next to each other. Then I'll get a new alleyway. That way we have new area to zone. Adjust the zoning so it's all on the main road. And then let's just try big tower, and some offices in between. Maybe we can make it work like that. Also, once these buildings upgrade, they will also get more residents, which will further increase our population. Let's continue the downtown over here. I guess I'll do another one of these circular design elements. Then the centerpiece will just continue to be a pedestrian path that fits nice with the rest of this area. I'll just continue it over here as well. But we have a bit of zonable area. Maybe some waterfront businesses over here, another office tower at the end somewhere, and I guess we could do some more high density here and a bit of medium density around it. I'm really trying to just bit by bit get the density up so it's not just a big tower coming out somewhere randomly, and that means that over here I'll probably have to get another bit of medium density, maybe this time some mixed use housing again, but not the modern type. And bit by bit we're filling up this downtown. It's really one skyscraper after the next. How about some low rent housing, a bit more medium density, and maybe some more office evolution buildings. These always look great as well. Then let's also draw a district so we know how many people live here. This other district up here is the industrial area, and then we have a bit of Old Town that we are going to include in this residential area. I'm gonna need a name suggestion for this, but for now, I'll just call it 100k town. Ooh, and there's 6,000 people living here, and I expect it to grow quite rapidly. And with that, we have almost zoned already everywhere in the downtown area. And while I'd say that that is good, it is also a problem because we're lacking services. People are dying, people want hospitals. I'm sure there's also a need for police, for education. So let's make sure that we get all the basics. I am going to start with death care. Maybe we can fit a small cemetery somewhere here next to the old town just to phase it out a bit. But it's also important that we assign all these services just to the relevant districts, so they don't just go ahead and drive through the rest of the town. We're gonna need a hospital, and I'm sure we're gonna need quite a big hospital. I really like this modern hospital. The urban medical center would also be nice, but let's just go with this one. I'll put it here in the back, more towards the nature, so the patients, like if they have a room here in the back, they can look at some trees. I think that's pretty nice. I'll get in some upgrades. I don't even get them for the sake of getting an upgrade, but just because it's nice having similar buildings around. And I guess I'll even give it the extension tower. This one looks really nice, and it adds a helipad. That is amazing. 1,000 patients is also a great capacity. This should be plenty to cover this entire area, and I really like how it stands out and it fits very well to these modern buildings. Next up, trash collection would be an issue if we didn't have like a recycling center immediately next to it, so that is all fine. Education, I'm going to get in a community elementary school just because it fits this tile perfectly. In terms of upgrades, it has a community playground. Would it be okay to add this just to a pedestrian path? Does this work? Oh yes, it does. How nice is that? I guess I'll align it properly, and that's pretty neat. I'll also just expand its grass surface to cover this entire square. That is really a neat school, and I could also add like an extension wing to it. I don't think I really want to do that, but just for the looks, I'm gonna add a second elementary school right next to it. That way we have two almost identical buildings, and I think there are so many repetitive buildings anyways, and this is a really nice one, so I guess that would be great. Two identical schools just next to each other. I'm sure no one would complain. Then we need a high school. I really want to keep the modern theme, but this one is quite big. Maybe I'll put it at the end somewhere here, and it also has some interesting additional buildings we can get down. That way we literally just have a high school district. I'm just gonna add like some pedestrian paths around here, and I guess just like that, even this whole square is fully done. Sure, we can go ahead and do some decorating. This always looks great, but I'll do more of that later. For now, we're going to need a fire station. I'll add a fire watchtower somewhere here in the forest, just so we don't get a forest fire. And here at the end, I think it also looks really nice. That should protect the entire area. And for now, I'm just gonna assign the fire station from the industrial area to also operate in the city. So it has 3 districts to care for. Police-wise, we're also already doing really, really great. But since there is some other space here where it's getting red, I think I want to add like some police headquarters over here. I think that's fine, and it might also help fill out this entire square. I'll also add some pedestrian paths here. And it's great to see that bit by bit we are filling the city. Let's see, here would be great for a park. I'll just get a hedges park, connect the pedestrian paths, and then I'm already gonna go put down some of these bright trees wherever I think that the square is already done. I guess that this is looking good, and we are about to cross 98,000 population, so we're not missing much. So while these numbers are still growing, let's try to complete the entire area south of this middle street here, where then we have the higher downtown. Here on the right, we have this transition from the industrial area with like the mixed use housing, and it's kind of the historical old town. So I'm just gonna go ahead, continue the same style, go historical mixed use apartments here at the end, also here in the middle piece, and probably all the way up to this hospital track. That is quite straightforward. Then over here, let's make a massive park. We already have the hedges park here, and we have the hospital close by, plus these modern buildings and the bus terminal. I'm sure people require some great recreation time, so I'm just gonna fit some basketball courts, finish it up with another pavement path, And look at how many people are walking here. I'm really happy about that. I think that's literally the only reason why traffic is this okay. I mean, here is massive traffic jam because of all the buses. Probably it's time we reduce the number of buses again. Maybe go like 10. At this point, they are not even full anymore, because otherwise we're gonna get some massive problems here. Then we have this bus station. This tile might also be complete already. I'm just adding some bushes and some pedestrian path that lets people cut through the area back here. And then, oh, and maybe we don't need the bushes if we just fill this entire area with the concrete surface that is already here from the bus station. I guess that this will also look acceptable. Then next to it, we still have one empty square. We could put some density here. So maybe some smaller-ish high density towers, another medium density building, some small urban pocket park. I'm using this to just clean up this weird corner here. That way we can get some good surfaces, and the rest will just be fine with some pedestrian connections, which as always look better with some bushes. Why does this look so clean? Almost looks like a French chateau, but that's good. So this side up until here is done. We have some area here where I'm just gonna drop in some modern mixed use. This here will all just be park, maybe provided with some hickory trees. Same as over here, I'm for sure gonna need some hickory trees here to cover the empty holes, because I don't want to have the density too high over here. These open edges at the end are a bit weird. So here we have another park, all the way with adjusted surfaces. I guess that's good. Same thing over here, just a different variation of park, but same strategy of how to cover up that this is actually an empty area. This transition over here is a bit weird that there's nothing in between. Maybe I can add a few shops around here that just cover up this emptiness. I don't want to add more mixed use because this will always end up with like these white walls, and I'll just continue this wall of Dragon Gate buildings down to here. Well, maybe this is a bit boring. Wait, we should turn this on the side to some Old Town mixed use. That would look way better. I am sure of that, but this only goes until the tram stop, and I think that is everything below Middle Street done for now. Probably this here should become a roundabout. I'm seeing lots of traffic issues here. Let's just choose a nice red one. This should be much better. And then I'll continue to cover up the emptiness here with some trees. In this case, the brighter ones, the hickory trees, just to have a bit of difference to the oak ones that are naturally here in the lagoon. And with that, Tuna Bay has officially crossed the threshold of 100,000 population, but I'm still far from being done with this development here. We still have much more space to zone and much more space to grow. I am going to do this by zoning the rest of the empty area. We also still have more space to expand towards the river, and we're gonna make everything more beautiful. But reaching 100,000 population is really a big milestone. I can still remember how I started over here in Buxton Town with the first episode of Tuna Bay. At that point, I didn't really expect this series to do so well as it did. So thank you everyone for watching these videos, for commenting, and also especially to my channel members who support the creation of these videos directly. By the way, if you're not aware yet, all channel members get a special role on my new Discord server. Everyone can join, link in the description, and channel members get a members only lounge. But let's continue with the zoning. First, we have this square here on the side. It's really crazy how we have this much demand for everything. I'm gonna use this to zone a few smaller high density buildings that are just a tiny bit higher, but don't have the crazy height as these really big ones. These are maybe just some serviced apartments right here, all by the same developer. I'll disable the zoning here because this is a very important street that connects the industrial area. And then the rest here will just be medium density housing to fill everything up, and that leaves lots of space here in the middle for a park, which I'm just using to add a bunch of trees. This should zone in slowly at least. We have a bit more empty space over here, part of which I'm gonna use for a bit more commercial zoning. Probably some pathways. I think these pathways are really something important to make everything look good, because they can have like these organic shapes and fit together very nicely. And then we have the inside of the city left. There's still lots of empty area that is not zoned yet. I want to change that, but I also don't want to get everything too dense. So I'm gonna go with some medium density here, some high density there. Oh, this is gonna result in another massive tower, but I guess that's fine for now. I can add some high density towers in these weird squares as well. Maybe that will turn out nice. And then I guess another high density commercial building. Where else do we have space? I'm just gonna really fill all of this up. Also these high density office evolution buildings, these look great. I also added some on this square here. But maybe there's no demand for it. So how about more high density businesses? And this one here will get a new park. You really can't underestimate how important city parks are for the feel of a city. I think this is really nice, and that basically fills up everything here, at least everything we can really zone. Some things still have to build in. Maybe I'm changing some zoning types here and there to get a bit more variety in buildings. And some areas are really empty because I have so many pedestrian paths, but that just means it's another place where I can put some parks, maybe even a small outdoor gym. And now this inside is also pretty much packed. I'll add some more trees to make it look nice. And then let's wait for everything to zone in before we expand over here towards the river and kind of let all this density fade out again. And honestly, I am super happy with this skyline. I mean, look at that. It really looks like a big city. We have all these new buildings that have been built in. I like these office evolution buildings. Look at that. And these are just some normal businesses. Okay, this is a nice city park. It really looks like a livable city down here. I mean, lots of parks, lots of greenery. Actually, it's a really nice place. And I think it will be even better once like these residential buildings level up, because that also changes how they look. It will take a while for them to level up, but I'm really happy I have these here, and then even with the clouds, really nice. I guess that leaves us with this bit over here. I still want to fill in this partial island, and we have to figure out what we do over here with this highway, this interchange, and that road that's going along here. Maybe we start on one end here. I might just turn this connection into a road that ends here. I'll just let it run into a cul-de-sac with a tree, and then have another rural gravel road just ending somewhere here. I think I just want to add some farms there. Is there fertile ground? Oh yes, there is. Let's have a look at the production tab. We have a deficit of grain, a large deficit of grain, so we might save that with some grain farms. I'll build them all the way up until the highway. Then I get a second one. You're not forced to max out the zonable area on all these buildings. It often looks better if you just keep things small. And that's what I'm gonna do here. Just keep things cozy in a way that it makes sense. Then I'll add another pedestrian path back here. That could also be the path where the farmer drives along with his tractor. And then I'll get one more big farm in. And with that, it seems like we do have the boundary conditions. I'll fill this end up here with oak trees, because that's the usual nature over here. We have this one connection here at the end. It has to get rural. And here we have the downtown. That doesn't leave us with too many options. For now, let's just expand this one road down to here. Maybe on this side, we can build a few luxury villas. So I'll just need a fancy road layout. On the other side, I'll do an easy connection right now. We'll figure that out in a second. I hate that there are cars parked here everywhere where there aren't even buildings. So we can just add greenery to the sidewalk, or possibly even bicycle lanes. Why not make this bicycle lanes? That might be a nice addition. So from roundabout to roundabout, we have bicycle lanes now. Then I'm gonna get the waterfront property houses and zone them here everywhere where it makes sense. Also have to make sure that that is actually in the district that we're building right now. But that's a huge addition. Maybe I'll add some row homes on the main street to make this transition a bit smoother. Add some pedestrian paths. And like that. Yeah, the transition is actually solid. We go to row homes, medium density, high density. That's pretty sweet. That means here on the right, we might not even have to build anything much. Maybe some American football field would be nice. So the rich people living here can send their children to do some sports. An apex climbing center. This is literally just gonna be another massive sports complex. I'll add some trees just along these paths. I think that already makes it look nice without having to fill the entire area. And then we have one more transition to figure out over here. And I think we can manage that by building another bit of Old Town, just zoning everything that's available and just building very tight road layouts. I guess this would be good. And just like that, we have a very nice small town again that just serves to help with the transition from farms to the downtown area. Ooh, and this is a nice building. It's an office building. Oh, that looks really nice. And with that, what else do we need? Maybe another pedestrian connection back here. Or I guess we could also make it like a divided cycling and walking path. If anyone wants to use it that way, they might. In this old town, I am gonna add more bushes. And for some reason, we still have unlimited demand. Why is the demand never going down? This is literally crazy. Oh, and we also have lots and lots of traffic jams. How are the buses doing? Oh, they're doing good again. But this is all just because of tons of people moving in. How are the trams doing? Oh, there's one. Pink tram, 28 people. That's solid. Ooh, and then the thing we're still missing is the subway. We built it right in the beginning, right here in the city center. Let's see. The next connection would be over here. And I think it doesn't have tram traffic too often. So let's connect that up. For some reason, connecting the trams underground destroys one building here. How stupid is that? But okay. Then you get rebuilt. And then let's just add a tram line from here. It's not tram, it's subway to this station. And then just run it back, I guess. I hope that this will work with the existing traffic over here, because it is really congested for sure. Otherwise, we could add a station at the airport that goes over here. But fixing traffic might be something for the next episode, which is already live for my channel members, where I'm gonna go around the entire city and fix everything we have there, or I guess everything that is not good yet. And now I'm thinking about, do I want to expand this entire like housing bit of the old town housing all the way up to here? Maybe that's something I should do. We have lots of car traffic, but that's because of all the new people moving in. Okay, how about I try this? Let's get mixed use style all the way here. Then let's drag out some alleyway from here. I'm also gonna get pavement paths. One, because they look nice, but secondly, also to control the zoning. That way we can get a city as dense as possible, or at least buildings as close as possible next to each other, which I think is important for this old town style. And these homes also house residents, so I guess that's good. Then let's get this alleyway in here, which just runs parallel. Same thing, I'm just gonna zone it all up and then control all the zoning on it later. Here we have basically all the buildings already, more pedestrian paths, and then I'm just gonna repeat this process. And I do really like the result of it, that you get a street layout that it looks very interesting. It's not organic, but it looks different to what the rest of the city has, so I'm actually really happy with it. Yes, traffic is still problematic, but I think that will figure itself out, and look at that. Yo, from far away, this looks amazing. I really like it, and then it ends here at the intersection. Really, really good. I'm considering to maybe expanding that towards like even the bay. Like I could just add more of the same layout all the way to the end. Let me know in the comments if I should do that or what else I should build there. By now, we're at 110,000 population, 10% more than the goal, and we're making money, even though we haven't even paid back our loan. So I can start doing something like this and bit by bit pay back the loan. We're making more money than we were making before. So we're actually profitable again. Thank you for watching until the end. Have a great rest of your day and happy gaming.